Aloha YouTube, it's your boy Crypto Roots, and I really feel like I need to express myself because I'm having some very unhealthy thoughts in my head, and I want to tell you the absolute truth about my experience with Brother Polight as his mentee. Like, I'm not lying, there's no reason to lie, I'm not trying to get anything that I don't deserve back. I just want the money I invested back. So I'm starting from the beginning. This may seem like a long story. It's a lot going on. And so I was in Hawaii doing my thing, studying crypto, studying programming. And like I said in my other videos, I knew I had to make sacrifices. So I slept on the beach in a hammock and was just grinding until my programming skills were good enough, and, you know what I'm saying? And it just so happened that my father died. We weren't that close, but I was on my own for a long time, since I was 16, 17. I've been on my own, you know? I haven't lived with him, and we weren't that close. But he ended up having a heart attack. He ended up dying, and then I found out that I was going to get some life insurance money, and it just so happened I needed it because I only had like 45 cents in my bank account. I just was grinding, just saving my crypto. I didn't want to sell my crypto. I knew that one day it would go up, and I was just freelancing, hustling, farming, trying to get any paper I could to survive while so I ended up getting that money. And I thought I had two major decisions I could have made. And the first one was just to buy Bitcoin and then travel Asia, South Korea, Asia. And other was to I've been following Brother Polight. Like, he woke me up into consciousness. Like, he was the main reason, that and Bitcoin. And I told him this, you woke me up into consciousness. And I started following his teachings. I started doing the tax liens. I bought a few of his books. A few orders didn't come through. I didn't trip on it. I just charged that to the game. And I love this brother. I really, really, really love this brother from the bottom of my heart. I didn't even know him. All I knew of him was virtually, from what I saw virtually. And I knew that he had a lot of hate, a lot of people hating him. And I didn't necessarily understand why. And everyone's calling him a scammer, people call him a fraud, people this. And against my own better judgment, I chose not to believe that. I chose to believe that he had a powerful message, and that, that it could really help our people, our black people out. So I hit him up one time for the mentorship because I was so inspired after watching one of his live streams. But when he hit me back, I didn't have the money. And I felt so bad, so terrible. I felt like I missed out on an opportunity to change my finances and change my life and be Brother Polight's mentee. So I said, man, if I ever have the money, it was $3,500 for the minimal mentee. If I ever had that money, I would invest it with Brother Polight, and I would change my life, financially, and so I had the money. It was over 100 grand, and I hit up Polight. Like, the moment I got out of the bank, I hit up Brother Polight and I said, hey, I got the bread, I'm ready to start the mentorship. And he was like, oh, and he realized that I was in Hawaii. So it wasn't just like send a Chase or send a Wells Fargo. There's two different bank accounts. So I had to it wasn't sending him money. It was sending other people money. Women, men, people I didn't know about. People I thought or assumed were his financial advisors or people in his financial realm. So we were texting, we were talking, Western Union, MoneyGram. It was literally for like weeks. I'm sending him bread. And so I sent him bread for the mentorship, that alone. And then once that bread was sent, it was $3,500. he started talking to me, give me the mentorship, and gave me the whole spiel. And I was like, wow, man, I can't believe it. Like, I can't believe, like, I'm talking to Brother Polight. Like, I can't believe, like, I'm in his mentorship. And so the first investment, he was like, so he has a deal with tax liens, and if he buys a bunch of tax liens at once, then he gets a discount from the county, and it'll cost me about $30,000 to invest in the tax liens. And he said I would triple my money or something like that. I don't, maybe it wasn't 30,000, maybe it was 25,000. I would triple my money in a half. That's what he told me, 3.2 times my return. And he said every 14 days, that's what he told me. 3.2 times your return every 14 days from your $30,000 investment. And whoa, this is crazy. Like, I could come up like that just every 2 weeks. And then, so I started sending him that bread. Like, wow, man, I can't believe this is really happening. And yeah, so he told me I would get back $42.3 thousand from the money I sent him. And I was like, dope. And I think I paid for the trust too. I'm not even sure how much that cost. Oh, so what I slipped up and I fucked up, and I told him how much money I received. That was my fault. And I know in retrospect he took full advantage of that. He took full advantage. And as I'm sending him money, I'm thinking like, hey man, like, what else is on the next level of the mentorship? Oh, it's about 5,000 this and 5,000 that, and you get this and this, you get another streams of income. It's like 3, 6, and 9 different streams of income. So I'm thinking like, hey, it's just a little extra investment. Why not just get the other mentorship? Why not just step it up a level? He was like, all right, cool, send me the bread. So I sent him the money. And then I'm like, sending him more money. I'm not even sure, like, and then I'm thinking like, why don't I was like, what's the next level? He's like, the celebrity mentorship. And I'm like, that's when I told him how much money I got. He's like, oh, I'm gonna just give you the mentorship I give Floyd and all the celebrities. I'll just give you that one. I'm thinking, damn, like, for real, it's like that. Like, I'm just gonna get the celebrity mentorship from Brother Polight. Like, all right, like, for sure. And then later he was like, oh, you want to come out to LA to buy a condo? It's going to cost $17,000. Was what, just 17 grand? For sure, like no problem. It's like, oh, my wife Raed, she's a property manager. She'll manage it for you. You're going to be an entrepreneur. You're gonna that'll be another stream of income. And I'm thinking, and he's like, so when can you make it out to LA? And I'm like, damn, I don't know, like next week or something, like. You know what I'm saying? I was just living out of, so I ended up having enough money to live out of my van. I'm telling Polight, yo, I'm living out of my van right now. I just got this bread. I didn't spend hardly anything. You know what I'm saying? Hardly anything. I'm still so in frugal state of mind and just, you know what I'm saying, wanting to invest, you know, and change my future. And so yeah, I bought the ticket, you know, and I bought a few music instruments just to hold me down because I need my music spiritually. And then I bought a ticket to LA. And then Polight was like, yo, I can't wait to meet you. I can't wait to meet you. You know, and I'm like, yo. So I go out to LA. I go to, I forgot, the Galleria or whatever. I forgot what they call it, you know, over there in Beverly Hills. And then, you know, so I meet him in person, like, yo, man, like, you changed my life. Like, seriously, brother, I'm so excited to meet you in person. And I wasn't sure what to do. Oh, and he also told me, bring as much money in cash on the plane with you. And I was like, how much can I bring? He's like, up to $10,000. And so I brought $9,000 in cash. And the moment I met him, I gave him the $9,000 in cash. And I didn't know what was going to happen. And he was just like, all right, I got things to do. I need to hang out with my wife. I'll see you later. I'm thinking, all right, let me just get like an Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? I never Airbnb before. And so yeah, and I'm just kicking into my Airbnb thinking like, all right, what's the next step? And thinking, he's like, yo, you can rent one of my cars. I own a part of a luxury car company. And how much, and he's like, this is how much it's gonna cost, $1,200. Like, and I'm thinking, damn. So I gave him like $3,000 to rent the car, or the rental cars, a luxury car. And that's when the first sketchy thing happened that I really, that first came up. And him and Amanette and Ma'at pulled up. I said, hey, you know, you guys changed my life. You guys changed my life. Let's go upstairs. So, and he's like, I'll be back later. I'll drop off the car later. And I was like, hey, yo, I just want to go see my old homies. I'm from LA. I want to go see my old homies. And he was like, all right, I'll drop off the car later. No word from him that night. And I hit him up late, like, yo, you still dropping this? Like, yo, yeah, if you still need me to drop it off, I'll drop it off. And I'm like, all right. He's like, yo, I'm busy. And I'm like, okay. And then I think the next day comes by and nothing yet. And I'm like, he's like, no, I just wanted the car to be ready. It was raining. Somebody else went and washed the car. The car washed and that. And so straight up, no fucking car. And I really think the next step after that, yeah. So that's what happened. And I don't know, for some reason I let it go, because the next thing was like, yo, I'm about to go to Vegas this weekend. You want to come with me? I'm about to go in the music studio in Vegas. I want to see if you want to come with me. You know, you want to come? And I'm thinking like, yo, like, what does that mean? Like, do I got to drive behind you? Like, are you going to be with your wives? Because he's always like, I don't have any men around me. So I was trying to be like respectful. Like, you're like, what are you implying? He's like, what do you mean? Like, and I'm like, yo, I'm not sure. And so that's the first time he flipped out. He's like, did I ever tell you something? Like, did I ever tell you that? And I'm like, nah, bro, I'm just trying to be. He's like, I don't know. He just kind of flipped a little. And I'm like, whoa. All right. Like, yeah, of course I want to go. Like, of course. Like, I'm totally down to go. And I'm like, yo, I'll even drive. I offered to drive. He's like, no, you don't got to drive. I want to give you the mentorship. I want to go over the mentorship with you on the way there. So just knock out a few things. And I'm thinking, dope, man. Dope. So, yeah, we go. And then I didn't know it was Nina at the time, but we go and pick her up. And then we go and pick up the cameraman, who was a hella cool dude. And so we start driving. And then literally, like, he was like, hey, G, you want to drive? And I'm like, all right. So yeah, I pretty much drove the whole way there to Vegas. And no mentorship for me. He was writing lyrics, going over with Nina. He was doing other mentorships, and I'm just having to drive. And then he's tripping out about how soon he needs to be in the studio because it's going to cost him more money. And so I'm literally speeding to Vegas. And we get pulled over, I get the ticket. And he's like, don't worry, put that in your trash, write it off, it's all good. So I get to, and then we drive to the studio. And yeah, we get to the studio, and then we're just chilling. And then check this out. So I stopped drinking. I was going clean because I'm thinking, well, brother Polight, he doesn't even smoke weed. He doesn't drink alcohol. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I didn't even want to mention marijuana. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then he's like, yo, you drink, G? And I'm like, nah, I don't drink. He's like, oh,
all right, well, can you run in the store and go, can you go grab some Hennessy for us? And I'm like, on the way there, and I was like, sorry, bro, but if I don't drink, that's my rule. I don't pay for other people's alcohol. And he just didn't say nothing. And so him and Nina, they go and they grab the Hennessy, and then he grabs like potato chips, a bunch of fucking garbage from the liquor store. Like seriously, my health master teacher just eating a bunch of fucking garbage, grabbing a Hennessy bottle. And I'm thinking, damn, all right, whatever, you know, like you know what I'm saying? And then I apologized. I said, hey, yo, like I apologize if that made you feel uncomfortable about me. Just like, yo, you apologize too much. If we don't invite you around again, now you know why. He said this shit to me, and I'm like, damn, man. Like, I'm already fucking up with this dude. Like, I'm just gonna shut the fuck up and just don't say nothing. Like, you know, I'm just shut up and don't say nothing. So we hit the music studio that night. I stayed up. I was attentive. Nina, the artist, his wife or whatever, fell asleep. I was because it was my dream to be with Brother Polight, and it was also my dream to be in a professional recording studio making a professional record. So Polight's like, hey, let's break out the shots. And then he's like, yo, it's spiritual. And, you know, I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like Bobby Hammond. I get it. He's like, all right, cool, G. So I take some shots. I have, you know, I didn't want to, literally, I felt some kind of peer pressure. I just didn't want to miss out on the vibe or ruin the vibe. So we did the Vegas thing. I obviously drove back, and what ended up happening was him and Nina got in a big fight, and Nina started disrespecting us, and so he flipped out on Nina really hard, like extremely hard, very hard, and I didn't say nothing. I didn't even look. I didn't say nothing. And I guess at that moment he felt like he could trust me, because I act like nothing happened the whole time. I didn't tell him to calm down. I just didn't shut up. I ignored the whole situation. So it was afterwards, I drove him back, and I bought them food, bought Nina food, and he was just like, no, that was the angriest I've ever been in years, and da-da-da-da-da. And I felt like at that moment he opened up more to me. He really, you know, and so, is it still going? All right, man, I don't even know, like, the story goes so deep. It goes so deep. So it ended up happening where we get back, and we ended up going to dinner. It was one of the other live streams, and at the end of the meal, I had to pay for everything. It was like a $400 bill. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, whoa. He was like, oh, that's an investment, G. That's put into your trust. Put into your trust. I'm gonna try to keep this as chronologically as in order that I can, but there's so many different times and situations. And every time I was driving him, I'm from the jungle. I'm from Hawaii. Yeah, I'm originally from LA, but I spent the last 10, 12 years. So there was so much pressure to drive in LA and get to Polight to things on time, and just like, you know, and then I was getting pressure from Raed, like, why are you going so slow? And, you know, and I'm worried about driving his pregnant wife around Amanette, like, and so it was a lot of anxiety and stress on that. And then I'm paying for Airbnbs, and I'm just literally waiting on Polight to call me. I still don't have no car, by the way. Oh yeah, when we get back to Vegas, he's like, all right, G, you know what? You can keep the car right now. You can keep the car, you can do your thing, and yeah, just drop us off, right? So I ended up having the car for a little bit, but it was his car. I never got the car that I paid for. You know what I'm saying? So I was driving around a little bit. I had a little fun, but at the same time, I'm spending left and right Airbnbs and fast food, thinking like, all right, so when are we gonna get this condo? Literally, like, weeks and weeks went by, and he's like, yo, pay for the furniture. Oh, also I had to pay for the furniture. It was like $3 or $4 grand before I went out there. So I paid him that. And he was like, oh, there's real estate fees. I have people looking all over, so I paid him that. And then it ended up being storage fees for the furniture, so I had to pay him that. And I'm thinking, all right, like I'm about to get all this back. I'm about to get all this back. And there's just so many times where I had to rush him and his wives or him and Nina to the airport, had to go pay for the baggage. Yo, pay for this. Yo, pay for that. All this, I had to pay for him left and right. And I'm thinking, damn, like, and there was times, like the first time, I kept asking him for books. Yo, Polight, can I get a book? When can I set up the trust? When we can get the condo? And at that point, I felt it was kind of cheaper just to sleep in the car. You know what I'm saying? So and then I hit a point where I'm like, yo, honestly, like, I can't do, and he just flipped out. And he was just like, you know what, I'm giving you your refund back. I got a private interest holdings account, da-da-da. I'm just gonna refund you your money, da-da-da. How disrespectful. I did all this work for you. And I'm thinking, like, about to cry, like, fuck, did I just ruin this opportunity of, like, change my life? Like, and, man, and he was just like, yo, we need to meet up, you know? So he goes, we meet up, and we start building and start talking. And I don't know, this is what he does. He's a magician with words. But he ended up calming me down. And I said, all right, cool, no worry. He's like, yo, oh yeah, and you just need a little bit more investment, right? So I gave him like a couple $1,000, $2,000. And also, man, there's just so many times. And so I'm trying to think about all the times I gave him money. And so, no, the tax liens, I kept bugging, nothing. I haven't heard nothing. He said that was pending. The trust, never heard. I was begging him for books, hardly ever got them. You know what I'm saying? And then, that's gonna be part one, right? That's gonna be part one. Pause it.
What up, YouTube? This is Crypto Roots. And I just want to say I appreciate all the support. You know, this is going to be part two about my experience being Brother Polight's mentee. And this is nothing but the truth. I'm at the point where I'm already facing, I probably won't get my money back. And I'm doing whatever I can on the back end to see what I can do to get back. But he's ignoring my calls. He's not talking to me. But now I just want to, and I've been sick within the 3 times within the last like month and a half. I haven't begun to sleep. The anxiety it's been rough. So I need to get this off my chest so I can move forward and do positive things for myself and my community. So hotel investments, I forgot to mention that. So I told you about the tax liens. Now, before I went out to LA, Polight was saying, hey, yo, I flip hotel rooms. You want to get in on that investment? And I'm saying, obviously, sure. So he's like, all right, well, I buy rooms in Vegas or in LA, and then I flip them to wealthy clients. You could pay for the room, and then you'll get a return on your investment. And so I said, yeah. So for like 2 weeks, almost every day or every other day, Polight would call me, says, stay on the phone, I'm gonna get the hotel people. He calls the hotel people. Soon as they're ready to charge, he tells me to give him my debit card information. And I do, because I'm his mentee now. You know what I'm saying? I already came this far. So I'm not even sure how much I invested. It's anywhere from $8,000 to $9,000 in hotel rooms, maybe even, I'm not sure. And I was supposed to get, later he told me I was gonna get about 16,000 back or something like that. So I was really impressed. So now I'm paying for rooms, expensive hotels in Vegas and the Luxor and on Dawes in LA, and it have to be a certain square footage, and he's got wealthy clients. And he told me, I'm gonna send you an itemized list of all that you purchase, all the hotel rooms. I'm gonna send you a list. My accountant or somebody's gonna send you a list. I'm thinking, dope, like something like official now, something I could get official. And I waited, and then I never got anything. And then I hit him up because he was calling me for more hotel rooms nonstop.
And I said, yo, I never got the list. He's like, you never got it? I'm gonna send it. Well, I'm gonna send it again. I'm gonna send it again. I'm gonna have my somebody at CPA or somebody send it again. And I said, okay. And that was kind of that. Like, and then it just so happened, like, so many, what he does is so many, he just presents more and more opportunities, and then you get distracted by trying to keep up with all the opportunities. And he has, oh, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna send this. So we already had the tax liens. I sent the money for the trust. I sent him money for the mentorship. I sent him money for the tax liens, and then I was paying online. I mean, on the phone for the hotel rooms. Yeah, with my debit cards. And then he presented the condo opportunity. So I got a list of a few. I just have a list of just these different things that are just eating at my consciousness, and I have to just let them out. So, and they're not exactly in chronologically order, but I'm explaining them best I can. So I was sleeping in Polight. I was Polight's driver 24/7, and I felt like to be in his inner circle, I had to do something to provide something, more than just my investment money. Because he's like, I normally don't invite mentees, I normally don't invite people out here, I don't even hang out with men, So I felt like being his driver was the one way to kind of just be in his circle and kind of like, just, be a part of whatever he's doing and just kind of watch and observe and, take notes. And so I was at his beck and call. I was sleeping in his car. Every time I'd fall asleep, he'd call me 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. It didn't matter. I had to get up, and because it was his car, remember? I was paying, and I didn't even realize it was rented. He told me it was his car. And so one night, he calls me and say, hey, G, can you meet me over here? I'm thinking, damn. So I drive, and I'm like sleeping in the car. He pulls up, and he's got this other woman there. And he's got like house slippers and shit. And I'm thinking, damn, like, he just got done smashing. Like in my head, he just got done smashing, like, no joke. And he's like, yo, can you drop her off? And I've never seen this girl before. And I'm like looking at her like, what? Like, and he's just like, yo, she lives about 30 minutes away. And I'm like, damn, man, 30 minutes away. It's like, I'm fucking tired. I'm like, all right, man, no problem. I'll do it, And this chick, I'm not here to be judging no one, but as far as the woman Polight, she was not at all nearly attractive. And I'm thinking, whoa, like, Polight would smash this chick? She starts smoking cigarettes in the car. I'm thinking, like, yo, like, can you, what? Polight, like, bangs chicks that smoke cigarettes? I'm thinking, like, in my head, like, she's loud, she's overweight, she's talkative. And I ended up driving her over an hour and a half away in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. I had to drive her. If you ever been from LA to Vegas, damn near literally on the way to Vegas, I had to drop her off. And not only that, I had to drive all the way back to get to my Airbnb just to get some sleep. And I was so upset and angry with Polight. Like, I wanted to just be like, yo, I can't do this. I can't drive more than 30 minutes away. Like, I and I didn't say nothing. I just kept it to myself. And so a few weeks, like a couple nights later, Polight hits me up. He's like, you got an old $50 bill. And I'm like, what the what is he? He's like, I know it's odd, but do you have an old $50 bill? And I'm like, nah, bro. Like, I can go in the store and check to maybe see if they have an old. That's like the weirdest request I've ever heard anyone ask me. So I go and I'm asking people like, nah, we just got new $50 bills. And I'm like, Polight, like they just got new $50 bills. And he's just like, all right, whatever, bring it. And I get in the car with Polight, and he's like, yo, you know that chick the other day? She catfished me. She showed me fake pictures. She pretended to be someone she's not. It was a mentorship. And I'm like, damn, bro, I thought you smashed her. He's like, nah, no way. She paid me for the mentorship. So I went and picked her up and da-da-da-da-da. And she was just talking. And I'm like, damn, like, he's like, bro, she drove me over. He's like, what? And he's like, yo, he's like, she left her wallet in my car. And she keeps calling me to get her wallet out of my car because she has her last $200. But it just so happens that my aunt asked me for some money, came in my car and went in the black wallet and took the wallet, thinking it was her dad's money, but ended up being the lady's money, right? So, and then Amanette comes a few days later and finds that woman's ID in Polight's car, and like, who is this chick? And Polight's like, I don't know who that is. Who is this chick? And so he was like, yo, Amanette was tripping on me. And so he's like, yo, I gotta get this chick out of my life. Like she's I don't know, she probably purposely left her wallet in my car. And she said she left the last $200, and I need to mail her wallet with the money back. But he's like, my aunt took the money and spent it. And he's like, I'm so fucking smart. I'm a genius. I know how much money was exactly there. So he's like, can you give me $100 bill? Can you give me a $50 bill? Can you give me a $5 bill? And I'm like, he's like, can you put in the wallet? And he's like, I'll pay you back later. But put in the wallet, and can you mail it overnight? And I'm like, he's like, I need to get this off me as soon as possible. And I'm like, all right. At that time, like, I'm already in too deep. So I had to give him my $155. I had to go to the post office, wait in line, pay $27 to have it overnight shipped it to her, so that Polight wouldn't have to trip no more, wouldn't have to worry. I did that shit, you know? Never paid me back. Never paid me back. All right. So now this was towards the end of my experience with him. And this is just whatever way I wrote it down. And I was waiting in the park because the car rental, I was sleeping in his car. And I at this point, I ran out of most of my money. I gave it most to Polight. And so the car had to get took and had to go on a run. I don't know what that meant. So I was out on the streets with my luggage. And I'm like, Polight, like this, like I need a place to stay. I need a place to stay. I'm in the park. And I've been in the park. He's like, yo, I'm gonna get somebody to get you a hotel room, and you're gonna be all right, it's be cool, and da 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 da. Just wait at the park. I literally, this was the second day in the row. I didn't even tell you about the day before. I waited in the park with all my luggage for like 7 hours, right? And I'm from Hawaii. LA was super cold. I'm sitting there and it's dark at night. I'm out there, I'm like, Polight, yo. He was texting me throughout the whole day, yo, within the next hour, I'm gonna get you. And I'm sitting there and it's cold and dark at night, and I got all my luggage with me. There was a manhunt, helicopters, police, all guns coming out in the park. I'm the only one with the park. The helicopters are coming and they're shining the light on me. The police are all coming. I'm the only one in the park, black dude in LA with all my shit. And I'm like, wow, like, I'm like, I can't even move, I can't even run. Like, I'm just like total suspect right now. The lights are on me. And I take a picture and show Polight, I send the picture like, yo, Polight, like, I need to get out of here. Like they're out there on a manhunt right now. It's like, well, if you didn't do anything wrong, you shouldn't be worried about it. You da 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 da. And I'm like, whoa, like he's texting, I'm sending him the video. And he's like, oh, you're just paranoid. You're just always paranoid because I smoke weed. So he just likes to take advantage of that and say I'm paranoid. And I'm like, nah, bro, I'm actually kind of keeping my cool as much as possible. So I need a place. I need a place now, man. Like, I've been waiting all day. I need a place now. I'm cold, bro. So I get a text later, and he's like, all right, confirmation. Show up to this hotel and you got it, it's already paid for you, right? I still have to pay for my own Uber there. So I just slowly, as the helicopters are looking at me, I'm like slowly walking towards the street, like fuck, like walking by cops are like shining their lights on me, and I'm like, you know, just like, and then I get my Uber. I go to the hotel room. So by the way, I'm paying for Nina's hotel rooms at the most expensive ones in Hollywood. I'm paying for hotel rooms over in Vegas. I'm paying for expensive hotels left and right. I'm thinking Polight, like in my mind, this was me being foolish, thinking like, yo, I'm at least get like a nice spot to stay for the night, like to sleep for the night. Nope, ended at some like kind of dirtbag like hotel, and I show up to the dude, and the one was like, did you purchase this? I'm like, nah, somebody else purchased it for me. And he's like, no, you have to show your ID, you have to show your credit, you have to be the purchaser
to check in. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, he was like, yep, that's the way we do it. And I'm thinking, damn, I'm almost breaking down. I call Polight. I'm like, yo, man, like, they said I had to be the purchaser of the ticket to check in the room. He's like, what? They never do. He's like, they never do that at the fancy hotels. And I'm thinking, why didn't you just get me a fucking room, like, at a hotel, like, you know, like, in my mind. And this was like the part, this was getting that close. So he's like, all right, well, go to this other hotel over on Sunset somewhere in West Hollywood, and it's gonna only cost you $80 a night. I'll pay you back. And I'm thinking, so I had to pay for an Uber there. I show up, dirtier, nastier hotel, like, than the one before. And I'm thinking, so I go and I check in, and it's an Indian couple, and they start disrespecting me. They start trying to steal my money. They overcharged me. I told them, and then they didn't even give me a receipt. I had to ask them. They just like were so rude to me. I go in the room. I look in the room. It literally looked like someone died in the room. It looked like it's 1970s. It was like some Jim Morrison hotel. That was the hotel where Jim Morrison said. It was old, and the room was dirty. And I broke down, man. I wanted to fucking die. I really wanted to kill myself. I wanted to die. I was like, why would this person fucking do this to me? Like, why? And why? Like, why would I? I'm alone. I'm broke, and I didn't give it all up. And this is what I get in return. And he's calling me paranoid. He's calling me, just chill out, bro. And so that's when I broke down, and I'm lucky I couldn't find something to really hang myself from, and I cried myself to sleep. And then I woke up the next morning, and I told Polight I couldn't do this. I gotta leave. So now, fast forward that, I'm driving his car around, backwards, and let me know when it hits, I'm driving his car around, and the battery kept dying. The car battery kept dying of the black GMC. And I had to keep getting it jumped. And he kept blaming it on me, like, you just running the battery dry. I'm like, dude, I'm barely using it. And one time his other mentee, we were sleeping in the car with me and his other mentee, who he owes over 50K to. We were sleeping in the car for weeks together, man. It was so uncomfortable. Like, it was uncomfortable because we had to always drive everyone around. So he gave his mentee money to go buy car jumper batteries to get the car jumped. Then he told the mentee to go return it for the money back. And I'm thinking, why, in my head, why would you do that when you know the car? Just have it. It's better to have it on you. And I constantly had to keep asking random people on the street, can you please give me a jump? And I had to keep doing it after that because I'm like, yo, can you get this car changed? Car battery changed. So one of the nights I had to keep getting the car battery changed. He invited me to the movies with his family. He's like, AJ, you want to come to the movies with my family? And I'm like, sure, bro. Like, cause he kept calling, you like family now. You like my little brother. You like family now. Like, you cool. He's like, even told me I was gonna invite you to stay with us so we can work on the crypto course. And I'm thinking, damn, in the back of my head, like, that would save me money and make me, and that's the Vegas trip. That's after the Texas trip. So I'm getting that over. So he asked me to go to the movies, but I got so exhausted from just running around and driving him around, not getting sleep, that it got late at night, and Polight was supposed to go to the movies, and I didn't know what time. And then Amanette called me, and I just was about to pass out. And I texted Amanette, and I'm like, yo, I can't make it. Can you tell Polight I can't make it? And I knocked out hard. And then I woke up to my phone. Polight's just furious, yelling at me. But Amanette, say you refuse to go to the movies, and you how dare you? I paid for your ticket, and And I'm thinking, fuck, like, and he's like screaming at me. He's like, did you talk to me? Did you call me? Did you call me? It's like, you call Amanette. And I'm thinking, bro, like, I'm sorry, like, like I was tired, bro. I thought you had, like I told you I haven't been. I thought you had to actually go to the movies to buy tickets. Like, and it was like, nah, bro, it's 2019. You can buy tickets online now. And I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Like, I haven't been in the movies. I don't ever go to the movies ever. Like, you know. He was like, all right, well, whatever. I'm not tripping. Like, whatever. It's all good. Da 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 da. And I'm like, all right, I apologize, bro. From now on, I'll talk to you directly if there's anything that goes on. And so I had, you know, had to deal with that. Now, when I get to LA, also when we went to Vegas, I had to pay for our hotel rooms to do the music studio with Nina. Somehow, some way, we come up with a hit record. I'm not gonna lie. Nina's not, I'm not just trying to like straight up disrespect her, but she's not that talented. She's pretty, and you know, but she's not that talented. So I'm in Mexico and they're just blowing up fireworks. But so Polight's writing her lyrics and kind of rehearsing. She's not a rapper, she's not a singer, she's not a dancer. But somehow she pulls it off when we get a hit record. Polight goes to a club one night. I drop all of him and his wives off. And I refused to go in the club because I didn't like the atmosphere. There's just too much homeless people everywhere. And I told Annette, there's just too much poverty for me to try to enjoy myself with all this wealth around. So Polight hands the CD, hands the record. People like it. Apparently, that's what he tells me. So the next day, Polight's like, yo, meet me here, meet me here. So I meet him there and he's like, yo, it's unbelievable, bro. I just signed a deal, $1.2 million with Sony for Nina. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's unbelievable. And he's like, I liked your vibe, bro. I liked your energy. Like, I liked having you around. And since this is what comes out of having you around, I want you to be part of this deal. We just got to shoot another song. We got to make two more music videos. And, you know what I'm saying? He's like, I'm going to give you 10%. I'm going to give you 120,000, you know, just for joining and being along and, you know, saying handling everything we need. And I'm like, wow, damn, 6 figures, like, you know, just for hanging out. And just, you know, it's my dream to be in the music industry and seeing this. And I'm like, whoa. So I'm just like caught up. And then a few days later, Polight's like, yo, you know what, like, we really grinding, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like your vibe, your energy. I'm gonna give you 15% or something. He's like, I'm gonna give you 150,000. You just rock with us. I may need a little investment. Like, I may need just a little bit, but it's nothing. It's nothing. Like, you're gonna make so much money back in return. She's like, I just need about $3,000. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, that's cool. Like, you know, in the back of my mind, we still haven't got the condo. We still haven't even looked at any condos. And I'm thinking, damn, like, I'm spending all this money, but like, I'm out here, I'm spending money to, like, will I have enough money for the condo? So I'm saying, like, let's not pass out on this opportunity. Let's not pass out on this opportunity. So I give him $3,000. And he's like, oh, we're gonna buy a strip club for the night. I'm gonna pay for the strip club. We're gonna shoot the music video, da 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 da. And I'm thinking, all right, like, cool, like, you know, for sure. Now, so, and then a couple weeks later, he's like, yo, da 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 da, we're doing big business, it's gonna be big, I need $2 more $1,000. So it's like $5 grand, that's it, $5 grand, and you're gonna make $150,000 back. And I'm thinking, I'm in too deep now at this point. So, and he's like, I'm gonna get you to $250,000. He told me this while I'm sitting. He's like, I'm gonna get you to $250,000. You know what I'm saying? 250,000, that's my goal for you. So in the back of my mind, it's like, yo, don't ruin this opportunity with your master teacher who's trying to get you to 250,000. You know what I'm saying? He's like, that money you started off with from your father's insurance, life insurance, you're gonna make back that twice and more in return. I'm thinking, damn, all right. So we hit that $5,000 budget. And I'm gonna tell you how we hit that $5,000 budget. But it just so happens he needed $2 more a couple weeks later, so $7,000 budget. Ended up being, I had to buy Nina's clothes, thousands of dollars worth of Nina's clothes. Every time Nina went out, literally every time Nina went out, she had to have a new outfit. Had to, and she spent hours buying it, and it kept pissing Polight off because he had kept having to miss events. And we show up to the event, and it's already over. And Nina's all dressed up. I'm not saying she's a slut, but she's dressed and slutty.
like literally dressing slutty, and I'm paying for the whole thing. It's like save your receipts. That's investing. Save your receipts. Save your receipts, right? And I'm paying for all her clothes, and her clothes are just piling up. Shoes, heels, this and that, and I didn't realize at the time I was paying for all the studio time. I didn't realize I was paying for the engineer. I didn't realize I was paying for Loaded Lux. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize I was paying for King Losis studio because Polight invited them to get a track with Nina, and I didn't realize. And then while at the studio, he would have me. He's like, "Yo, G, can you run to the ATM and withdraw as much as you can?" And I'm like, I can only pull out $500 like for a day. He's like, all right, pull that out. And he would have me go to downtown LA or someplace sketchy in the middle of the night because they're recording in the studio all night. And I have to, bums, fucking weirdos, drug addicts, I'm having to pull out $500 in cash by myself in the middle of the night, like in LA and Hollywood. Like, and I get back to this, I'm like, I can't do that, man. Like, I can't do that. Like, he's like, all right, G. Yeah, all right. So that was the whole, and apparently later, Nina didn't even know about that he was cutting me in on the deal. And there was an argument about him and her over the money, and then they got in an argument. Remember I told you he flipped out? They had an argument over who should have more camera time. I'm not joking. Like literally, like they were so high on their egotistical attention thing, they were fighting over who should have more camera time while the production of the music album. Like, and I'm thinking, I didn't say nothing. We still got some time?
It's 24 minutes.
24 minutes? All right, one last thing. I paid, one time Polight called me up, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, he already had the car, they took the car, and he called me up, and he's like, yo, G, you got a place I can stay. The hotel didn't work out for me and Nina. Can we stay at your Airbnb right now? And I'm thinking, fuck, like, I guess I could just like, kind of like clean up my room and let them stay and I'll sleep on the couch. And then I realized there was another extra room in the Airbnb, but the owners it was already late. And I'm thinking, damn, this is so disrespectful and such a risk, but I'm gonna have to take it because this is my master teacher. So I'm saying, yeah, bro, I got a place for you to stay. Tonight. So he comes in late at night with Nina. I say, hey, you can stay in this room. In the morning, I text the owner. I'm saying, hey, yo, like, I apologize. I know I shouldn't have done this, but my mentor, he needed a place. They were like, you what? Oh my God, you know, you should have got kicked out last night because someone was supposed to show up at the exact same time, but you're lucky that they didn't show up. They missed the flight. And I had to like, I paid for the room. I paid for it. I'm like, and then I'm telling like Polight, I'm getting low on money. Can you reimburse me? And then Polight's like, oh, you know, something about your trust needs to be upgraded. And I'm like, all right, just put it towards the trust, man. Like, you know, put it towards the trust. And so I paid for his room. I looked out for him. I took that risk just so he had a place to stay. And I'm thinking, he's like, oh, bro, you didn't have to do that. I could have found a place to stay. And I'm thinking like, well, then why would you call me if, you know what I'm saying? So I really, really looked out for him. And he kept saying I had to pay more money for the trust because he didn't realize how much money I was going to be making. So I had to keep paying more money to upgrade the trust because I'm going to be making so much more money. So that's all the time I got now, and so that's part 2. I got it, you know what I'm saying? That's part 2. Aloha, peace.
What up, YouTube? This is Crypto Roots, and apparently my videos have, you know, people have a lot of things to say about it. So first and foremost, I want to say I absolutely take full responsibility of my actions, and that's one of the first things I told Polight was like, I blame myself for trusting you. You know, I'm just mature enough and spiritually grown enough to understand that I made my own decisions, and I trusted him.
So, and the only reason I'm coming out, you know what I'm saying, is because it's not to really promote my channel or it really had nothing to do with that. It's just I have to warn other people who trust Polight the way I trust the Polight, and who just trust Polight with their money, whether it be a little bit or a lot of money. This is for them. Now, for people who are hating on me, people who are saying I'm stupid, I'm dumb, like those are thoughts that already were eating me alive. Like, how could you do this? Like, how? So to try to throw, it's already done. Like, you haven't even heard the full story yet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm already, you don't even know like what's happening. And so yeah, I made a mistake and I take full responsibility, and I've made different decisions, and you know what I'm saying? So, and I don't continue to, I'm not trying to milk this out whatsoever. There's just things I need to get off my chest, get off my mind, and then I'm done. Like, I'm back to the crypto, I'm back hustling, crypto grinding, and it is what it is. So now I just got a bunch of things. I can't sleep. Like, this shit is just is killing me. So whenever I was sending money to Polight, he was like, yo, send me a pic, send me proof, like send me a pic that you just sent it. So I'm always literally taking pics. Oh, by the way, all receipts, all receipts, all receipts. Just these alone, this one right here, I mean, literally, just Western Union, show them the Western Union. I'm not even the names, Western Union. All just endless amounts of receipts. I didn't even want to pull them out because it's windy up here. So I got bags and bags of everything I spent with Polight. And you know what I'm saying? I don't got time to show the names. I don't got time to show the amounts or the dates. It's all right here. Like, it's all right here. Western Union, you know what I'm saying? All there. Facts. And Polight's got all the texts because I sent this money to him. So with that being said, he's always having me to send him proof. But when it comes to him sending me checks, I can never get a picture. I can never, and then apparently that check got lost in the mail. That was the first check. It was for $2,000 for basketball tickets. I'm gonna get into that later. And I'm like, yo, man, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not coming up in the mail, da-da-da. Can you please get a tracking number for me? And he's like, all right, I'm gonna do that. And this is why I'm driving him and Almanet around. And, you know, so that was, I didn't piece everything together because I trusted this man. I really feel like he would not allow another man to drive and spend time around his family and not look out for him like a brother that he called me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying nothing that didn't happen. This is the absolute truth. So now the way now as far as allegations and as far as other people coming out, what Polight does is he switches in and out of personality modes. I come to find out this dude's a fucking sociopath. Like, I'll get into that later. Now, he has a certain aggression to him. I don't know if you've seen, and got this kind of like, and then he'll be like, oh, spiritual master. So whenever I mentioned something or let him like brought it up, he would be like, I already told you, G. I already told you. We already discussed it. And I'm like, I'm not quite sure. Like, I wouldn't be asking you if I was sure, because there's so many different things now. I'm balancing all these different things in these investments. And so I felt almost intimidated to confront him while I was with him. And he has this thing with, you've seen this video, I don't have any doubters around me. I don't surround myself with doubters. I don't surround myself with doubters. So this is, and I'm like, damn, man, like, I'm not trying to doubt you. Like, he would bring that up. Like, I don't even need you. I don't need you around me. Why, you know, you just, and I'm like, bro, I'm not trying, we had to talk, man. I'm like, I'm not trying to doubt you, bro, but like, I need something, like I need something. So not until later, I realized that that was a ploy to keep himself safe. It's by like letting people know I don't keep doubters around me. I don't keep people who doubt me, you know? So I felt at first like, damn, like, I'm not trying to doubt this dude. I'm not trying to second, you know what I'm saying? So that I felt was an intimidation technique to get me to kind of like back off, you know what I'm saying? Of asking him, where's my money? You know what I'm saying? So he trusted me because I never said anything and I minded my own business, so he started having more personal conversations around me and more personal things, and because I act like it didn't exist, I just shut up and drove. So during one of his conversations with someone, I'm not sure who it was, he's going back through his history about being in the Crips, being Crip Superior and the gangs, and he's still claiming Crip, like, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm sitting in the car like, this dude's still claiming Crip, like, and I guess, all right, like, I'm like, hasn't he grown through enough success and spiritually to like kind of like leave that all behind, you know? And he told me, oh, the only people I still love in life are gangbangers, but I can't surround myself with them. And I'm like, I get that. And then I hear him still claiming low, like, and I'm like, damn, like, why? I don't want to be surrounded or attached in any way to someone who's claiming any type of gang like affiliation whatsoever. Like whatsoever, whether he does it publicly or behind the scenes, I don't want nothing to do with it if he's still claiming Lope. Like, and that was like, fuck, that was like a big thing of thinking like, damn, nah, he's just still keeping it real. Like, he's just, you know, but Polight, and I'm thinking, yo, Polight's just got this nigga side every now and then, just behind camera. He's just got this nigga side that I guess, you know, he just doesn't really show on camera that much, or at all. Now, sorry, let me get a sip of water. Now, throughout this whole experience, me and Amanette started being cool. I was driving her around, she was pregnant, and I'm not gonna lie, I really felt a genuine connection, like friendship connection with Amanette. Like I felt that she cared for me. You know, and you know, so Amanette's texting me, Polight's texting me. It's on the regular now. And sometimes Polight's calling me from her phone. Sometimes she's calling my phone to get a hold of Polight. So I feel at this point, in some ways, it's safe enough to just kind of express myself to Amanette. And there were several times where I kind of hinted at me feeling uncomfortable, or they were about to go out to dinner, I had to drop off some money, and they could see that I'm really uncomfortable. They could see it was eating me alive. And Polight's like, yo, don't be bringing no stress around my wife. She's conceiving. Don't bring stress around my conceiving wife. He got aggressive, and then at first, and then he's like, yo, I'm just worried about my wife. I'm worried about the well-being of my child, and I just don't want her stressing. She cares about you, bro. She really cares about you, and I just don't want her stressing. So just don't bring any type of stress to Amanette about anything. You know what I'm saying? If you have something that's on your mind, ask me, come to me directly. So I said, all right, I apologize, bro. I totally respect that. I totally respect that. One day, I'm trying to pick up Polight. We got to drop Nina off at the airport. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to balance so much stuff. This dude's trying to balance so much stuff. And I got to pick up Nina. Amanette calls him. Oh, Amanette calls me. And like, where's Polight? And I told him, oh, Polight's with Nina. And then Polight finds out, he's like, why'd you tell her that? Why'd you tell her that? And I'm like, bro, what? I didn't know, like, I wasn't supposed to lie to your wife. He's like, no, I wasn't with Nina. And I'm thinking, like, yeah, you totally fucking are. And then, so I pick up Polight, and then Amanette calls him. And then she just starts yelling at Polight, like, over how he's spending more time with Nina at the On Das hotels that I was paying for. And so this dude loses his fucking shit on Amanette. I kid you not, because I got out of the car, we had to pull into the gas station, I had to get out of the car, and you could hear, he just, no, like a child, like having a tantrum, like, no, that's not true, like, no, like screaming at him. I'm thinking, whoa, I don't think he know I heard, but it's the whole gas station I'm paying. I heard that shit, I'm like, wow. Like, I was shocked, like he was screaming at Amanette like that. And I get back in the car, and I say nothing. Say nothing, act like nothing happened. So I'm thinking, why would you tell me not to I'm barely making small comments about like not feeling, you know, and he's yelling at his conceiving wife, screaming. So that was like, whoa, totally came out of nowhere, caught me off guard. There was another time where Polight was trying to purchase basketball tickets, and for some reason he bought tickets, but it didn't work out, couldn't confirm, refund. So he's on the phone with the customer service people, loses his shit. Fuck you, god damn it, he just screams because apparently he lost out on $5,000 just within that moment of him purchasing tickets or something like that, and couldn't get refunded. And so I'm seeing this man like several times absolutely berserk lose his shit. And I'm thinking, damn, like I've kind of grown out of that stage in my life. Like I've kind of grown out of really kind of like losing my shit on people, you know what I'm saying? Spiritually, I kind of, you know, and to see my spiritual master totally like not totally lose his shit. And I wouldn't say all the time, because he either says very little when he's angry, or he just goes off, like, oh, and that's rare, like, you know, and I saw it like 3 or 4 different times. And it happened to me 3 different times. So, now, let me get into it. Now, here's the thing. When I met, I reunited with my ex-girlfriend out in LA. It's been 10 years since we saw each other. I hit her up, and we still miss each other. We still love each other. We started hanging out. And then I told her about Brother Polight, and because I was about real estate and everything. And then I showed her, she was like, wow, like, oh, wow, cool, like. And then I told her, like, yo, Polight's kind of doing me dirty right now. He's kind of doing me dirty. He's not really paying me. And I'm just stressed out. I have to drive everywhere. And then he's, like, angry at me. And I'm showing her the texts. And then it just so happens that Polight calls me when I'm with her and then starts going on the phone and asking me and talking to me about things. And I'm like, hang up the phone. I'm like, tell her, like, yo, what's up? And she literally asked me, yo, you think he likes you? He kind of sounds like he actually like likes you, like more than just like. And I'm like, no way, bro. He's got like 3 wives, no way. She was just like, all right, I guess, you know. And I was like, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like, damn, I'm kind of feeling like the submissive person in this whole situation. So I had to. Money issues got tight and things, so I had to hit up my ex in Maui, because I still have good relationships with my ex-girlfriends. And so I hit her up, and I let her know what was going on, and, you know, Brother Polight, and I'm out, and, you know, I'm at LA, and she's like, oh, I missed you, I hope you're doing well. And I let her know what was going on. She was like, what you gave? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, you know, I'm working on getting the trust and purchasing the condo. And I told her like what was happening and how Polight was like going off and yelling at me and then apologizing, being nice. And she asked me, like, he sounds like he likes you, like actually like really likes you. And I'm like, you're the second woman that said that. I'm like, nah, no way, right? So ended up, fast forward, I go to and this is later. So I go to Mexico. I meet my current girl, and I'm telling her she was going through a hard time, and that's how we met. And I went through a hard time. We're just like, you know, open up our hearts to each other. And then I told her about Brother Polight, and then I told him what I was going through. And the first thing she said is like, it sounds like he's breadcrumbing you. And I was like, what's breadcrumbing? And she was like, oh, it's like when ex-boyfriends like try to stay in touch with their ex-girlfriends, or just check in, or just give enough to pull them in, to make sure that they're still around, that they're still there. And I'm like, fuck, like, because I tried to give up. I tried to disconnect myself with Polight after I wanted the hotel room where I felt like I wanted to die. And he kept getting angry at me, apologizing. It's all good, G. And while I was hanging out with him, he kept saying, I don't hang around with dudes. I don't hang around with dudes. I don't hang around with dudes. But I like hanging out with you, bro. Like, I like hanging out with you. Like, you're into different things I'm into that other people just aren't into. And he's just like telling me about the problems with his wives, and just like how, and then he told me about Victoria, and he was just like, she was giving me so much trouble. He was telling me about like, and I was just like, damn. He's like, yeah, I gotta I'm breaking up with, he's like, it's crazy because as I'm ready to break up with another woman, you come in. And I'm thinking, he's like, man, he's like, I'm not gonna fight it or what the universe, but there's a reason you came into my life, you know? And I'm just sitting there just like humble, like just, or whatever, just I appreciate it. And so he would constantly tell me, like, I don't hang around with dudes. And when he got angry at me and I would like try to speak up, he'd be like, bruh, that I ain't homosexual. And you texting me too much. And he would bring, and then after I left to Mexico, he was just like, I want my money back, Polight, da da da. Oh, you acting emotional. You acting emotional, bro. You acting emotional. And I'm like, bro, I want my money. I'm confused. Like, oh, and I'm like, how's being confused emotion? Oh, it's an emotion. So he kept saying I'm an emotional, bro. And he's like, I did your natal, like he did my astrology and shit, and he's just like, you're emotional. Or he would call me acting homosexual by trying to confront him and trying to talk and trying to fight back. And I'm thinking, it got so bad. I'm thinking in my head, like, why would you stay in touch with someone? Because he's still hitting me up. He still wants to do business. Like, I haven't talked about the condo yet and how that shit went down. I haven't talked about the crypto course yet. You know what I'm saying? That's still a whole nother thing. So this is after I'm in Mexico. I'm trying to get my money back. I'm texting Polight, and there's a difference. Like, he could have just ignored my calls and just been, but he actually would call me and promise me money, check me in, and say, all right, you all right, G. And you know, I'm just like, when I'm ready to give up, when I'm ready to die, he still gives me hope. Like, I'm about to get my money back. Like, oh, it's all, I got another check on the way, and he'll present another opportunity. So we'll get into the crypto course later. So that got me so angry. He would hint that I'm being homosexual or trying to be homosexual to him, and I had to beat him every time. I had to beat him, like literally, no homo. Polight, I want my money back. I want to leave you alone. I don't want to talk with you. I just want to cut ties with you peacefully. I said I don't want to fight, bro. I don't want to fight. I just want to cut ties. I just want my bread back. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a great experience. This mentorship really was a very devastating experience. I didn't learn much. I have no proof of anything, and so I had to beat him to the punch so much that Polight was like, yo, I ain't on that kind of vibe with you no more, G. Because I kept saying no homo, and I paused after everything. And I haven't told you about the Texas trip. So I haven't told you about the condo experience, what that happened. I haven't told you about the crypto course and how that all went down, the real shit behind that. And I haven't told you about the Texas trip. But 3 different women asked me personally, asked me sincerely, do you think Polight is actually into you? And I got to a point where I'm like, even he may not know that. He may not even know that he's that, but he's actually telling me and you know, calling me, checking in on me, trying to promise me to send me money, and you know what I'm saying, keep saying no homo. And I had at this point, I'm like, yo, if you got to play a bitch role, play a bitch role. And I got angry. I'm like, you know, fuck Polight. I'll just submit. And he's like, submit. And I'm like, fuck, this dude is on a whole nother level. He's treating me like a female. He's treating me like one of his wives or something, but less than his wife because I'm a man. But still telling me about all the problems he's dealing with his wives, personally alone. Sorry, man. I'm con mouth. I smoke a little weed. All right. All right, so 1 second. This shit's deep, yo. So, the condo thing. Now, like I said, I came out to LA because he said buy a condo. Fast forward through everything. Ra'et's bugging him about the condo because she's supposed to be my co-signer. And he's like, Ra'et, don't worry about it. Ra'et makes 10K a month. As long as they see that, you're good. I was like, I don't have work history, bro. Like, I don't have the bank statements to back that up. Like, and he's like, oh, Ra'et has that. She has that. And come to find out, he's like, we're gonna lease an apartment. I had to go and find out that, he's like, yo, see how much they cost for a lease? He mentioned nothing about a lease. I'm like, wow, like, if I would have known, if he said, yo, would you like to lease an apartment in LA? I probably would have said, no, I'm good. I'd rather go to Asia or do my thing. But the fact that he said buy a condo, I'm thinking trust, like actually own my first real estate property and like make money, you know what I'm saying? That's the motivation. But now I come to find out where I actually have to go and look at the condos by myself at first, because he said he would come along with me, that we're leasing. He wants it to lease. And then he's like, all right, figure out how much the lease is. So at this point, I'm gonna lease the shit, because it's like you can make bread. I've been leasing this and I've been leasing that nonstop. This is what I do. So come to find out that I'll be leasing the apartment. So we checked several different luxury condos out, and he shows me the apartment where he used to live to with him and his wives, back when Ashley was in the picture. And then Nina's checking out a spot. I'm thinking Nina's about to get a spot, and because she's checking out a room for her, I'm thinking like, damn, he's about to have Nina and me live out in LA, and we're gonna do business and work, music, and do shit together. Now, he didn't know anything about crypto. He knew nothing. I mentioned nothing about cryptocurrency to this dude. He knew, and he even said, the only reason I like having you around is because you have you have no ulterior motives. I can see that you actually are who you say you are. Everybody who wants to try to deal with me is always trying to promote something, or wants me to like approve something, or you know what I'm saying, or trying to get some sort of money out of me that they don't deserve. And he's like, so that's why I feel you're a genuine guy, and I actually like having you around. So we go check out. So me and Nina go look at the condos one day. He's sitting there just doing his thing, and I'm just kind of like waiting, him and Nina, and I'm like, yo, Polight, like, if I don't know how much you know about cryptocurrency, but I know how to monetize my laptop 5 different ways just from being on. And he was like, you what? And I was like, yeah, I do. And you know, and then I told him how, and he was like, whoa, he was just like blown away. And then I was telling him, as I'm filling out the application, the lease application, I'm telling him about cryptocurrency and crypto kitties, and telling him virtual real estate, and he was just like, wow, gee, like blown away. He's like, I knew something like that was around the corner. And so the story gets thicker is because I ended up paying $500 for a deposit for that application fee. I was Raet was the primary. I was the co-signer. Now, the whole purpose of me getting the property was to rent it out through Airbnbs, and she was going to be the property manager. I come to find out through his daughter, accidentally, that they were going to live in the condo. I found out, so when I met Polight, he didn't want to tell me or show me where he lived. And he kept saying, oh, I bought my wife a house. I'm thinking Polight's got a big house. I've seen his houses on the live streams. I'm thinking like, okay, I respect that. He doesn't want another man around his wives, or I get it. And I come to find out, after us being cool, they're living in some just average hotel, like in Beverly Hills. It's nothing fancy, nothing. It's just the average ass hotel, and about him and all his wives and family. And I'm thinking, oh yeah, I mean, you know, who knows what this guy's, he's busy, he's traveling, it's nothing. But I remember his wife, he said his wives want you over for dinner. He's like, my wives want you over for dinner, or something like that, and whatever, right? But he didn't want to show me or tell me where he lived. He's like, no, we don't do that. We don't invite, like, he's telling me I'm his brother, but he's also telling his wives are like, just have McCoy come over, just help him out, just have McCoy, like, you know. And he's like, no, we don't do that, we don't do that. Yo, meet me on the corner here, meet me on the corner there. And it's just so obvious, like I could see where they're coming out from. So I come to find out that my aunt, Victoria, was gonna give my aunt like a dog, or her dog, or something like that. And my aunt couldn't have a dog in the hotel, so she's like, I can't, as soon as we get into, I'm playing soccer with my aunt, and she's like, as soon as we get into a new place, my dad said I can have a dog. And I remember going into the hotel with him and his family. It was the second time, and they were like, yo, can we get pet friendly? Can we make sure it's pet friendly? And he's like, yeah, baby girl, I'll make sure that's pet friendly. And I'm filling out the application, I'm paying and I come to find out, like, my heart just dropped, like, yo, like, are they seriously about to move into the condo that I'm supposed to rent out. So fast forward, I get denied because they're like the legacy. They were like, yo, where's your paperwork? Where's your employment history? Where's your bank statements? Like, oh, I make money from cryptocurrency. I'm a software developer. I'm a freelance. I kind of do my own thing. And they're just like, no, we need to see official proof. And I'm with Polight dropping them off, and I'm like, yo, Polight, they're hitting me up, like, and saying I need proof. It's like, bro, you don't need proof. Like, I never had a job. Like, I don't have fucking jobs. I don't have that bank statements. Like, you know, once they see Ra'et's, like, you know, they're gonna be fine. Just tell them you're a cryptocurrency dude. Tell them you're a software developer, and you'll be good. Right? I'm thinking, like, this dude knows about real estate. This dude's got condos. This dude, you know what I'm saying, must know what he's talking about. I got denied. We got denied for the condo because of my lack of paperwork. Right? He told me that I would get approved because of his wife. Now, I want my check back. They email me, yo, we have your $500 refund check. They're like, send us the address and we'll refund you the check. So I sent them my Hawaii address. And come to 2-3 weeks later, I wait a month or two later, and then I come to find out they're like, yo, we sent the address to Jessica Casey, which is Ra'et. That's her name. That's her real name, Jessica Casey, Ra'et. And I'm thinking, I come later find out, like, yo, did this fool just steal more of my money? Like, did they just? And then I hit up Polight, because this is all chronological. So many things are happening. Hit up Polight. I'm like angry. Like, did you steal my check? Like, that I paid for, that you told me that I would get approved, that I got denied, and now you're taking my check. Nah, G, I would never. Here, I'm gonna get Ra'et on the phone right now. And he calls Ra'et, and they were like, yo, I don't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? I know nothing about that. How much time we got?
It's 27 minutes.
All right. I know nothing about that. And so he's like, I'm gonna send Ra'et to go get it done. And every time he told me he got it done, I hit up the legacy, and they're like, no, we haven't got it done. We haven't received anything. This is what you need to do. So it finds out both of our names on the check. So she can't deposit it, and I can't deposit it. And I'm thinking, yo, just deposit it, Ra'et, and then cash out me the money back. And she's like, all right, Polight. She's like, all right, no, we'll get it done, bro. I'll get it done, G. Fast forward later, he confirmed that he got it done. Confirmed it. I said, yo, I'm gonna hit him up later. They hit me up and said, we told you for the third time we haven't received anything from them. And I absolutely lose my shit on Polight. So that's one. I'm gonna try to squeeze this in. Now, if you look through his Instagram, Nina Ra'et, he went to a Floyd Mayweather party in Hollywood. Now, what really fucking kills me inside is that I paid for his clothes for that night. He said it's an investment because the bank, he's like, yo, that's an investment. So he had me go to Rodeo Drive. He had me pay for the polo shirt. Look at that polo shirt. He had me, I picked him up, and we drove him to the Beverly Center. He got out, we went to the Tommy Hilfiger store. He's like, yo, when you're famous, you don't, the more you make, the less you pay. And he's like, I chose all my clothes from my phone, and he had people pick them out, it's all ready to go. He's like, but he's like, yo, use your debit card, that's an investment. And then, so I'm with Polight down the Beverly Center, and he's giving me the spiel about how being a celebrity in Hollywood is, and how he's like, he's almost a grade A celebrity, and he gets paid to get those photo shoots of him in Louis Vuitton, and you know what I'm saying? And I'm paying, and then we go to the Louis Vuitton store, and I buy him Louis Vuitton sandals, and he's like, save your receipts, G, all that. And in my heart, like, I would never ever pay for this shit. Like, I would never pay for this shit. Like, I would never pay for this shit. And so fast forward, I drive him and his family to the hotel. I mean, to the Floyd Mayweather party. And as I get out, he's all dressed in his nice clothes. I drop the girls off, the women off, and I make sure shit started getting. So I pulled out cash for me to save, because I'm like, yo, this is getting rough, bro. You need to start saving something for yourself, bro. You need it, because this, like, I'm ready to, like, you know, call it quits. So I stash money on the side. And I'm like, yo, like, if my bank account's draining, like, this dude says he got me, nothing's showing up. And I get out the car and he's got the white BMW, and he's like, yo G, you got some cash on you? You got some cash on you? And I'm like, out in front of everyone, I have to open the door. I'm like, fuck, and it killed me because I went against my own judgment. And everybody's like right there, and I go and open my suitcase. I have to go dig, and I dig, and I pull out my cash that I saved for myself, man. And I handed it to Polight, man. It's like $300 or $400, and he hands it to the valet driver to park his car, and then heads into the club. I drive down the street. I ended up falling asleep in the car. He calls me like an hour and a half later. He's like, all right, G, we done. Come pick my wives up. And I'm thinking, damn, it was like only an hour. Like, I paid for his clothes. I went to Rodeo Drive. I went to the Beverly Center, the Louis Vuitton store. Like, I spent, I don't even know how much, like couple G, like $1,500 to $2,000 or something like that. And I had to drop him off within an hour. And I come to see his photos, and I'm like, yo, like, I paid for all that shit that he's wearing, you know? And he's taking pictures with Floyd, and he told me he's getting paid to have Ralph Lauren and Louis Vuitton. He told me that he got money from Louis Vuitton while he was broke a few years ago, and he came back up in the game, and you know what I'm saying? And he also called me. So when we started the mentorship, he's like, I know what it is to have your money dwindle away. It happened to me 3 or 4 times. I'm gonna make sure that never happens to you. That is part 3, man. That's part 3.
Aloha YouTube, this is Crypto Roots, and I'm still in the process of getting all this off my mind, so I can live more at peace with myself. So I'm just putting it out there because I felt like my trust was betrayed. I got taken advantage of it. I got manipulated, and at the end of the day, I still blame myself for trusting someone and taking it that far, taking my trust where I went against my own better judgment. Now, back to it. So, he was having me Cash App, also Western Union, Walmart to Walmart, MoneyGram, and Cash App. And I didn't know how to use it. He's like, yo, just download it on your phone, send your Cash App. So I was sending Cash Apps. I didn't know who these people were, but it was Jessica Casey, which was Raet, and then it was Nina. And then it was some other person, a dude who I wasn't sure yet. I mean, I didn't know who, but he was telling me send money. So I'm sending $1,000 here, $5,000 here, $2,000 there. This is while I'm paying for all the tax liens. This is how I got the money to him from Hawaii, was through all these Cash Apps. Oh man, I didn't write it. So, and he was also having me Apple Money Pay. God, man. Anyways, he kept telling me to send $1,000 to some. I'm not gonna say his name, but yo, send $1,000 to this dude. Send $1,000 to this dude. Cash App or Apple Pay. And he's like, it's part of the investment. He's like, I already gave up my bread, bro. I already gave him my bread. Now, you know what I'm saying? You know, so I'm like $1,000 here, okay, $1,000 there. And of course, this is all for the tax liens, hotels, and everything. And come to find out later, those $1,000 were for the BMW rental car, the IA. I didn't even know until way after that cost $1,000 a day. It didn't click. And the guy, after I went to Mexico, I hit up the one dude who was looking out for me after I broke down. Was the dude he was renting the cars from, and he was the only one to really like have my back and be like, yo, this is not the first time this happens to people who've done Polight like that. He said it happened to his boy Yada. He said Polight got his boy Yada arrested over these rental cars because Yada paid Polight the money, but Polight didn't pay the guy he rent the cars from. So the guy he got rent the car from ended up calling the police and got Yada arrested. Find out later that Yada paid Polight. So I'm thinking, whoa, like Polight just did his boy, like, wow, like I'm in deep now, like I got scammed, and this is shocking, like shocking. So I had to get that out of the way. So
one time, Polight was like, yo, Cash App Nina, $300 right now. And I'm like, he's like, come on, G, you know, da-da-da-da-da. Already gave up the bread. So I Cash App Nina, and then he's like, yo, I sent the money. I'm like, yo, I just sent the money. He's like, Nina hasn't got the money. And I'm like, yo, I sent the money. He's like, when we're kind of like going back and forth, and I'm like, yo, like, what's her Cash App? Tell me Nina's Cash App. And Nina sent me, and it was like, it was 1A off. Nina had left her phone in Vegas, and she got a new phone in LA, and ended up making the same Cash App, but added extra A to her name for Nina, like Nina, and didn't tell Polight, didn't tell nobody. So I sent $300 to her old Cash App, and Cash App is irreversible. Like I had to call my bank and everything, like, nope, it's done. And I'm called Polight. Polight's like, what? And he got upset with like Nina and just like da-da-da. And I'm like, yo, Polight, I can't just like waste $300 like that, like off the he's like, no, you didn't. He's like, her phone is at the office, at the Luxor, and let me get some water. At the Luxor, and she's still gonna get a hold of it, and don't worry about it, G. It's part of the investment. It's part of the music budget. So you'll don't worry, you'll get that back. And never got it back to this day. So I had to get that out of the way. That there's this $300 Cash App to Nina that just like that just disappeared, burned $300. And also randomly he was like, yo, I need you to purchase a ticket. I need you to purchase a plane ticket for Nina's mom. And I'm like, what for? He's like, I'm going for the 1.2 million. I'm going for it. And I just want to bring Nina's mom out here to see what she's doing, and see, you know what I'm saying, meet her, introduce her. Can you buy the ticket today for overnight? And I'm like, he's like, come on, G, I'm pushing. You about to get 150,000, you know what I'm saying? He's like, it's nothing. I'm like, this is like over the budget. And you know what I'm saying? And he's just like, G, I need you to get this done. And so I bought Nina's mom's plane ticket. And yeah, Nina's mom comes out literally the next day. I'm having to pick her up, having to drive them around and whatnot. So yeah, had to pay for Nina's mom's plane ticket overnight on the fly, right when Polight asked. And he was like, he would say that I'm going for it now. I'm going for it. He would just go in and out of going for the 1.2 million deal, and just like randomly kind of like enforce it when he needed me to pay for shit. And another thing that threw me off, and when I first met him, and he told me about the Nina deal, stepping away, and I overheard a conversation. And that's where I met his other mentee, and who we started sleeping in the car, and like I thought that was his bodyguard and everything. I don't know what was going on. And I'm like, oh, so you're the dude I've been sending money to. He's like, oh, you're the dude I've been getting money from. I'm like, so we're like, oh, what's up, brother? And we kicked it, we hit it off right away, and we're still cool. And yeah, Polight did him real dirty too. So you may hear his story from himself. Now, I overheard Polight saying that he paid for Victoria's breast. He's paid $6,000 for Victoria's breast implants. Overheard him. I couldn't even believe what I heard, and I refused to even believe it. I'm thinking like, I just like totally like, it's like almost a religion. Like I chose not to believe that was right there, right in front of my face, because I chose to, I don't know. And so that threw me off. Like, I'm just not in that world of paying for. I was like, damn, you can't get more any superficial or LA or Hollywood than that shit. And he overheard him say he paid $6,000 for Victoria's breast. And I'm like, damn. Like, so that shit kind of just stuck in the back of my mind. Also, he lied to me about paying realtor fees. He was like, yo, G, out of nowhere, yo, G, I need you to send $500 to this person on Cash App. I need you to cash out $500 to my real estate agent for doing all the work and looking at all the different condos. And come to find out later, it was his older daughter that I sent the money to. Now, let's get into that. I think her name is Tazani. I don't know how to spell her name. I've seen her a few times. On back, on those old videos. And so one day he's like, yo, G, can you pick me up? I pick him up, drive him around. He's like, go here, go there, go here, send me the address, go here. So we pull up to this restaurant, and we're sitting outside for a while. And, you know, it's just silence in the car. Polight's not talking. He's not, I just know, get the vibe like he's just not in a talking mood right now. And he knows I never even try to initiate conversations. So that's why he keeps me around, or kept me around. So the car opens, and this woman comes in the car, and I'm like, oh, okay, that must be his older daughter. And then immediately she just starts fucking yapping, talking, like I'm like, whoa, like this energy just totally switched up in this car. And so we're like driving away, and she's just nonstop gossiping and talking. Polight's just like silent. And I'm silent, and she's nonstop fucking talking. And I'm thinking, wow, this is awkward. This is awkward. And so I drive apparently to her apartment, park outside. She goes upstairs, and she comes back down, and she is dressed in some she's dressed like she's about to go on a date. High heels, all tight shit, and ready to go out. Like, and I didn't realize what I guess this is they want to go out on it. And so I was just thinking, like, wow, like, why would you dress like that to go out with your dad? Like, in the back of my head, I never said nothing, you know? And immediately I got the vibe. So, and then she switched up. She was like, da-da-da-da, and brought up money to Polight. And then Polight's like, let's not talk about that right now. I already told you the deal. And then she's like, so what? Like, I already brought it up. Let's talk about it. And then she just went off. Like, you told me about this, and you said you're gonna give me this kind of money, and da 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 da. She starts flipping on Polight, and Polight's like, I don't know how you don't realize how disrespectful you sound right now. And she's just like rude to him. And then I was like, whoa, like this is awkward. Like this is a really awkward car ride right now. And she was like talking to Polight as if he was a boyfriend, like as if he was a boyfriend or ex-boyfriend or something. Like the vibe did not at all seem like father and daughter. And I'm not trying to gossip. I'm not trying to bring up. Somebody else told me this too that stayed with Polight. You know, like, what'd you think about that? How'd you think about it? Were you around that? And I'm like, yeah. Just like, what kind of vibe did you get? And I'm like, that was a little bit more than a little father and daughter. Like that seemed like actual like some like just way more than father and daughter. You know, especially the way she was dressed and the way she was talking to him, and just, you know, and just really obviously going off and disrespecting him in front of his mentee. So that was awkward. That was awkward. Now, let me get into the crypto course and how that all come about. And like I said, I brought up cryptocurrency to Polight, out of nowhere, and started spitting game. And he was like, yo, G, like, we can make some bread. Like, we can make some money off this. Like, we can make some money off this. Like, I'm gonna shoot a course. And I'm like, yo, like, yeah, no, you know. And he's like, yo, just follow my lead. I'm gonna show you how to make bread. You know what I'm saying? I'll hustle courses. You already know that. And just follow my lead. I'm gonna do promotions. I'm gonna do the whole spiel already. And then I'm like, he's like, yo, we're gonna do some live streams. You ready to do live streams? And I'm like, yeah, like, I'm built for this. This is in me. It's not on me. It's in me. I know crypto. You know what I'm saying? So I was ready. Like, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't trying to show off, but that's when Polight put me on the live streams, and I just spit in game. And then Polight was like, whoa, like, based on the feedback people were getting, like, he was like, yo, you kind of good. Like, you actually kind of comfortable. Like, you can actually explain. You know, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you actually kind of good at teaching this. And so he put me on another live stream, and, you know, I just kept spitting crypto game. And so, and he was like, yo, we about to do this course. And that's when we did, we shot that video in the park with the BMW I rented, didn't even fucking know. And yeah, then he's like, yo, one night he's like, yo, I already set up pre-sales for the crypto course. Look how much money I made within the last hour or two. and it was about $600 to almost like $1,000-something within like just him out 3 hours of him posting it. People already paid for the pre tickets for the crypto course, and I'm like, wow, it's like that. He's like, yo, so we're gonna open up a bank account together, and I'll be able to get you sales from that crypto course from the bank account, like a joint account we open up together. You know what I'm saying? Is the camera straight?
Yes.
All right. So I'm just down. I'm driving him. I'm following his lead. I'm following his lead. Sorry, I got eye problems. I got all types of health problems right now. That's why I got to get this out. And so, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. Like, what ended up happening? I'm kid you not. I'm not lying. I swear I would not lie. Brother Polight played basketball every single day. Every single day. And I was sleeping in the car for like over a month and a half. While sleeping in the car, sleeping in the park, literally living in the car, driving him, you know, he's playing basketball from like morning till night. Basketball. And the whole time I was ready to do the course. The whole time I'm ready to spit crypto game. The whole time I'm just there. And that's when the car battery thing started kind of happening. And I was like, yo, Polight, can you get this car battery changed? Can you get this car battery changed? He's like, why are you worried about the car battery right now? You should be worried about getting the crypto course. And I'm like, you like throw it, you know, like totally trying to like just check me out of nowhere. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, you know, we need to, we're gonna open up a bank account today and da 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 da. And I'm like, all right, cool. Like I'm down. I'm ready. Nothing. Polight ends up playing just basketball all day. And I play soccer. So I was playing soccer on my own, just playing and then teaching my soccer, maybe kicking the ball with Aminette, my aunt. He was just like cool watching me and his wives and daughter play while he played basketball. And sometimes Ed would sit there and watch him play basketball. And it was just kind of like family vibes outdoors. And I didn't want to pressure Polight about my money, about my investments, about because he was just quote unquote in recreation mode, and I wanted to be cool, and I didn't want to bring business into his recreation mode. But I'm stink, you know what I'm saying? Like I need showers, like I need some more money. I got a bit Airbnb, and I'm living out his car. But I didn't say nothing to him while he was playing basketball all day, every day. Now, one time I decided to be in a playful. I was in a playful mood, and I decided to just kind of go out of my shell, just to kind of get over things for a bit, and then joke around about playing basketball with Polight. Like, yo, Polight, pass me the ball. Like, can I play? Can I play? Just trying to be like a playful little bro, you know? And it's just like, all right, yeah, G, you can play. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know, like, so I ended up playing a pickup game, and Polight's on the other team, and I'm like, nah, I want to be on the same team with Polight. Like, in fact, I'm a guard Polight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm gonna just have fun going against him in basketball. And I'm terrible. I'm not a good basketball player, and nor did I claim to be, or nor was I trying. You know what I'm saying? And I was doing the best I can. And there was a dude on the court who started yelling at me, who was on my team, screaming and just cursing at me like this motherfucker doesn't know how to play. He's like, wait, he just started screaming, and I knew it was over the top because we're around kids. There's like a children's playground literally right next door, and he's screaming to the top of my lungs, calling me a dumb motherfucker and da 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 da, and screaming at me. And this dude sucks at basketball as well, and like, you know, this dude has no one to be talking. And I realized like this dude is getting kind of emotional, and this dude he's got some other shit, and he's trying to blame me for it. So I chose not to participate in his anger towards me. So I ended up finishing the game. I felt like walking away and just, you know, but I finished the game, and then I walk away. I'm like, you know, it was a huge mistake for even trying to play basketball. You know, you got ghetto ass niggas coming to Beverly Hills trying to play basketball, street ball, and I just really regretted it. And then I'm walking by after I use the restroom. Polight's like, come back on the court, come back. I'm like, nah, bro. He's like, come on. I'm like, nah, G, nah. And he was just like, all right, whatever, you know. And that was that. Until a day or two later, while I'm sitting in the park. This is before the manhunt. This is the night before, where I'm sitting in the park for 7 hours. Polight says he's gonna help me get a room from one of his Airbnbs. Finally, I gotta pay him $250. I get the room for a week. He's like, yo, we're gonna shoot the crypto course. Let me get you this room, and then we're gonna fly out to Miami. I want you to come with me to Miami. I got a house out there. You're gonna be good, bro. I understand your value. I understand what you have to bring to the table. I want you around. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make bread together. You know. And then so that night nothing came through. He said either tonight or tomorrow one of my guests will check out and you can come in. I'm sitting in the park cold, chilling at night, and I'm like, I'm not sure this dude's gonna call me back. I'm not sure, you know what I'm saying? I said maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. And I texted Amanette and I said I didn't want to bring stress to her. Like he told me I don't want to bring, and I'm thinking I don't want to bug Polight. He already knows, like that. So I texted him and said, yo, it's kind of getting chilly here. I just said it's kind of getting chilly out here. That's all I texted Polight. I ended up getting an Airbnb in a tent that night. Yeah, I was the only one out, you know. So I got Airbnb in a tent for like $25 a night, and then I wake up like, damn. At least I didn't stress Polight out. Da 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 da. I called Polight like, yo, can I still get that room? He's just like, nah, I don't know about you anymore, G. I don't feel comfortable putting money in you. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, he's like, he's like, nah, I don't know about you no more, G. And I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? You tripping, bro? He's like, what do you mean I'm tripping? And I'm like, bro, he's like, and I'm like, you tripping, Polight? Like, calm down. He's like, I ain't tripping. Why you acting disrespectful? You acting disrespectful, like, through texts. And then he calls me, starts going off, yelling at me about how I texted Amanette and I didn't call him. And he's like, I had my daughter, my older daughter, I called her to ask her if you could stay at her place. You should have just called me. The guest checked out an hour after, because I told Polight, yo, can you bring my luggage, bro? So Polight brought my luggage and just didn't even look at me in the eye, really. Just brought my luggage and dropped it off and went back to his hotel. And I saw him there, just like, let me get an Airbnb, Polight. And then the next morning he's flipping out on me on the phone because I said he's tripping. I'm calling him disrespectful, and he's like, damn near, I'm like, I'm in fear of this dude, like, you know what I'm saying, on the phone. And I just have to shut up and say, yes, Polight. Yes, Polight, I was wrong. Yes, Polight, I was wrong. I apologize. Yes, Polight, I was wrong. And he brought up the fact that I didn't go and play basketball. He brought up the fact that I didn't go and play basketball after that dude confronted me. And he said, he's like, my dad would have beat my ass. My father would have beat my ass if he saw me ever walk away from like a fight like that. If he ever saw me walk away like a bitch like that, you know, you should have went back on the court and you should have got in his face and you should have talked shit and you should have been on his ass. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, like, it wasn't even worth it. Like, it's not worth it. He's like, it don't matter. You don't know what it is to have a real man in your life. You probably never had your father in your life. You don't know what it is to have children. You're just a single man and you don't really know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, all right, G, like, my bad, you know. And I even texted him and joked around like 2 days later, like, yo, I'm gonna take some boxing lessons with you and my aunt. Like, I'm not gonna let that shit happen, man. I apologize. You know, next time I'm just gonna, like, you know, fight somebody, like, you know, just to like try to, like, you know, whatever, make the situation feel better. So the crypto course, by the way. So now I was on a tangent. Now, never hits me up. So I freak out about everything, and I say, Polight, I gotta end with you. Everything we doing is done, no more. Right? And then so I bought Bitcoin. I bought Bitcoin, and I saved that as my reserve. So even though I always had something to fall back on. So even though my bank account was getting dry, I still had Bitcoin, but I ended up having to sell my Bitcoin in different complications with banks and Polight. And so at that point, I knew I still had enough Bitcoin to get out the country. So I texted Polight like, yo, I'm done with this. I'm selling my Bitcoin. I'm taking the rest of it, and I'm leaving. So I didn't know where at the time. And then at the last minute, I decided Mexico because of the conversion rates, and I can get by farther off of my bread. So, and then I still have, you know, obviously crypto to, you know. So now he's kind of, realized he's telling people I'm broke, I'm desperate, I'm trying to get after him. I don't know. But it's like, why do crypto courses with someone about finances and currency that doesn't know how to generate their own? Like, why would you do that? Like, you see my YouTube videos, I've done it. I know how to generate my own money, especially from cryptocurrency. So that's education. That's, you know what I'm saying, I'm getting by, and I'm working it, and it's going, you know, there's a bull market, my trades, I'm doing consulting, I'm selling courses, I'm doing mentorships, you know what I'm saying. I'm a hustler. I don't just give up. And I always figure out a way to make my own bread. I'll never go work another job in my life, like never. And that's why Polight respected me. He respected the fact that I would have took it and had nothing and grinded from an education for my own, and then get my own bread. And it, you know what I'm saying? So that's how everything happened as far as how I'm getting by right now, and still making it happen. So I'm in Mexico, and I'm bitching at Polight about my money. Polight's not really talking to me, sort of like, but he's not ignoring my calls. He's kind of responding, choosing to respond. And he's like, yo, can you still do the crypto course? I've never let my fans down. I never let my audience down. I never not delivered on what my audience, you know what I'm saying? And somehow I did a live stream, and then people were like, you know, listening to me, like, you know what, Polight, like, let's do the crypto course, man. Like, it's my brand, it's mine too. I'm so passionate about teaching people, you know. And he's like, cool, G, like, yeah. I'm like, let's do the crypto course, Polight. I'm ready whenever you are. You know, it's already been like a month and a half since he announced it. And how much time we got?
It's 24.
Okay. It's already been a month and a half since announced it. It's about 2 months later. I already told him I'm ready to do the course. Still doesn't ever hit me up. Still doesn't hit me up. Still doesn't hit me up. I get angry that I need money, Polight. Like, cash at me. I need reciprocity. I gave you all that bread. I sent that everything, bro. Hit me back with something, bro. Come on. Especially since we're doing the course together. Especially since you show me the sales, bro. Like, hit me with something. And he kind of like ignored my calls for a while. And then so I ended up in some beach in Mexico, and that's where I met my current girl. And then he ends up, I get a random text, and and then I get my girl, and then I'm thinking, wow, now I got a woman, now I'm broke, or I have not the money I had. And so I'm extra just vivid angry with Polight. Give me my motherfucking money, especially now that I got a fucking woman I love in my life. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then I started threatening to go legal on Polight. I really was like, this guy fucking scammed me because of what other people are telling me. And so Polight's like arguing with me through text, and then he calls me, and I lost it. This is the first time I ever got it, and I was just like, you motherfucker, where the fuck is my money? Goddamn, you fucking lame. And I just like, and he's screaming at me, and we're screaming at each other on the phone. And then he's like, you know, and it just hangs up. He just hangs up. And I'm just like fucking angry. He calls me back, and I realize, let me just kind of calm down right now. I said aloha, and he was just like, called him off guard. He was like, aloha, brother. I'm offering you, regardless of what you say, regardless of the names you call me, and you want to threaten to take me away from my family, I'm offering you an opportunity to do this crypto course. I'm offering you an opportunity to make some bread to hold you down. I know you're struggling right now, and you know what I'm saying? So you do the course, you're gonna make some money with me. You know what I'm saying? We can push all this aside, da-da-da. I'm like, yo, bro, like, I break down. You said I'm gonna get my money, da-da-da, bro. And I'm like, am I gonna get my money? He's like, yes, you'll get your money. I would never take another man's father's life insurance from him. I'm not like that. And then he starts like breaking down the meta-netia, breaking down like Heru and Isis and Set, and breaking down like, you know, some heavy knowledge, you know? And I'm just like, okay. He said, he calms me down. I'm gonna get my bread back. He's breaking down the knowledge. We're gonna do the crypto course together. He's guaranteeing me sales, and you know what I'm saying? So I calmed down, and I was like, I don't want to go after you legally. I don't even want to fight you, dude. Like, oh, and also he's always like, he said, oh, you want to come after me? You want to try to take me away from my family? Talk to my attorney. And I'm like, and I already know Polight is legally prepared. Like, not only did he beat 2 murder cases himself by him, like, you know what I'm saying? He's got attorneys and a lawyer, and I'm like, man, he's probably attorney Shabazz. I don't know what he's done to people who's tried to go against him legally. And I'm thinking, damn, I don't want to do that to myself, like, to him, like, to myself, like, I did nothing wrong. I just want my bread back. So he's telling me, I got a contingency plan for anyone I do business with. So he's saying, I got a plan to go against you if you ever try to go against me.
even though he scammed me. And I'm thinking, damn, like this dude is, so I was like, I don't want to go after him legally because I just don't have that stronghold. And Polight's a smart dude and he's gonna know how to cover his tracks and he never touches the money. And he told me about that. He's like, I don't touch the money. And he break down the metaphysics behind that, you know? And so he's not traced back to anything. And so I'm like, it's gonna be hard to really kind of go at him legally. Can't afford an attorney to go against him. So I'm like, yo, I don't want to go after you legally. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to, you know, tell people the truth on YouTube about why the course isn't, you know, happening. And he's like, da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? If you ever do that, no one's gonna believe you and you're just gonna ruin your brand. You know, no one's ever gonna believe you and you're just gonna ruin your brand. So I'm like, I can't go after him on YouTube. I can't go after him legally. I can't flex on him because other people told me like they had to flex on Polight, like bustle, like, yo, I need my bread back. And Polight knows that I'm by my own. I don't come from a gang background. I don't carry guns with me. I'm not about that lifestyle. You know, I never pretend to be a gangster, you know? And so he knows he has nothing to worry about as far as me trying to flex on him. So he already knows he's good. He's good. And the only option I have left at this point is to shut up and just agree and go along with him in order to possibly get my money back. So he ends up sending, he's like, yo, I was like, I really need some bread now. He's like, all right, so out of everything, out of all the about $110,000 or something like that, I get $800 back. Not $800 back. It was never from him. It was from the people that paid for the crypto course. He sent me their information. I had to call and bug them or ask them for the money for the crypto course. And they're like, all right, well, what's the details on the course? What's the details? I'm like, yo, Polight, they're asking me about when is the course gonna be. They're asking me, he's like, all right, tell them this, tell them this, tell them this. So I tell them that. They send me the money. And I'm like, all right, cool, I got a little money, I can move around, I can, you know what I'm saying, handle little things. And I'm thinking like, we're about to do this course, it's right around the corner. I've been ready for the last 3 months. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ready to go. Polight's gonna hit me up any day. We're gonna do the live stream. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't hit me up. And randomly sends me different invoices to process. And so that's how that happened. So I ended up, he only sent me 8. He only sent me 8 invoices. And I got about like $800. So and then he calms me down, and then we ended up doing that live stream where I did the MetaMask things. So we're on that video, we're kind of on good terms. But on the video, he lied on the video, and I didn't say nothing. He said, why is the crypto course taking so long? Why is it taking so long? People are wondering, why is it taking so long? It's because me and my other mentee, we've been going back and forth thinking of what's the best way to go about bringing you the most powerful information. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I'm thinking back in my mind, no, he's not. Like, Polight never has applied the information I told him. Never has he opened up the Bitcoin wallet or bought Bitcoin or at least showed me, or, you know what I'm saying? I'm willing to show Polight, I'm willing to go extra mile and teach him personally. He didn't apply nothing, and then told everyone that we were going back and forth trying to discuss the best thing to happen when he never called me, and I'm just sitting there waiting on Polight to hit me up to do the course. Right? So, people started following me right after that. Oh, you seem cool. You seem like a cool dude, da 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 da, and whatever. People's really into the crypto course, and ends up happening. The course just keeps being prolonged, and 2 weeks. He's telling me 2 weeks, telling everybody 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. It keeps pushing it back. 2 weeks. How long we are? Yo, how long we are?
32.
All right. 2 weeks. And then a few people are like, yo, I want my money back. Yo, I want my money back. It's not happening. And I'm like, yo, like, I don't know. Polight keeps telling me 2 weeks. Keep 2 weeks. And this shit got so exhausting, I didn't even think this shit would happen anymore. And then he officially like let out some dates and sent some emails and something. And we ended up doing the most basic, boring. And then I told Polight, yo, I got a new computer. I'm in a new country. The Wi-Fi is different. And he's like, he told me he was going to walk me through the whole process. And he said, I was like, yo, I need time to get set up. I need, you know, he threw me on live stream right away. Like, I've never been like, you know what I'm saying, thousands of people, like my lady's just like, for real, like, I'm like freaking out, like, oh my God, like, how do I log in? How do I do this? And then he's like, yo, excuse my mentee, he's new at this, and yeah, you'll figure it out eventually. I'm like, yo,
you're throwing me on the spot live, bro. Like, and I like having to figure all this out, and I pulled it off, man. I pulled it off, you know. And then for the crypto course, the technical difficulties didn't come out so well, and so I'm having to kind of, it was just sloppy, bro, and it was taking forever. I couldn't explain anything I really wanted to get into. I had to go at Polight's pace, and we only shot the first part of the course, and I felt bad inside. And not only did he charge $120, he was trying to charge $200. I was like, I would never charge that amount of money just to teach people about cryptocurrency. Like, I want people to get this. I want people to afford this. I want the common person to afford this. I don't want people to feel alienated and not be. I want people. I'm so passionate about teaching my brothers and sisters, especially from the hood, cryptocurrency. Like, that's why I started this. That's why I did my mentors. So that later I'll tell you about that. But so that's what threw me off. And then he wanted to put credit, insurance, and crypto all in one course, and like, he didn't tell me how you wanted to do it. Nothing. And it just seemed, I felt so bad. It's such a waste of time. And then he was like, all right, in 2 weeks, we're going to do the second part. And it just got so sloppy. People kept hitting me up. When's the course happening? When's the course? I'm like running out of answers. People are hitting me up. Yo, I paid Polight consultations. Polight never hit me up. I paid him $200. Polight never hit me up. People are hitting me up, dude. And I'm having to be a professional like explainer of why it's just not happening. And it's affecting me. It's affecting my brand. This is not the way I wanted to teach my people. You know what I'm saying? And go through this experience. It was killing me. And that's why I had to drop that video. And just when it's just all said and done, like, I'm not getting my bread back. So this is part 4, and I had to explain the whole crypto course. Brother Polight played basketball all day. We were in the hotel room in Texas. We could have done it. He just chose never to follow up. He chose never to call me. He chose never to talk about it. He chose never to apply the information himself. He chose to throw me on live without any pre-experience, and that's it, man. I had to let people know, like, yo, this is the real reason, man. And later, and then I come to realize I only got 8 invoices. There was over 50 or 60 people that I know paid for the course, and I'm teaching it. And people are telling me the only reason I got the course was to hear crypto, and I'm only got 8 sales. So he's draining more value out of me left and right, dude, left and right. So I said, yo, I can't do the crypto course unless you give me like $1,200, $1,500. You know what I'm saying? Because I know you got it. I know you had it. You showed me this pre-sales. I seen the people that logged into the chat, and I'm thinking I only processed 8, and there was over 50 or 60 people. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you just did me wrong. Part 4. Aloha.
Aloha, YouTube. This is your boy, Crypto Roots, and I'm not even gonna say nothing. This is part 5, so just gonna tell you how deep I was cut. I'm just saying, so I can heal these wounds, and I'm actually starting to just feel better talking about it. Like I never seen a therapist in my life, never, and I don't know, but it does feel good actually talking about this. All right, so just to show you like how dedicated I really was to the movement. I even told him I want to be part of New Covenant. Like I want to be the agriculture officer of New Covenant. I told him that. I'll discuss that later. So I'm on my own, like straight up on my own, and I don't really have anyone. Like if I'm planning ahead, if I'm about to get a trust, I'm about to get some real estate, who's gonna be my beneficiary? Like who can I pass the money down? My father passed me something, so what can I do to make it even bigger, and who could I give it to? And I'm looking at this time in my life, I really didn't have no one. The family I did have at the time, so unconscious, so far away that they literally like think I'm crazy. So I really had no one. So I figured I wanted to give it to someone who's young now, so that just to get them ahead of the game.
and I knew Brother Polight had, you know, his whole family set up, you know, that in case he passed away, at least that's, you know, what he told people. I just said, hey, brother, if anything were to happen to me, can you put my aunt as the beneficiary of my trust? I'm not joking. I'm not lying. I'm not making this up. I have texts of Brother Polight saying, wow, I'm speechless. And I wasn't even trying to do it to impress him or to win any points. I literally felt like I seen the relationship, at least I've only seen the relationship he had with his daughter on camera, and there's times where it really cut me deep. I mean, I cut me deep, but it really hit me hard how much he loved his daughter, and that's what cuts me so deep. So I said, hey, can you put my aunt as the beneficiary of my trust? Me thinking that this shit's really about to go down, like this shit's for real. I'm getting my life set up, and if anything were to happen to me, it can be in the hands of my aunt, and she would at least have better education on how to manage it financially due to her father, Brother Polight. So, yeah, we all know how that went. So, and I gotta say, like, there is no way Amanette and Ra'at, and I'm kind of thinking Nina, I'm kind of thinking not, can really, like, they had to have known this was going on the whole time. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and think it was just Brother Polight. Like, they had to have known this was happening. And that hurts me even deeper. It's like almost like a fucking setup. It's like a fucking setup, dude. Like a fucking setup. And I care for them. Like, I came with such an open heart chakra the entire way. And that's why I think I just gave it all until I had none. Just because, I don't know, I wasn't around black people for the last, you know what I'm saying? I was so happy to be, or so I felt almost maybe a false sense of love, and that I was around black people, conscious black people, brothers and sisters, and especially like Brother Polight, that quote unquote, I would say the head of the conscious community, whether people agree with me or not, at least at that time. At least that's what I thought. At least that's what I came through in with that, and I got taken advantage of, unfortunately. So I hold them just as responsible, and I feel like I'm going after them all responsibly, because they had to have known about it, and the money went through them. Every time I drove Amanette around, she always had to stop by a bank. I don't know, and I don't know what I don't have no idea whether she was depositing money or whatever, but that was always part of the plan, was stopping by a bank whenever Amanette was in the car with me. Now that I think about it, I'm just trying to be so respectful of people's space and time and everything that I'm not questioning nothing. That's what I'm saying. I hold them just as much as responsible. And let's get into this Texas trip. Okay? So, this is while the car battery thing was happening, right? So that's the precursor. I told the other story. So this is literally in that. And this leads to everything else. So the car battery thing kept dying, da-da-da-da-da. Polight even buys it, then has the mentee return it for the money, and da-da-da-da-da. Car battery still. So Polight's at the basketball court one day. I'm sitting in the car as his driver in my home, and he's all dressed up. He's not playing basketball. He's all dressed up and like he's about to go to like a show or something, he's all dressed up, but at the basketball court. And he's like, da-da-da-da-da. All right, G. So big shit's happening. I got a few deals going on over in Texas. You know what I'm saying?
it's gonna be a boxing match. It's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we all about to go. You can come, or, and I'm in my head. I'm like, there really is no other or, bro. Like, I'm sleeping in your car. I'm your driver. You have all my money, and so yeah. Like, but I didn't say yeah. I just said whatever my master teacher wants. Like, you know, I'm down. I'm down. You know, I told him that whatever my master teacher wants, I'm down. Like, I'm just gonna just, you know, whatever opportunities come your way. You seem like you're always including me, so I'm just gonna keep going because I feel like, you know, let's you know. So I didn't say that, but this I'm thinking. Let's just go, man. Let's just go. So, because I had no other choice really. So they had to go across to the back to the hotel and and I didn't know. First of all, few things happened. As the time's getting ready for them to leave, for us to leave to Texas, I try to start the car. Dead battery. I'm like, wow, Polight is about to flip the fuck out on me. I've already been through this, and I'm already know like this is Polight is about to lose his shit on me. All right, for the 10th time, try to find another jump ASAP, because Polight's got somewhere to go for business. And I text Polight. I'm like, yo, Polight, the car battery died. He's just like, come on, G. And I'm like, yo, I'm like, bro, I'll get it fixed as soon as I can. I apologize. I swear I didn't leave it on. You know, I'm getting the jump right now. I was like, all right, you know, and because it was time to go. So I don't know what happened, but I obviously got the car jump from someone. And I pull up and I'm like, yo, I got the car jump. She's like, all right, just leave it running, you know, because we got a trip to go on now. So I'm thinking I'm going to just pull them up and they're going to hop in the car. No, they're literally like moving everything out the hotel, everything, bags, everything. Like, and I'm just organizing, stressing, like trying not to have Polight yell at me about, yo, don't fuck up my shoes. Watch out for my, you know, my Versace's and shit. Like, yeah, no, I'm just like, just don't fucking yell at me, dude. Like, I really got the car running, bro. Like, you know, I'm just like, and I didn't say that. I'm just like feeling that way. And so we managed to get everything. And there's always like Nina stuff and like Ra'et stuff and Annette stuff, like my stuff and everybody's stuff in the fucking car. All of us, you know. And except Nina, just her stuff is there that I bought. All right, so, and then I drove to the storage unit. They got to drop off a bunch of shit in the storage unit. And I go, and they got a bunch more shit in the storage unit. It's just like so much shit. They got different storage units, and I'm like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Just shit just stacking up, man. I'm like, this is nuts, man. Because I don't like having a lot of shit. Like, I live out of my suitcase. I travel. I just don't like owning a lot of possessions because they weigh me down. Like, I just like being able to move. So I'm already like, you know, whatever. I'm helping. I'm assisting the best I can and having the best attitude possible, because they got Polight's got that fucking Brooklyn fucking rough ass fucking look on his face half the time. So I'm not even, you know what I'm saying, you know, I just don't want to step on anything, you know. All right, so we drive to Texas. Now, I drove, Polight drove. And then, you know what I'm saying, and we're actually trying to get there really fast.
and trying to, because we got a lot of time. The boxing, we're trying to. It's a tight, so we're trying to go as steadily as possible. Just so happens later in the trip, I don't know, we're like in Texas by now, and like maybe like 2 hours away from Houston or something like that. And the boxing match about to start. Polight's like itching, like wants to be there, and I'm like da 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 da. He pulls over. We pull over. I'm not sure why, because Polight's driving at this time. Pulls over, and I don't know if it's the switch or get out, use the restroom, or whatever. Pulls over to go maybe look at his phone. I don't know. Turns off the car. We sit there and then discussing. I don't know what happened. Turns on the car, but the car pushes the button, but the car nothing turns on. Nothing. Not even the lights. And he's like, what? And he's like, fuck. And he's like, yo, G, can you go ask around for a jump? And this is cold outside. It's snowing. We went through a snowstorm. It was the first time I ever seen snow. Facts. First time I ever seen snow was going through this Texas. So I'm like, yo, no problem. And there's no one really outside, it's just truckers. It's like the fucking desert. Excuse my language. It's like the desert in Texas. So I'm already used to asking random people. This is my job now, is asking people for jumps. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And no one can. So we end up getting I end up getting a truck driver to come give us a jump, right? So the truck driver comes, they get out, they're already used to it, know what to do, and they're like, it's not your battery, bro. It's not your battery. And I'm like, whoa. He's like, look at, it's like the timing belt or something. That shit came off, and there's like something over here. You got to drip in over here, and yeah, and your battery's still fucked up, But he's like, it's definitely not your battery. And I'm go to Polight. I'm like, yo, they're saying it's not the battery, bro. He's like, what? It's like the timing belt. I show him pictures. Like, damn, like, all right, we stuck. So, we have to sit there for a while, and we ended up having to call the tow truck driver to tow truck. But all the cars packed were all there, and I was in the car with Polight, and he ended up, I don't know if you saw that Christian crazy woman about get out you demon, and if you've seen that crazy Christian video. But when we first found out about it, before he posted it, he must have watched it like 100 fucking times in the car. It was driving me fucking crazy. It was driving on my neck. It was like, yo, Polight, like chill it on the video. He's like, yo, I can't believe this shit. And just kept fucking playing. I'm like, yo, dude, stop that shit. It's driving me fucking nuts. I get it. Like, that shit was like driving me nuts. He like had to keep playing that video. I was like, that's weird, man. Just stop playing it. So, and I'm not like trying to, but like that shit really did kind of drive me crazy though. Cause it was just like, please, like be respectful. Like, there's other people in the car and it's like on full blast. You have to listen for like an hour, like over, so we end up getting, there's a GMC somewhere, just somewhere in the middle of nowhere. If you heard of Midland, Texas, literally it's like just the middle of nowhere. And yeah, we end up illegally, and I don't even want to say that, but we ended up getting everything and everyone over there all at once without having to, what I'm saying? It's just, so, yeah, so then there's a hotel across the street, and that was like the only, so here's the thing. This is what really cut me. I was so used to sleeping in the car, and I had to drive a long time, and I just really, really, really wanted a bed to sleep in. Really wanted a bed to sleep in. And Polight said, yo, I got you on the night, I got you, you know what I'm saying? And based on whatever, I'm not really trusting what he's saying at this point. All he's saying, you know what I'm saying? And it's always vague, you know what I'm saying? And I really needed to really know, can I sleep in a bed tonight, you know? And not have to sleep in the car while you guys sleep in the hotel. Like, I had to confirm that, right? And the fact that I had to confirm that, I already knew I wasn't comfortable. So the fact that I had to actually ask him, and when I did ask him, he just gave me the most, like, you know, just like, already told you. And I'm like, sorry, man, just wanted to make sure, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm just tired, man. I'm just tired. He just like went back to his phone, right? I was like, damn. Well, at least I know now. You know, at least I know. So we end up going to the hotel across the street, and it's Saturday. It's Friday. It's Friday night, I think. Yeah, it's Friday night. Friday night, I think. Yeah, man. Yeah. So we only had the rooms. They only had certain rooms available. They booked 2 rooms. But Polight didn't want to use his hotel points, and he was kind of being. They were arguing about using hotel points on the net, and then should I use it? No, I don't want to use mine. You use yours, and I got better. I could do better upgrades on my. He just like didn't want to use his free points or something to waste on that particular hotel, right? So we just got two rooms, and it's him, Aminette, Ra'ed, and my aunt in one room, and then I get my own room because I'm already like, yo, like I ain't about to sleep, and no way, like, you know. So I get my own room. Oh, I'm exhausted. It's been how long since I had a nice bed to lay in with a room of my own. Finally lay down for about 45 minutes. I'm already ready to go to sleep. I get a text from Polight saying, yo, bro, I'm gonna need you to come sleep in the room with me and Aminette, and Ra'ed and Mayet's gonna sleep in the room. And I'm like, wow. All right. So I go in the room with them, and then Ra'ed, my aunt, it's not a double bed. It's a tiny couch, old spring couch, and they're like with the nastiest look on their face, like out of my way, like I'm going to your room, like, you know, like I ain't sleeping on this. Like, right, you know, they're like, peace to your room, and then Polight's like, yo, you can sleep on that tonight, and I'm like, wow, bro, like you can't even like not afford just give me my own fucking room after driving, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't say nothing. So yeah, I slept on that. Obviously uncomfortable. I didn't say nothing. And then Polight misses the, boxing match, so he's watching reviews and da on his phone. He's just like, totally don't fucking talk to me zone, like just fucking, I get it, I understand. Everybody's frustrated. It's not a comfortable situation. I understand that my attitude, could affect things real easily, and I don't have much to fall back on, so I just need to shut the fuck up and mind my business and just do whatever Polight says at this point, so we can get through this, as peacefully as possible. So I already knew my role or place in that situation. So the next day goes by.
we think that a dealership's going to be open, they're closed on the weekends or something, right? And we forget that we're so convinced that they will be open the next day and go and open the next day. I mean, it's Sundays and they're closed. So it's just even more frustrating. We're stuck there, you know? And I'm not saying they couldn't afford it, but I actually bought everyone food, like multiple times, like, you know, $50, $60. And I bought vegan food for us. I looked it up, and I don't know what, it was almost like this cancer motherly instinct was just to keep looking out for them, you know? And I bought everyone food, and I just was giving. And I just made sure that it was all vegan, it was all healthy. Even it was like Uber Eats. And we're in the middle of Texas, there's nothing healthy around there. There's one place healthy, and I'm making special orders and just getting it delivered to the room and picking it up, and just bags of vegan food. And I don't know why I did it. I did it, man. I don't know why I did it. I don't know if I wasn't really trying to, I just wanted to look out for them, you know, because I felt like they, I don't know. I felt like they were looking out for me, you know. So, all right, so yeah, we ended up, the car, it was a lot of drama back and forth, obviously, with the car owner. I didn't know. And, you know, Polight calling back, they're calling back and guaranteeing this, and the dealership. And then eventually we get in the car. and we started driving back. Started driving back home. And Polight's like, it's probably spiritual. It's like all spiritual. Let's just try to see the best in this. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not here to be, not everything they ate, I would have ate. Let's just say that, you know, not everything. And that's where I'm gonna say it, because there's several times I had to drive our ex to fucking Carl's Jr. and shit late at night after a club and shit to get, you know, some Beyond Burgers, and like just some diet habits, like totally, like I'm already grew up. I'm an organic farmer in the jungle. Like I'm eating, you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking that's what Polight and that's what they eat, and you know, it's like kind of pick and choose sometimes, I guess, you know. But I just was like just really strict, because I thought like I would be around like really strict vegans, and I lived around really strict vegans, so I had just had a different perspective of, you know, what, you know, everyone's different. I'm not here to, and that's what I'm saying, I'm not here to judge anyone, and that's why I'm just saying, like, yo, this person's human. Like, I'm trying to justify his actions in my head. He's just human. He comes from a rough background. I already know he comes from a rough background. I already know he, you know, but I felt like there was a bigger message. And so I'm trying to convince myself to justify everything that I'm seeing and hearing and experiencing. And so, here's the thing. It's him and Sarnetta. All right. That's some, I don't know what the dynamic is, but it I don't know, you can't put it into words, because they really don't like each other, but they actually kind of like always stay in touch, and they're always back and forth, but it's like they're friends, and they're friends, but then they like really vicious, like, and like, you know, and like, but they're cool again. It's just weird, him and Sarnetta. So I'm hearing a conversation. So it's on, you know, it's late. The speaker's up, and then so he's having a conversation with Sarnetta. Sarnetta calls him, and here's the thing with Sarnetta. I'm not here to gossip. Sarnetta, you know what I'm saying? You were one of the next. You and Brother Polight woke me up into consciousness. Your video. So I'm not here to talk shit, but I'm here to just, you know, Sarnetta calls Polight and pitches him ideas of debates and wannabe topics and everything, just so Sarnetta can get some change. He literally said, yo, Polight, I need some change. I need some change right now. Means I need a controversial video that'll bring me a lot of views so I can get that revenue. That's exactly what that means, and I'm not bullshitting. He was just called Polight, I need a little change right now. I need a little change. He starts pitching ideas at Polight of what kind of work Polight up, and what kind of debate, like Polight's just like, nah, you know, and he's like, all right, like trying to bend things and toss it. Well, he said this and he said that, and they're just kind of like, all right, well, you know, and they're like totally planning it, and then they're like so, and then they like on camera, it's so odd, but I thought that was weird. So they set up the Christian debate to be in like Brooklyn, and then they start arguing over like money, and that's what they're always fights is like Sanetta's trying to take more money from Polight, and Polight's like, why are you trying to take more money from me? Like, you don't even do anything. I'm the fucking star, like, you know. So one time, it was Sonetta, Polight, and they were talking about, you know what I'm saying, doing an event, and then the controversy was about the money, and whether Polight wanted to, you know, you know what I'm saying, and then it was just like the money issue, what they started fighting, and then somehow I know I'm just giving it all up at this point. I'm just like giving it all up, but it was crazy because and Sonetta start talking shit out of nowhere, and they just started acting like, you know, fuck you nigga, I'm gonna come to your house right now, like all like literally acting like they about to kill each other. And I'm like, yo, like this is crazy. We're really witnessing two 50-year-old dudes, like, and I'm in that Polight, we're like cracking up, like they're going off on each other, ready, you know, you fucking faggot, you da 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 da. Ankh and Sonetta, like, you know, talking shit, and they hang up, and then Ankh calls Polight, and then we hear Ankh's story, and then immediately Sonetta calls Polight, and then we hear Polight's, because Polight's the mediator at this point, and then Polight's like, yo, I'm gonna get him back on the phone, and then immediately you're like, yo, you were kind of acting like a bitch. Nah, bro, you acting like a bitch. Well, you know, da 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 da. And they're like, I was just playing. And I just started dying in the backseat, like they were just about to fucking kill each other. You know what I'm saying? Call each other faggot and you know, and talking shit and bringing up each other's past. Now they're just like, nah, I'm just kidding. And they're back to buddies again. It was like, wow, like this is some immature shit I'm fucking witnessing right now. You know, and I'm not here to talk shit. I'm telling you what I experienced and witnessed, and what really blew me away and realized, yo, all this shit is fake, yo. Like all this shit is fake. This conscious community shit is like fake as shit. And that's the killer. And I never really choose to believe that. And now I actually experience it. I'm like, you know, this shit's fucking fake, man. That shit's fake. So I had to. That had a lot to do with the Texas trip. Now, sorry, give me a second. Now, here's the thing with my aunt. I really care for her. I really do. No matter what, I still think she, you know, based on the lifestyle that her father and family lives, she doesn't actually have like any real friends, and I found that out, and that hurt me, because she's at that crucial age where you have the most memorable times of your life with those friends at that age, and you need to be settled, like for kids to make, like, I'm thinking, damn, she's missing out on all that shit. Wow, like, and she's hanging out in such a mature environment or by herself. I'm like, yo, she's not really socializing or picking up those extra social skills that kids would be if they just were settled and in their environment and hanging out with their friends normally. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I can say. I was like, yo, that's a trip. That's a trip. Like, damn, I feel bad for this young girl, that she don't actually have like a group of friends or strong friends. She's like out there, and her best friends are all older people that she meets randomly in the park over dogs. I don't know everything about her life, but at least that's what I know and saw and experienced. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying nobody's a bad he's a bad father, nothing. At least I would never say that. I would never go that far, no matter, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not like that. But that's, I don't know. I would that you miss out on so much as a child that way, just constantly moving and never having that to settle. So that kind of yeah. Anyways, so later towards after I didn't have the vehicle for a few weeks,
and this is right before I hit the park, and I'm trying to rent another car from Polight, and it's going to cost. He gave me, I don't know, say I'm giving you a discount. G, it's going to cost you $600 and something, $650. You can get the car for a week. It's going to cost you that, right? And I'm thinking, I'm ready to get, you know what I'm saying, I'm ready to get back in the vehicle. I got friends I want to hang out with. I got things I want to do, you know what I'm saying? So I paid him, and this was already when I told him, like, yo, my bread's getting low. Like, and so I paid him $650. I already know he's shooting me in the head. All right, I get it. And then, so here's the thing. Come to later, he tells me later that day that the people he rented the car out to got into a car accident, lied about it, and the mechanic's calling him and saying that the Polight owes the mechanic money. So Polight's like, yo, that honestly, that car just got in the car. Literally the show. He's an Academy Award actor because he made it seem like, yo, this is seriously what happened. And he's a sociopath. That's what sociopaths do. I'm studying this now. Like I'm getting it, and this is what sociopaths do. And so he made it seem like it was this big fiasco. He had a deep explanation. He had to go pick it up the mechanic, and then he's like, yo, it should be fixed by the time to maybe tomorrow, like a couple days from now, from the mechanic. I gotta go pay him. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I'll get you that car. You know what I'm saying? And then so like 2 days later, you know, like, is the car ready? Is the car? He's like, yo, bro, I'm on my way to Vegas. I had to drive the car to Vegas. The mechanic wanted to charge me too much money, so I get a better deal from the mechanic all the way to Vegas. I'm thinking like, damn, that's like a lot of extra energy and time just to get like how much? I'm thinking how much of a discount? It must be a big discount because he's driving to Vegas to get the car fixed. So I don't know what happened. Yeah, I never got the car because so many things came up and so many distractions, but I had to bring that up. So, now here's the thing. Sort of in the beginning, towards somewhere, Polight said that he's like, your bank account's funny, G. Your bank account's funny. You know, some transactions are getting my account paused up. Like, some transactions aren't. You know what I'm saying? Something's up with your bank, yo. You causing my bank problems, right? All right. So Polight says he pull out his phone, kind of showing me things. I'm not sure what's going on. And he's like, yo, this transaction's not going through, and this transaction's not going through. It's pending. I already tried to follow up on it. You know what I'm saying? So did you do anything? Are you doing something with your bank? Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody in my family thinks you kind of sketchy. Everybody thinks you doing something kind of funny. And I told him, nah. I believe in this cat. This dude had nothing. You know, this dude was just sleeping on the beach. And it's like, nah. So I told my family, you good, G. I believe you, G. So whatever you say, I'm going to believe you. I'm spiritual. So whatever karma happens, like, he did the whole spiel. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to think, if you choose to lie to me, that's up to you. I'm going to believe you no matter what you say, right? I'm like, honestly, dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. He's like, yo, even my website, people can't buy things from my website right now, and da-da-da-da-da. Also, there was a Wells Fargo, so during the Texas trip, his daughter calls me, yo, the Wells Fargo shut down or something, the bank account's frozen. He's like, damn. So, come to find out later, Polight, all right, so so he brought that up, that shit, something was going funny, and everybody in his whole family thinking it's me, and I'm thinking, whoa, I thought they're nice to me in the face. Now they're like, everyone thinks I'm sketchy in the background. I'm like, yo, this is, you know. And he's like, nah, they you know, my wife really cares about you, and I think you're a good guy, and I know you wouldn't do something like this, you know. So, I'm not gonna lie. Me and brother Polight were broke in LA for a good week or so. I couldn't access my funds somehow. You know, he couldn't access his funds somehow, and he admitted to me. He admitted to me that, you know, it's rough right now. And I'm thinking, what the fuck did I just get myself into right now? I am broke with my mentor, spiritual master, sitting in his i8 BMW, and wow. That is part 5. Aloha. Aloha, YouTube. This is Crypto Roots. And, yeah. So there's some miscellaneous stuff that I gotta mention, man. And it's not even, like, none of this is to even be petty, but some of the shit really pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still processing some of the shit that it was like, I don't know, I must have been hypnotized or something, because I'm like, what the fuck did I took all this bullshit, you know, and I did, man. So I forgot to mention that during the Texas trip, because we stayed there for like 3 or 4 nights, right? Only the first night did I actually have a bed. I'm not fucking bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting. We had to switch rooms the next day. They wanted to save money. I don't know who was paying Ra'et or whatever. And so they got a double. And I seriously got the text, Polight, requesting me to sleep on the floor. No joke. For the next 3 nights. So, all right. I forgot to mention that. I really did, and I'm not making that up. I haven't made nothing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why this is me clearing my conscience, not trying to add on shit and get more attention, because I really don't give a fuck. Because I didn't start this channel to gossip about Brother Polight. I didn't start this. Nah. Like, it's just, I don't even like to have these videos on my channel. But this is my only, I would say, safe outlet, and that's it. Like, you know. And, yeah, I just been traveling. I'm in Guatemala, so, you know, it's beautiful out here. I'm on my, you know, I'm traveling and just checking it out, and it's just fun. And this is just what I enjoy doing in my life. And I just talk about crypto and learn Spanish and see who I can educate where I travel. All right. Now, I mentioned I was buying them food, and one of the nights, I was like, I gotta stop being so giving. And it was like, I was getting hungry, and then I'm gonna buy some food, but I told him, I'm gonna buy some food, but I can only really buy it for myself. And something happened, because they were hungry too, and I was like, they kind of like, yo, we want some food too. I was like, well, I can order for you, like, for the same meal, but I can only pay for my food. So if you can cash out me something. And then Polight just smacks his lips like, I knew there was always something. Like, just out of nowhere. Like, he just like was on his phone. It's just like, when I asked him to cash at me. And I'm like, sorry, man, I just don't have a lot in my bank account, man. I was just thinking in my head, like, fuck you, dude. Like, what the fuck? Kind of, you know, he said some bullshit like that. And I was just like, what the fuck? Why would you, like, even say some shit like that? He said it, you know? So that's it. That's part of the Texas trip, just to include that in. Not, you know, but those are just fucking things that just, like, I had to get out and just be like, what? Yeah, you know? Nina started off as his mentee. If anybody were wondering and curious, he told me that. So I'm like, yo, that's a very strategic way to kind of filter in women and then still disguise it as business. I think in my head, I didn't say it out loud, but as soon as he was like, yo, because I didn't find out later when he finally, you know, he was opening up to me, I guess. And it's like, yo, you know, she was my mentee and da-da-da-da-da. And so every now and then we go into mentee mode. You know, I have to go, you know, because it's still kind of a mentorship with her. It's still kind of a mentorship, you know, so, you know, this is part of the mentorship. The things, you know, me and her arguing, and he was trying to explain the way he flipped out on her and everything. So I was just like, all All right. Now, basketball tickets. Let's get into this. So obviously I came out there for the condo. You already know about the tax liens, hotel rooms, yeah, you had car rentals. So we're in the music studio in Vegas, kind of when I first get there, when you know recording, and I mentioned to Polight, I said, hey, when we're done getting this condo and everything, I'd be interested in learning more about flipping basketball seats, because I heard that you do that, and I'm interested. And it's like, all right, cool. And so I'm thinking, that's an investment. I never applied now, and I never said I wanted to do it now. And I told him this several times. And in my mind, that's just something. This dude pushed it so hard on me. He pushed it so hard on me, like buying basketball tickets for the season. And I don't know, I spent like $7,500 or something. Yeah, that was around it. Just out of nowhere, that came. And because Polight pushed it so hard, like, this is the time now, G. I'm meeting with my advisor. I'm meeting with the guy who sells the tickets. Yo, you know, this is the time to strike, bro. Like, that's extra money in your pocket guaranteed. You already know that, you know? And I'm like, I'm still kind of new, so it's not like I'm still kind of new, and he's pushing it hard. I wasn't expected, still before I got the condo, and he's pushing it. And there was several times where he pushed it. Yo, G, I'm about to get the Clippers tickets tonight. We could just buy the tickets tonight. It's only, I just need like $600. You know, like, I was supposed to get 3 different sets of basketball tickets. And one of them was for $2,000. Over some Clippers tickets for like a week. Another was supposed to be like $5,000 for some Clipper tickets. And then he told me about, I got the text to confirm it, about like June 20 something, I'm gonna get $22,000 back from the Lakers tickets for the season that I bought. Or apparently, whatever, thought I bought. And the thing that hit the biggest was, he's like, yo, you gotta check in the mail, G, send me your address, send me your routing number, your counter number. And yo, so there was supposed to be a $2,000 check that was supposed to be mailed to me. I waited, it didn't come up. And I'm hitting low, and I'm like, yo, Polight, da. He's like, that's odd. For real? That's odd. And I'm like, yo, Polight, you think they can get like a tracking number or something? He's like, all right, yeah, G, I'm gonna see if I can get you a tracking number for that check. Man, to this day, that shit never came. I kept bringing it up. He almost was like a strategic genius, knowing that one day I'll bring it up, so he had the exact answers. Like, he just said, and then he's a sociopath. He's a fucking sociopath, excuse my language. Because I'm replaying everything in my mind, and I understand that sociopaths, when you confront them or about a lie or something, they get very angry, aggressive, and they kind of make it seem like you're, and he did that to me when I brought up these basketball tickets. Because I kept saying, Polight, I got so much anxiety right now because I'm doubting this whole situation. It's sinking fast, and you still want me to drive you around. You know what I'm saying? And I'm afraid to mention, and then I mentioned it in the Texas trip. And God, he got so angry at me. And just like his response was just like, it was demonic. It was demonic, his response when I asked him about, just my check to come in the mail that he told me I would get, but I didn't get. And then, yeah, it kept happening. He said I was going to get a hotel. Man, he said I was getting so many checks. And he asked me for my accounting and routing number one time. But he kept wanting to send me checks.
Like, just deposit it into my account. And then check this out. When I told him, yo, I need that $2,000 check, bro. He said, yeah, I was hoping you were gonna get it because you needed to upgrade your trust. Boom. All right. So, oh yeah, definitely got to get this. Because this shit fucking, this makes me angry. He told me on the fly to purchase plane tickets for him and Victoria to go to Paris. I need it done now. G is part of the investment. I already gave up my bread for your investments. So it's time for you to pretty much pay me back. Buy plane tickets for me and Victoria. And this whole time I haven't even seen Victoria. I've seen every other woman, but I ain't seen Victoria at all. She's completely, I haven't seen nothing. And then come to find out that, so I bought the plane tickets. This was kind of early on. And bought the plane tickets for him and Victoria to go to Paris. I can show you receipts. I have their names on the plane tickets in my receipts. You know what I'm saying? I got receipts on everything. So that frustrated me because what ended up happening, he kept bullshitting. And the night of the Airbnb, that morning he woke up. That was the day he was supposed to leave with Victoria to Paris. And he looked, he's like, oh man, I was supposed to leave today, G. I was supposed to, and then he was like, but you know, I'm out here, but I'm looking out for you. You know what I'm saying? Like I chose to stay so you could really finish this out the right way, bro. You know me, I don't abandon my plans. You know what I'm saying? This is the day he asked to spend the night at the Airbnb that I broke the rules for and paid for his room. You know what I'm saying? That morning he was supposed to leave, and then pretty much threw it on me that he was out there because of me, and that he, you know what I'm saying, that's the reason and I'm like, yo, should I try to, it was unchangeable date. No refund. And to him, he just dismissed it. Like, he never thought about it again. Like, it was just nothing to him. And yeah. Other than I found out he's breaking up with Victoria, and I don't know, man. He just kept that's what sociopaths do. They'll pile more shit on you, and you can't even like figure out what's going on until later, and then like you're having to repiece everything that's going on. Now, what I find really messed up is he trusted me to be his driver, right? And there's plenty of times where Brother Polight's dead asleep in the car, knocked out. And there's times where his whole family, him and his whole family, especially on the Texas trip, knocked out. In my mind, their lives are in my hands. I'm not exaggerating, not alive, that's the fact. I'm driving them while they're all asleep in the car. In my mind, I'm thinking, yo, it's my major responsibility to look out for my master teacher and his family. Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I took pride or if I, you know what I'm saying? I was like, I gotta be alert, I gotta be aware because their lives are in my hand. Not, you know what I'm saying? But damn, do me like this too? When, you know what I'm saying, I looked out for all you guys. Like, I looked out for all you guys. Now, one day I drive Ra'et and my aunt to the laundromat to the duvet clothes. And this whole time I'm thinking like, yo, the wives got knowledge. Like they, you know what I'm saying, kicking it with Brother Polight. They must got heavy knowledge to kick, like especially as women too. Like, so I'm like, yo, I'm thinking they all got mad knowledge, yo. And I'm not saying they don't. But, you know what I'm saying? I was kicking over like talking to her like, and I'm just like chatting, you know, and I'm like kind of waiting. I was telling her about how I trust Polight, like, you know what I'm saying? How I hit him up, gave him money. And then she's like, I'm like, yo, you know, you got some, like, I was trying to see if she's got some knowledge to kick. Like, if she's been like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, hit me with some knowledge. I didn't ask her, but I was just initiating that kind of vibe and conversation. And she's like, yeah, I don't know how Polight do that all day. I don't know how Polight just be studying. Like, I can't do that. Like, I just stay for me. So I just give my money to Polight. I just give him. Like, I don't know what he does with it, but, you know, I just give it to him. You just tell, I just give it to him, you know? And I'm like, whoa. That's all? Like, she's like, you know, and I'm like, so that just, who am I to tell anybody how to live their life? But I just thought, like, yo, the wise got knowledge, da 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 da. She's like, I don't know how you do that. I don't know how to do that. I couldn't do that. Nah, that's just not me. I just give my money to Polight. I don't know what he do with it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just what I do. You know? And so that just threw me off. That threw me off. That threw me off. So now, so yeah, you know, I already told you in the second part, I broke down, da 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 da. I told Polight I had to bounce. I gave my instruments, whatever I said. That's when Polight didn't take me seriously. He just thought I was just kidding about leaving until I said, yo, your daughter can have my ukulele, because it was at their hotel, and I got some extra gifts to leave my aunt before I leave. And he was like, that's when he took me seriously about actually leaving LA. Like, he thought the whole time I was like telling him, dude, I'm in depression, bro. Like, I'm ready to like really kill myself. I got texts like, yeah, and he's just ignoring all my texts. Like, yo, I don't even know how to tell you, bro. Like, I don't even know how to tell you, but this is what's going on. Like, I'm ready to die, bro. Like, none of this shit's working out, bro. He just ignored all those texts. And then I just like, yo, I got some gifts I want to leave my eye. Immediately responds like, da 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 da, and you know, just kind of, I don't know, it's just like, you tripping out, and I don't know. I don't remember what he said after that, but at that point, I lost all hope in him. He's no one to listen to anymore. You know, I switched gears. And so the guy he rents the car from, I didn't know he rented the car from him until later. Okay, so I don't want to say his name, but I'm just saying that's the guy, because I didn't know that. But there was a guy showing up that the dude, he kept telling me to spend 1,000 or 1,500, spend 1,000 Apple Pay, Cash App. I met that guy in Vegas. Oh, by the way, in Vegas, Polight wanted me to pull out $5,000 and then the casino. It was a big deal because the casino was like, you can't pull that amount of money out unless you spend it here. And they knew that we weren't going to spend it there. They know, like, you ain't going to fucking gamble this, you know, and that's a high, so it was a big deal. And then my bank, I had to call my bank. The bank had to be in the casino. They had to refund the money and everything. Polight was just getting like, come on, G, what's going on? What's going on with you shit? What's going on? I'm like, I don't know, the casino, bro, like my bank. And they said this, and then Polight's trying to be all like intellectual genius and, you know, use big words and shit, like with the bank people and the casino people, and, you know, and then it's just not working out. They're like, y'all niggas ain't spending money here. Y'all just don't look like it. We can already tell y'all about to leave. And so, no, we're not letting this go through. And then I had to call my bank to get it reversed. And it cost me $300 to pull out that $5,000. So, and Polight's like urging me. This is when we first went to Vegas. Man, so yeah. And that dude kept popping up every now and then. And he kept popping up and leaving with the cars. Either the GMC, the black GMC, because that's what we went to Texas in. And then Polight was driving around in his I-8 when I was sleeping in the car. But that guy kept popping up, either taking the GMC Suburban or taking the I-8. And I'm thinking, that dude works for Polight. That dude's the one who fetches the cars for Polight and probably goes and picks them up and then, you know what I'm saying, gets them all for Polight. This is what I'm thinking. And that dude was so nice to me. Like, I'm not even joking, he didn't even know me. He was so genuine, like, what's up? Like, what's up? Like, what's up? Like, I'm from Hawaii? Oh, shit. Like, he was so nice to me. Like, I met him in small little spurts, but there was always, like, a smile on his face, and he was always showing me love. Even when we dropped him off at the Floyd Mayweather party. He was there. He's like, "What's up, brother? Like, what's going on?" Like, and so I don't know. So when I broke down and said, "Polight, I'm done. I'm getting out of here. Peace." Like, you know what I'm saying? Polight's not taking me seriously until I told him I have some instruments. I can keep my ukulele. It was a brand new ukulele, and I was teaching my aunt ukulele and showing her some guitar stuff, teaching her soccer. We were dancing, doing choreography. She was showing me her music. I mean, I had fun hanging out, you know what I'm saying? It just revived something in me, you know what I'm saying? Because I have a little sister, you know, and I haven't seen her in a while, and it revived something in me. It was fun hanging out with my aunt, I'm not gonna lie. So that's the guy I called, because I had to, like, I had no one to talk to. I was out there on my own. I had no one, and then I had barely, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, I gotta sell my Bitcoin. But that's gonna take a while. It's gonna take like 3 or 4 days. I kind of have to get by somehow. Like, I don't know how. I just woke up out of the illusion that I was in, and Brother Polight is the one that's doing that. That was actually the enemy the whole time. And I woke up. I finally woke up at it. Finally realized this dude's the fucking enemy, and he doesn't give a shit about my feelings. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care about me at all whatsoever. And I was part of his plan to do whatever he needed to do. I was that crucial part for him to whatever. And then, you know, I finally got the picture. So I texted a few people that I met through Polight. I texted the photographer. I texted the dude who he rents the cars from. But I didn't know that though. And I texted his other mentee that I was sleeping in the car with, and I told him, like, yo, man, I'm break down. I almost killed myself, man. Like, I wanted to die. Polight, I just can't believe this is a nightmare situation. This is terrible. Can you help me with a little something? Can I get out like at least $200 to get an Airbnb for the next few days? It's just gonna take like a couple days for my Bitcoin to sell on the exchange and it come into my bank account. I hate to ask you for this, bro, but you know, like, so I asked those 3 people that I met through Polight, and I knew it was kind of a risk because they're more on Polight's side, and I knew they probably wouldn't believe me if I said Polight really just did me like that, and they probably just like, nah, bro, you probably no. I thought they were just gonna side with Polight, and the dude we rented the rental car from, he was the one to come out. He was the one to really have my back. He was the one to have my back. And what happened was, he was telling me about Polight, and I refused to believe it still. It was like, I know it's like literally I refused. It was the dichotomy or something like that, or the other word, cognitive dissonance or something, where even though I experienced and quit myself, what he wanted me to do was really go after Polight, really go after him for what he did to me. And I was like, nah, I can't do that. No, I can't do that, because that would ruin my chance of getting my money back. You know? I can't do that. And so I stopped talking to him because I felt like I don't know what happened, but he had my back, and then I turned him down. So, and then I fast forward, I turn him down, and I'm texting Polight, like, yo, please let me just get I want to cut ties with you peacefully, bro. I don't want any drama, you know, like Polight's just like barely responding. And I'm just letting the Polight, this is done, bro. Like, it's over, bro. Like, it's over. And he's like, I'm like, I just brought up everything. And he's just like, not all that was part of the mentorship. You know, everything we went through, trying to make it seem like some things were above the mentorship and beyond. And I'm like, I don't know what was or what wasn't, but it was all, I'm confused, and he's barely staying in touch with me, barely answering my calls. You know, and I'm thinking like, dude, this dude's really about to run away with my money. And I'm like, Polight, I want my money back from trust. I want this shit. Or Polight, and I was like, Polight, I just want my trust, and I'm done. Like, so he kept fucking around with the trust. And what happened is Polight kept saying, oh, I'm meeting with my trust advisor or something. Oh, the trust fund manager. And he started using the biggest, most complicated legal jargon. And I'm like, you're doing this purposely to purposely confuse me, and to also not seem like you're actually going to run away. So he's like used these big legal words, and I'm like, you're doing this on purpose, bro. Did you just steal my fucking trust money? Did you just kind of like, oh, per your request, amendments were changed and things were modified, and since you couldn't be patient enough, like, and you know, and it's just like, did you just fucking steal my, like, wow, you're a fucking, and you know, I'm just like, this shit is crazy. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, you know, so fast forward in Mexico, I flip out on Polight. I scream at Polight. And he's like, no, I'll never do that. And I care, you know, I'm gonna cares about you. So we had that kind of, and he was like, I'm gonna present you an opportunity to do the crypto course. And he's like, yo, so I never told you, but my bank account, I lost the case. You know, when I showed you those transactions or whatever, my bank account, I lost 60 G's, bro. I lost 60 G's. You know what I'm saying? And he like blaming it on me. Like, I lost the case, bro. And that was money for my child that's about to be born. That was money for my child. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of money to be losing. You know? And it's like, I'm like, but you said it wasn't you, bro. You said it wasn't you. I believe you. You know what I'm saying? I believe you. You know? And so he's like, I thought you did this. I thought you did this to me. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's telling me to stop talking to you. And I was like, I should let this guy out of my life. He's like, I should leave you alone. I was telling myself, everybody's telling me to leave you alone. You know? And this is what he's telling me on the phone. But it's like, nah, man, that guy's a good guy. I believe him no matter what he says. Even though I lost 60 G's, it's all good, bro. Like, hey, Rue and said, and like, you know, breaking down the knowledge again. I'm like, so he's like, and I'm like, so essentially we kind of both, like, this is where the sociopathic thing, he's, you know, got into my head. Because so now I'm thinking, damn, Polight thought I stole money from him, 60 G's. And I'm here sitting thinking, in place like, I would never steal another man's money like that. I wouldn't steal your father. I would never steal your father's life insurance like that. You know, so I'm thinking Polight thinks I stole money. I think Polight's stealing money. This whole time, Polight has the intention of giving back my money, but here I'm accusing him of never. And then I'm like, yo, bro, I'm sorry, bro. Like, he got me again. Now I'm thinking, I didn't know he was a sociopath. Now I understand sociopaths. Now I can see everything clearly as I look back. When I was with him, I still trusted him, or I really just wanted my money back so much I'd believe in the lie, right? So here's where I knew it was a fucking lie, you know, because I still would have believed it. He said, and I was like, bro, if there's anything I can do to help you, since it's apparently with my bank account, if there's anything I can do to help assist you in unfreezing or unlocking those 60 G's or getting that back, let me know. Like, I submit again, I guess. And I'm like, yo, bro, I'm sorry. Like, you know what I'm saying? If there's anything I can do to unlock that 60 G's or whatever, let me know. He's like, yeah, brother. So, you know, this is what I'm gonna need you to do. I'm gonna need you to sign, if you wouldn't mind signing an affidavit of something affidavit, like a legal paperwork saying that you never did it. And I'm like, yo, excuse the noise. I'm like, yo, no problem. Just send me some paperwork, email it. However, I have no problem whatsoever, filing out that problem to get filling out the paperwork to get your money unlocked. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, nah, G, I believe you. Nah, G, don't even worry about it, bro. Nah, G, you don't even gotta go there, bro. I believe you. And yeah. So he said he lost $60,000 due to me, blamed on me, and said that the whole time he was ignoring me, that that everybody was telling him to leave me alone, and you know he still believed in me. That's why he kind of stayed in touch. But you know what I'm saying. And then he asked me to sign the papers, and that's when I said I'll sign the papers, no problem. Let me know I didn't do anything at all. And I meant, he's like, nah, G, you good. I believe you. And I don't know. I don't know why I'm bringing this up. But while I was out there, still paying for the rental cars, not getting them, it's like, yo, you can drive the Bentley around. You can drive the Slingshot around for a day. It's nothing. Like, you know, he's like, just pay me a little bit. You can drive that around for a day. It's no problem. And I was just like, nah, bro. Like, nah, that's not me. Like, I'm not trying to stunt. I'm not trying to be in a Bentley. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want my condo and I want to get the fuck out of here. Like, he knew that. And he knew I would return it down. He knew that. And he offered just so, because he knew, to make him like look good and make me feel good. And I kind of felt good at the time, but I think in retrospect, like, he knew I'm not the type to fucking ride around in the Bentley and try to take Instagram photos and shit over it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he knew he played me with that line. Now, the first time I wanted to quit and get on a plane and leave, the first time Polight flipped out on me while I'm sleeping in my car, and I told him, this is not working out, I'm ready to leave right now, you know, and he flipped out and said, I'm gonna give you a refund back. He immediately said, gee, I'm gonna need the car back. As soon as I said, I'm ready to quit, sociopath, yo, I'm gonna need the car back. And I'm like, yo, Polight, like, I'm sleeping in the car right now. It's like, whatever you do with your life, that's not on me, G. That's your business. I'm gonna need the car back right now. He had no problem with me having it and driving around and doing my thing. But the moment I flipped out and said, yo, I'm ready to get out of here now, nothing's working out, he said, yo, I'm gonna need to get the car back, you know? And I was like, damn. He was like, whatever you do with your life, that's your problem, you know? That's your deal, you know? How, you know? And I was just like, oh, man. And then after we had the talk and everything, he's like, bro, you can keep the car. You can keep the car, bro. It's all good. I just thought we had some, he's like, we had some guests to reserve it, but they canceled. That's what he told me. Okay. Another thing, he wanted me to be his cameraman, his IG cameraman. Like, he wanted me, like, to hold, like, yo, take this shot, get me coming out of here, get the BMW, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you get the shoes, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you get the restaurant name. And like, I'm having to be his driver and his cameraman. He's like, yo, G, you didn't get the full shot. You moved too fast, bro. And he's getting frustrated. Like, come on, G, like, get it together. So I'm like, even in the music studio, I'm like, all right, I'll hold the camera. No, get that shot. Get it over here, bro. Come on, like. And I'm like, all right, if I'm gonna be hanging around this guy, I better learn how to hold cameras and be a good driver, you know? All right, so now, I'm gonna have to go back. Now, so people, when I text the people that, yo, Polight kind of did me dirty, like people hit up Polight, and they were like, what's up with your boy? What's up with your boy? What's up with your man? What's up, Polight? And Polight, I didn't know till later, Polight's telling them, I'm on drugs. I'm on drugs. And the reason that Polight said I'm on drugs is that we were in the Texas hotel, and I'm just opening up, chilling, and he's like, oh, what you do besides smoke weed? And I was like, nah. He's like, I know you don't really drink that much. You know, what you do besides smoke weed? And I'm like, I mean, take some psychedelics every now and then. He's like, what kind of psychedelics? What's all that weird shit? I don't know about what you guys be doing. Like, I'm like, what do you mean weird? Like, to me, what do you mean where I'm from? Like, everybody does psychedelics, and it's normal, you know? But I didn't say that. It's just like, I know other people who don't live in the psychedelic realm like think that shit's crazy, but to me, I'm like, nah, that shit's spiritually cleansing, you know. So I tell him, you know, the psychedelic drugs I do occasionally, and he was just like, oh, cool. He was like actually kind of impressed. Like I never thought you know. I'm like, it's no big deal to me. So he immediately, when people hit him up, he starts telling them, I'm just high on drugs. I'm high on drugs. And then the people start believing him. Because who's this random kid out of nowhere trying to accuse Polight of scamming them out of 100, you know what I'm saying? Like, no one believed me. I DM'd all the people Polight follows about what happened to me. King Lo, I don't even want to say that, but I DM'd all of them. Floyd, all of them. I DM'd all of them. I'm saying I DM'd Sarnetta, I DM'd Supernova, I DM'd everybody that Polight follows and tell them, yo, this is what Polight did to me. No response. Only person responding with King Los. Not to put you out there, bro, but that's why I appreciate that. The only person to respond, he didn't really respond, but he was just like, what happened, bro? You know, me and King Los didn't really have that conversation. Like I saw him in the studio, was like, what's up? He barely talked to me, I didn't, you know, but he was like, oh, you're a farmer? Like in the studio, I was like, that's dope. And you know, that's all he said. But he was the only one to respond out of everybody I DM'd and Polight, who follows Polight, that this is what he did to me. Everybody, you know, so I was like, damn, I can't, I'm looking, no one's gonna believe me. No one's gonna believe me. You know? So no one's gonna believe me. So yeah, he would have a response to people that were like, yo, what's up with your man? Like, I thought he was cool. I thought you and him were good. Like, you know, he would have immediate response of something to say, and they would believe him and be like, all right, yeah, I believe you, Polight. Like, you know, and they just kind of, you know, just dismissed it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and I told you, he wanted me to come to Miami with him. Yo, I got a house out there, G, I got a house out there. You good, I know you good. We're gonna do the crypto course in Miami. And at that point, I didn't trust him no more. At that point, I'm like, I'm not going anywhere with you. I don't believe I'll even have a place to fucking stay. How could I? And he kept trying to reinforce that, like, you know, like, you could have done this. You could have went out. You could have done this. Like, you know, and he's like, I bought my wife, mom's a house. So we good. He said it was his house, but then he told me later he bought it for Aminette's mom, but they're welcome anytime because that's his house. All right. Now, Polight flips up his personality heavy, and especially through text. When you try to come, the only time he ever really called me is when I got upset and said, I'll come after you legally. Then he got up and called me on the phone. You know what I'm saying? Every time, it would just be strictly text. I wouldn't even really bother him. But when it came to getting my money back, he had every excuse in the world for not picking up the phone. Every excuse in the world. I'm busy, I'm in a meeting, just getting out, busy with my family, when I'm calling him. He's still not blocking me, still barely responding, but only time he responds is when I threatened, 3 times I threatened to come after him legally, he was like, all right, so what's up? You know, like, you know, you're gonna come after me? And then we'd have a 2-hour, and he would mainly talk for the 2-hour conversation. Like, see, me and you, that's why I don't call you that often, because me and you always have the most longest, you know what I'm saying? We be vibing so spiritually, you know what I'm saying? I'd be losing myself when I talk to you, and it just be a long, you know what I'm saying? And it's just good to be on the good terms with you again, G. It's good to be on good, and then I'm telling the other dude. So right now I got 2 people in my ear. I got the dude he rented the car from telling me everything about Polight's past. Yo, Polight is hot right now. He can't open up a bank account. There's an FBI investigation. He's telling me all this shit. Then Polight's telling me I would never scam you. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. You're like a brother to me. And so I got 2 people coming after me. I mean, not coming after me, in my head. And they're like, I don't know what to do right now. I'm having like mental breakdowns because on one side, I don't want to go against my boy Polight. You know what I'm saying? Who's looking out? He's the only one looking out for me. I don't want to team on Polight's side and then totally disregard something that could totally be the truth and go back to my ignorance. At the same time, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to actually fuck up getting my money back with Polight. Somehow, like, I need to figure out, and you know what I'm saying, or whatever, because you know, I don't know. So I don't know what, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, I don't know what to do about the situation. And this dude's like, yo, you need to expose Brother Polight. You need to tell people the truth. Everybody needs to hear what you're going through. People need to know this. And he tell me about platforms, bigger platforms I can go on. And he's like, yo, you need to put it out there, bro. You and the other mentee. I can get you guys set up. You know what I'm saying? You guys can start working business with me. We can work together. And I'm thinking, damn, this guy really has my back right now. But I'm too scared. I'm too afraid to go against Brother Polight out there like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? On camera. Like, I'm too afraid. I'm too afraid. So guess what I did? I went back to Brother Polight, man. I stopped answering the homeboys. Like, I was scared of publicly putting myself out there and getting ridiculed and just putting myself out there. And so I went back to being on good terms overseas with Polight as far as the crypto course. All right. Now, I got one last thing. It's not one last thing. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. So this is going to be part 6. This is going to be part 6 because I really need to thoroughly express myself on this next thing because I'm not gonna say it, man, because yeah, part 6.
Aloha YouTube, this is Crypto Roots and I'm in Guatemala, and it's like my first time in Latin America. They really need crypto, no joke. They really need crypto, and they don't even know that they need crypto. In fact, most people don't even know about crypto, and even if you try to bring it up, some people think you like stay away from it. So that's just the reality of it, and it's rough out here, you know, for some, you know, for a lot of people. So I'm feeling better. Physically, I'm feeling better. Spiritually, I'm feeling better, you know, and I don't care what anyone says. I feel better talking about this. And I just want to get the rest of this off my chest so I can just stop posting these videos and get back to the crypto hustle, because that's what really is the exciting part for me, at least, you know. So yeah, let's get the rest of this is done with. So when Polight first hit me up, he was very specific about his words, okay? He said, according to so-and-so, like a magazine or some publishing, that my net worth is $3-point-something million. And my response was like, because I already knew that. I mean, at least I knew that that's what online it said. But who knows how much he could have? At the time, I'm thinking he probably has more than that, and that's an underestimation, you know. But when when we talked on the phone, he said according to so and so. He never said this is how much I have. He said according to so and so magazine or whatever, my net worth is worth $3-point-something million, right? I had to mention that because he told me that when we first spoke, right? Before I went out to lab. So you got to understand, in the back of my mind the whole time I'm going through this, like, yo, if your net worth is 3-point-something million, like, let me see some results, or you know, not even let me see, like, prove it to me, but like, let me see the results of my investments coming back. And you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not who am I to judge a man? I don't know what is liquid and what is not, and how fast you can, you know what I'm saying? Those are just an accumulation of different assets and stuff. You know, I understand not everything is going to be liquid, you know, So that I just want to make that clear that that's he said he was very this according to so and so this is my net worth. He never said that this was my net worth himself. So fast forward to when I don't have a car, and it's just kind of right before I hit the park. He already knows I'm low on my bread. I gave him so much for cars. I didn't see nothing, but it's downhill fast. And this is within that same week. He kept asking me, yo, can you get Raed an Uber? Can you get Raed an Uber? Can you pay? Basically, can you pay for Raed's Ubers? And Raed would just wanted to go to the gym or go to Starbucks or whatever. And I'm like, yo, bro, I'm not sure I can do. He's like, yo, it's only $8 or $7, bro. It's only $8 or $7. What's the problem? She just cash app you. You know what I'm saying? Another day, no problem, bro. Da, da, da. So he's got me in his whatever sociopathic lock, and so I'm paying for Raed's Ubers to just the gym or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I'm like, yo, this shit is. I mean, I said that so many times in my head, but I'm like, this is some dirty shit, bro. This is some dirty shit. You paying? I gotta pay for your wife's trip down the street or up the street, because first of all, Raed don't have a driver's license. Raed don't know how to drive, and yet she pressuring me, making fun of me, telling me to hurry up and how to drive in LA. Like, you know what I'm saying? And even Nina too. Was just giving me attitude when I was driving around because I couldn't get exactly what you know what I'm saying? Polight was giving me a hard time, like not making U-turns or like just jump in front of the car. There was one time I almost got in a big accident with Polight in the car because I and he's like, you hesitate too much. Just do what I tell you to do when I tell you to do it and we'll be fine. But you hesitated, and that's why we almost got in an accident right now. Man, I'm so stressed out being Polight's driver. All right, so yeah, I had to get that. I mention that, like, yo, he had me paying for Raed's trip to the fucking gym or to Starbucks, just like tiny little places. Yo, $6, $7, $8 out to Uber. Why you tripping, bro? So shit, you gonna cash app you? Like, you good? All right. Now, this whole time, so I know about Polight's past. I know that, you know what I'm saying? That's not, I'm aware of that. But in my mind, I'm thinking he's mature. He's left that all behind. So this whole time I'm with him, there's no visual or anything of guns. There's nothing. No mention of a gun. Nothing. Now, one thing, he always had this black Louis bag. But it was the bag. And I knew I'm not a dumb. I mean, yeah, I seem dumb from being, but I'm aware that that's the bag. And I'm not sure what's in the bag. I never touched the bag. But it was always the black Louis bag. So I'm thinking, yo, that's where, I don't know, in my head, that's where he keeps the bands at. That's where, I don't know what's in the black Louis bag. That's it. But I'm making it aware that every time I'm with him, there was always the black Louis bag that he had to bring. And I'm like I said, I don't know what was in there the whole time. I never touched it. Even when I did touch it, I never looked in it. I just had to handed it to Polight. Now, I was pretty much invited to like everything by Polight, but there was very few times that I was specifically not included, and it was specifically his other mentee was included. They always like, yo, we got to go for a run tonight. Maybe his other mentee can come out and explain it, but I never knew and I never asked because I knew specifically Polight was not inviting me. And it was always a late night, and they always had to stay up kind of late night. And so he had to drive Polight. I don't know what was the deal. I was thinking, yo, that's Polight's bodyguard. They doing some big moves with money. They, in the back of my head, maybe Polight's kind of doing something illegal and don't really want no one to know about it. Who knows? I'm not here to say here that, but those are very few times that I was specifically not invited, and specifically his other mentee was invited, who is a veteran or ex-veteran from the Army. So he's, what I'm saying, homeboy, for real with the military stuff, for real with it, So I already knew that And there's times like I'm hanging around some admitted like actual like killers. I'm not dissing the other mentee because it was in the army, you know, you know what I'm saying. But he's telling me about his experience in the past. I'm like, yo, you are an assassin, bro. Like, you're straight up an assassin. Like, straight up. You know, you're a nice dude, but yeah, you fucking killed people. No joke. And Polight too. Polight's caught a few bodies. I've heard shit from Polight about Polight that, and I'm not gonna be gossiping about what I did or didn't hear, but I know Polight's got bodies under him. Whether he beat the cases or whether it never even got to a case. So there's times I'm hanging out with official murderers who that's just what in their past. You know what I'm saying? Whether they did it legally or illegally or got away with it illegally or did it whatever. So that was something to just keep in mind. It was nothing for me to like. I didn't feel afraid or I didn't feel any fear. It's just a reality that I had to acknowledge that I'm hanging around with killers. All right? Or at least people who have done multiple murders and are actually still out on the streets right now with me in the car. So that's something I had to keep in mind. Now, fast forward, I tell you about the time I went to get the Airbnb in the tent. And then I woke up the next morning and Polight flipped out on me, right? During the flipping out, he brought up himself. He was like, you may not be used to my kind of energy as a man. You may not be used to my kind of energy as a man. He was like, you don't understand what I got to go through. You don't understand. I care. You know, there's guns around me. I got guns, and I'm in charge of. I'm not in charge. I'm kind of like the leader of other men who's got a bunch of guns. So I'm always. He's like, I'm the dude. Like He's like, you know what I'm saying. So he's like, my energy is just on a different level when there's you know what I'm saying, resistance or something. You know what I'm saying, adversity. He will. You know, that's how like. You know, so he's like, I respond to adversity a little different. You know what I'm saying? So he was trying to like kind of calm, you know, explain why he flipped out on me and why I'm just not on his level. And he definitely mentioned, yo, there's guns, and then other people with guns, and I'm kind of like the leader or whatever. So I'm thinking, first of all, I'm with him the whole time, no mention of guns whatsoever, or even any scene. And then he brings that up later, like, yo, like, it's for real, I'm kingpinning. And I got goons everywhere, you know, like he kind of like pretty much kind of hinted that, you know, and that was that conversation. Basically, that was kind of just like, you're not used to my kind of energy, and I guess, you know, and in kind of reality I was, because I told him the only way I got around the hood is because people took me in, the baddest dudes took me in as their dude, so everybody else left me alone. I mentioned that to him. He was like, pause for a second, you know, he was just like, whoa. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of how I got by in being around the hood, is that like one person took me under their wing, so everybody else left me alone. And he usually was the baddest dude or like the roughest dude, or you know what I'm saying, in the neighborhood that kind of took me under their wing. And he just kind of like thought about it. It's like, yo, we're gonna build on that later, G. I remember that we went to a party and I told him that. Because it's true. Now, fast forward, I had to mention those different things. This is all building up, okay? Fast forward, I'm in Mexico. I'm going at Polight, bitching at him, just getting angry. Now I'm starting to threat legal. Now I'm hitting Polight and like, what's up with my bread? What's up with my money? And he calls me because I threatened. Like I said, he only picks up when I threaten to go legal. He calls me, and he's like, "You don't know what I've been going through. You don't know what I've been going through. Something. I just got it. He's like, I just found out my dad had cancer, so I was visiting my dad. He had cancer. And I'm just like, you kind of stole my father's life insurance, bro. Like, I know what it is for like your dad not to be in good health because mine just fucking died. I didn't say that. Right? He's like, you don't know what I've been going through. He brought up that he found out his dad had cancer, and then he had to go to New York or whatever. It could be real, it could be a lie. I have no idea. And then he was like, just yesterday, he was calling me on the phone. Just yesterday, I had a death threat. I had another death threat. You know, and he's like, it's nothing to me. It's nothing to me. I ain't afraid of nothing. I ain't afraid to die. You know. So he was just like, he's like, I thought you had something to do with it. He straight up told me this. He said, I thought you had something to do with my death threat. I have, throughout this whole time, not once did I mention threatening him physically. Because I just know I'm in another country. He knows not once did I think at all that I could go there. So I didn't. I just said, I'm going to get at you legally or go on YouTube. But I realized at the time, I really wasn't prepared to do that. But I definitely wasn't going to. So he straight up said, I thought you had something to do with my death threat. And I'm like, whoa. He's like, so the guy, he's like, so I texted the guy who said he was going to kill me or whatever. I texted him the address of where I was going to be at. And I told him to meet me there. And he's like, I had all my folks waiting for him. He told me he had his folks waiting for the dude that was going to come and kill Polight. And he's like, the dudes I got are some of the baddest top bodyguards in the whole nation. It wasn't even the other mentee. Or I don't know. But he was just like, the bodyguards, the people I got are some of the roughest fucking killers out there. And, you know, he's like, you know, they under me. I'm thinking, all right. He's like, yo, the dude never showed up and da-da-da-da-da. But he's like, I'm always prepared. It ain't nothing. I'm not afraid. Anybody wants to come at me, I give them the address of where I'm at and tell them to meet me there. And I'm like, all right. I mean, yeah, I guess I've seen you kind of do that on live streams or whatever, you know, like, but I had to mention that he thought I had something to do with the death threat, you know, and not once did I all any way mention physically threatening him. Now, so I told you I'm hitting up the dude he's got the rental cars from. I'm hitting up a few people, and everyone's kind of saying the same thing. There's a reason he's keeping you around. He could have just took your shit and left and blocked you and done. But there's a reason he's keeping you around. And I'm like, yo, you're right. But what is that reason? Because it's not the money. I don't have money. And I'm like, it's not exactly the type of crypto knowledge, because either he obviously showed he really didn't care about it because he didn't follow up or mention it. And I'm not sure. That's what's driving me nuts. Why is this guy keeping me around? Why is he keep telling me I'm getting my money back and then keeps prolonging? And that's what's the insanity is. He kept saying, I'm going to get it back and stretch it out. I'm going to stretch it out. You know, and he kept, you know what I mean? He kept stretching it out, and I'm thinking each time, each week, every other week, I'm about to come up. And I don't. And it just really throws me off vibrationally, especially since, you know what I'm saying, I got a woman now, and I'm paying for me and her and everything, because, you know what I'm saying, she Mexican, she ain't got, it ain't, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, so, you know what I'm saying, so I was taking care of us, you know, and people kept saying there's a reason Polight's keeping you around, bro. Now the dude was like, yo, this is what you need to do, because this is before I go back to Polight. This is all right. So I'm on this dude side. I'm real like, yo, he told me about the Yada thing, and I'm like, yo, I just for real got scammed by Polight. And he's like, so this is what you need to do, bro. You need to still continue to be cool with Polight, but you need to file for investigations in the background. Act like everything's cool when you talk to him, but start hitting the investigations in the background. And you know what I'm saying, and just milk it until you figure out what's the next move, right? And so that's what I did. I filed disputes. I called up my bank and figured out what I need to do to dispute the charges. I filed a SEC file complaint or whatever, investigation fraud. I hit up Stripe because that's who he did. It's like, your merchant scammed me. So I was going for it, and it just so happens that Polight gets back in my head. He gets back in my head from a conversation, and then I calm down. I'm thinking, nah, he wouldn't do this. Like, it's literally like a mind fuck at this point. So Polight's back in my head, and I leave homeboy alone. I stopped talking to him, and I go back to being cool with Polight because he got back into my head. And so I started getting responses from the Stripe and the SEC. Like, a cop called me. I know it was a cop because he addressed me by my full name. He sounded like a white man, and it's just like, you know. And so basically with Stripe and the SEC or whatever, those, because they contact me sooner. I said, I called off the investigation. I said, no, I thought I got scammed. But apparently I didn't. I was mistaken. I just want to call it off. So I guess that's kind of how that went, right? And then I called it off, and I'm back to trusting Polight again. Okay. So now, at this point, this is like right before the announcement, the crypto course date. At this point, I'm thinking, even though I'm cool with Polight again, he don't really give a shit about me. This whole time, he hasn't sent me any fucking money. And the only money he sent me was from the invoices. Then I had to ask him, like, yo, you got some more invoices because we about to do the course. Yo, hit me with some more invoices. Only got about 8. He's like, all right, G, I'm gonna hit you back with some. It never did, right? And I'm thinking, this person really don't. Why would he let me suffer? Like, why would, you know? This is third or fourth time. I'm like, yo, why would this dude let me suffer like this? Like, you know, I didn't tell him I was hustling in the background. I tried to make it seem like I had no money, so he would have some sense of urgency to help me. But there was no urgency whatsoever to help me. So I'm thinking, this is where I'm giving up. Finally giving up on this dude. He doesn't give a shit about me. It's just this. I don't know what this guy's into. I don't know why he wants to have me around. He don't even call me when he said he's gonna call me. He said he's gonna do this crypto course. So I'm about to give up fully on this man. Right? This is in Mexico. So the day of the crypto course, the day before, like 4 or 5 hours ahead, I still haven't heard nothing from him. We still haven't discussed what we were going to discuss on the course. Nothing. I'm freaking out. I'm like, this dude's just going to bail on the course, and everybody's hitting me up right now, and we didn't even go over nothing, and I took people's money, and like, fuck, man. I even told him earlier, I was like, yo, you sending me invoices. I'm thinking you trying to set me up, bro. Like, you're gonna, you know. And he was like, nah, I can see how you see that, but I wouldn't do that. That's what he said. I see how you can see that. And I'm like, well, can you send me a list of people that pay for the course, just so I know I'm getting a fair amount of sales for the course? She's like, oh yeah, no problem. I'm gonna send you a list, no problem. Never got the list. So I hit him up. I'm like, Polight, I'm ready. Like, Polight, like, you know. He's like, why you freaking? He finally texted me back, why you freaking out? I'm like, Polight, I ain't never shot a course. Like, it's about to go live. Like, you know, I'm freaking out. I don't know what we're gonna talk about. Like, you haven't called me, you haven't done nothing. And he's like, you need to stop worrying about the crypto course. You need to stop worrying about that shit. You need to worry about Costa Rica. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. I just got a property. I just got a property over in Costa Rica. And I'm like, whoa. He texted me pictures. He was like, yeah, bro. Yeah, it's for real now. It's live. Yeah, it just went through. He's like, I want you to work. This is what he told me. I was gifted the property, the mountain, the resort in Costa Rica. He told me that. It was gifted to him from some father figure type to Polight. And he's like, we've been planning this since Sebi was alive. Since Dr. Sebi was alive. And we were either going to get a property in Africa somewhere or somewhere in South America. And we chose Costa Rica. And because of the ley lines, the thermal hot springs, the atmosphere, he's like, I'm gonna start a holistic health retreat. you know, and he was like, I want you to live on the property, bro. He's like, I want you can live on my property for free. He's like, you and whoever you want. But he's like, you can live on my property for free. He didn't tell me. So yeah, so I'm like, whoa. I wasn't expecting this. Like, this is some big, in my head, I'm like, this is some big deal. Like, is Brother Polight really, really, really looking out for me in the end? Like, you know? And he's like, yeah, bro, I didn't say nothing to nobody for years. You know what I'm saying? I was just laying low until this went through. And so he's like, me and my business partner, who's kind of like the father figure, he's going to leave and move to Dubai. He's kind of done with the land. And he said I could have the land. And he said I could do whatever I want on the land. We're just going to split the business deals on the land. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second. And he's like, I'm gonna start a couples retreat on the land. And he's like, I want you to teach it. I want you to be there. He's like, I'm gonna teach you coherent heart breathing. I'm gonna teach you coherent heart breathing, and then you're gonna teach other people. You get to live out there. There's coconuts, and it's like, I know that's. And I was like, yo, I get to start a farm. He's like, bro, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Everything's already set. He's like, there's somebody else that lives there that's taking care of the property, but I said I want someone else. I want someone I know living out there, someone I can trust living out there. And I'm thinking, damn, Brother Polight, like, damn, for real, like, you really look at, like, damn, like, it almost made me forgive him for everything. It almost, check it out, it almost made me forgive him for everything. But check it out. And then he's like, yo, and then we do the crypto course. It's like 4 or 5 hours later, right? He goes on the crypto course, and anyone who took that course, at least the first part that was in the chat, he told them that he just bought a mountain. He told them that he just bought a mountain. And everyone's like, in the back of my head, I'm like, you just told me it was fucking gifted to you. But he told everyone in the chat that he bought the mountain. And everyone in the chat's like, damn, Polight's leveling up. Big boss, Polight got a mountain, yo. Damn, Boston, real estate tycoon type shit. Like, people like just showing him mad love in the chat. And I'm like, yo, is he gonna mention everybody that Crypto Roots is gonna be working on the property together? You know, no, he didn't mention that. He didn't mention none of that. Not that I needed to hear that, but I'm thinking that's the next thing. Like, yo, me and the crypto, since me and Crypto Roots, we gonna take it to the mountain. We're gonna do the farming shit too. I'm thinking he's gonna say it. He doesn't say it. He just told everyone he bought the mountain. Okay? Now, right, so now we're on those terms. He was like, when can you get out to Costa Rica? When can you get out to Costa Rica? And I'm like, shit, bro, like sometime in like late June. He was like, cause this is like late May, right? He's like, yo, that's perfect, bro, that works for me, that's perfect, right? And yeah, so that was the deal, that was the agreement. Now, let me slow down just so I can get the story straight. Fast forward, we good. Me and Polight good again. This dude's a sociopath, and I don't know, for some reason, he keeps getting into my head, and I keep fucking letting him, or I don't know. So me and Polight are cool again, like brothers again. Like, for some reason, I just kind of like dismissed everything and thinking like, yo, this is about to be lit. I'm about to have a place to stay in a resort. And I told him, this is not a lie. He's told me like Costa Rica, and he's like, and I was like, dude, I'm already about to go to Costa Rica, I swear. And then Polight hits me with that, and he's like, yo, that's crazy, G, that's crazy. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy, because I was already gonna go there, you know. And then I'm like, yo, this is like divine, spiritual, this just so happens to be at the right thing. Polight hit a hard time back in LA, and now he's back on his feet, and now he's trying to present for me an opportunity. Like, dude, I'm presenting another opportunity. This dude is crazy. This dude is nuts, yo. All right, so this is what ended up happening. It's how I lost my faith in him. He told me about the refund checks. And I said, yo, Polight, I'm gonna need, as soon as I get a little bread, I'll be able to buy the plane ticket out there. You know? And so, I'll be able to buy a plane ticket out there. And he's like, all right, cool, G. Polight says I'm gonna get that check, that refund check. Guarantees me I'm gonna get it. Guarantees me is right at, took to the bank, notarized it, got her name off the security deposit, guaranteed me that. And the legacy was like, nah, we told you for the third time, nothing's been done. It's only $500, right? Polight's presenting me an opportunity to stay in a resort on a mountain in Costa Rica for the rest of my life, live off the land, right? I lose my shit on Polight over these $500. Not so much the money, the fact that he guaranteed me. Everything he's guaranteeing me, nothing has come true, and that was the needle, whatever. That was the straw on the camel that broke the camel's back, essentially. The fact that he told me it was done and it wasn't done. I lost it. I absolutely lost it. And I realized this dude wants me to be his fucking slave over in Costa Rica. I'm like, it hit me. I'm like, not only do I gotta rely on him for a place to live, but he still owes me over 100 grand, so I have to rely on him for the money. Then he wants me to teach classes and start a farm because he knows that was my dream. I told him the only reason I got the trust fund to get real estate so I can get some farmland in Hawaii. And I told him I'm a farmer. That's what I do. That's what I love to do. Farming and crypto. So I'm thinking, yo, this dude wanted me to just be like a slave on his land. Like, essentially, I'm thinking, I gotta rely on him for a place to live. I gotta rely on him for money, but yet I still gotta continue to do business and bring in value to his land in order to, you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking, no way. I finally wake up and like, yo, fuck that shit. I'm not gonna do that. And then I emailed Polight. I was like, yo, you guaranteed me. I was like, I'm not gonna be some slave on your land. You know, you said you said you were gonna give me that, and all my checks and everything. Nothing's shown up. You guarantee me that. Nothing's shown up. I'm not being a slave on your land. You know? And then he responds back immediately. See, that's the thing about brother Polight. He'll pretend like he's busy. I've been around him. He'll pretend like he's busy, but he's always on his phone. He literally gets every single message you send him. He gets every single email you send him. He gets every call you send him. I'm not joking. He just chooses to respond to the ones he doesn't. To the ones he does, and the ones he just ignore all the ones he doesn't, and then respond a week or two later, or just whatever. You know, I know this by now, so I know that once I'm going after Polight, he'll answer immediately, whether it be legally or whether I said I cancel. He's like immediately responding, no matter what time. He immediately respond. He's like, "What are you talking about? I don't need a slave on my land. I don't need a slave on my land. That's homosexual. What are you talking about? I don't need." It's like, I'm presenting you an opportunity. To live for free. You know what I'm saying? And then I respond, and I don't know what happened, but I said something and I just let it go. I was angry. I didn't respond. And I couldn't get sleep. This shit was eating me alive. Everything I've been through, I got this new woman. It's eating me alive, man. So she's just like, yo, you stressing real hard. Like, and I'm like, yo, I am, man. I am. because this dude said I was going to get some money. Now this dude is trying to use me. And I'm like, yo, this dude is trying to drain more value. So this is what happened. I woke up. I just couldn't get sleep. I was so angry at Polight. I said, I pieced all it together. I'm like, yo, this dude's trying to drain more and more and more value out of me while pretending to add more value to me, like pretending to like give me opportunities. And so I said, and because my ex-girlfriend's like, don't you dare do anything. Don't you believe Brother Polight. This whole time I'm being cool with him. She's like, I don't believe him. I'm like, yo, Polight said he's going to pay me. Polight said he's going to pay me. She's like, I don't believe him. He's a sociopath. Don't you believe him. Don't you believe him. And she's in my ear telling me not to believe him. The other dude who got the rental car telling me not to believe him. People are telling me not to believe him. And I'm still kind of believing Brother Polight, man. This dude is with words. Oh, so at this point, all right, so the legacy check hits, and I told him, Polight, yo, I'm done, not gonna be a slave. And Polight was like, whoa. Did I miss a call or something, G? Did I miss a call? Yo, bro, I'm gonna call you tonight. I'm gonna call you tonight, bro. I'm gonna call you tonight, G. And I figured out, yo, do not talk to him. Do not talk to him. He's not apologizing about the money. He's not guaranteeing you any money. He's like, did you try to call me? Did I miss a call? Wait, bro, I'm gonna call you. And I'm like, no more calls, bro. I need results in my bank account. Now, Polight, literally, I told you he switches up his personalities. So whatever it was, I fucked up his plans by saying, no, I don't want to go out to Costa Rica. So Polight flips his personality. But check this out. He sees that I'm getting aggressive now. He sees that like my alpha male's coming out, and I'm like, I'm just losing all respect for him. And he's like, and I'm like, fuck talking to you. Do not call me. I don't want to hear your words, because he's trying to play game. I knew he was trying to play games with my head with his words. And I said, I need results in my bank account. And I knew I pinned him in a corner because he really couldn't. He was like, yes. Blessings, brother. You know, he switched up into this whole hotep. He literally went to like a hotep mode. You know, peace and blessings. You know, sun rising, and he said like broken, like, and you know, things will come about, and always say yes. And I'm on top of it right away, brother. I'm on top of it. He never act like that before. He literally became like submissive hotep to me because he saw I was getting very aggressive, but I fucked up his plans, whatever it was. And so, and then I tell him, yo, I'm not going on your property until you give me a minimum 20,000 in my bank account. I'm not teaching the crypto course until you give me a minimum $1,500 because I know you fucking have it. And I'm not doing any of that until you give me the additional $500 from the legacy that you said I would have. You know? So I said all those three had to happen. 20K in my bank account for me to even go on the property. If you want me to teach the crypto course, you need to give me $1,500 because I know you have and you ripped me off. And $500 from legacy because you guaranteed me 3 times and it still hasn't fucking shown up. All right? Those were my, what's the word? Requirements or demands from Polight. Polight's like, oh, that's nothing, G. That's nothing. Those requests, is like, those are minor. Those are minor requests. Those are no big deal. And I'm thinking, wow, okay, he got me again. Like, I'm about to get at least 20 G's. I'm about to like, you know, Polight said he's on top of it, and he's like, oh, that's actually nothing, no big deal. You know what I'm saying? That's actually nothing, no big deal. That's no problem. You're gonna get that. So he kind of got me again. I know, shoot me, crypto roots. I get it, shoot me. So Polight's like, yo, that's nothing. Those demands, that's minor, bro. That's minor. All right. So this is the time Polight's having the baby. Now, give me a second. All right. And I'm like, now I'm trying to play games with him. Like, you know what? Polight has always had to stay in touch with me at least once a week, at least 2 or 3 times a week since we met. It's been 5 or 6 months. Polight has contacted me, or somehow we've talking.
So I'm thinking, yo, what if I just like fuck with his head? What if I just never say nothing with Polight? What if I just dip out, just don't disappear, just don't answer my calls? Like, what if I play that kind of game and just don't say nothing to him for like weeks? But at the same time, I'm like, yo, I need the money now. I can't just kind of play. So I don't talk to Polight for about, I don't contact him for about a week or so, because I realized, you know, he was having the baby or whatever. And I just was like, yo, if there's any chance of you getting your money back, just wait until after he has the baby. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully he'll be in a, you know, hopefully it'll just be a little better chance you can get your money back after he gets the kid out of the way. So, by this time I stopped following him. I'm like, yo, I can't even follow his teachings no more. He gave me like, I ended up getting 4 books from him. By that time I already threw away 2, you know, and I'm like, should I hold on these other 2 because I don't know that, like, I'm unsubscribed. I forgot I'm still on this YouTube. So I saw that he had a live stream of some ceremony dance with like King Los and like for the naming ceremony. And I'm thinking like, yo, I don't know. Like, should I even trust this brother? He's letting me suffer. He's out there still pretending to live the life in Hollywood. And I'm like, you know, I'm gonna let this man give birth to his child and whatever. So a few days later, I get a text from Polight. Polight's like, yo, I got my daughter's born. Sorry, G, I've just been so stressed these last few months. Sorry for not coming through. Sorry for apology. You know, I just needed to. My head's clear now. I'm good, G. Like, you know, we're still good. Like, we're still good. And I'm just like, at this point, I'm just like, meh, 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 and right. And so he's like, yo, we're still gonna do the Costa Rica thing. He's like, the opportunity still exists. I'm not trying to use you or nothing, you know. And he's like, yo, I'm gonna get that bread to you, G. I'm gonna get that bread to you, right? So still the bread doesn't show up, and it just so happens that my chick missed her period, and it's been about like a week, and me and her like, fuck, we weren't really exactly, this just kind of came up. We thought we were doing our thing, and this just showed up because, you know, so, and then we're like, fuck, like, me and her, like, damn, we got the anxiety now. And I'm thinking, damn, I had over 100 G's to change my life, to kind of like start a family, and I gave it to Polight in hopes to get a trust, to get some real estate, to build it for a potential family. Now that I got this woman in my life, now that you know, she's about to be pregnant, we were looking at cheap lands for properties in Mexico. I'm thinking, nah, damn, I ain't got the money. I got a girlfriend that I'm in love with because she makes me crack the fuck. She makes me laugh so much. It's funny. So that's why I was like, yo, I gotta keep you, man. She cute and just hella funny. And she's pregnant now. So I start screaming, yo, Polight, yo, I got a baby on the way, bro. I got a baby on the way. I ain't got no bread. Like you said, I was gonna get some bread, bro. I got a fucking baby and a woman, and I'm trying to, like, you know, like, I was like, that was the whole purpose of me even investing, was to get more bread to have. And I'm like, he's like, oh, gee, oh, what's up? Oh, you about to be a father? Congratulations, bro. Congratulations. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, if you need any help, if you need anything, you know what I'm saying, let me know. It's like, I got herbs, I got exercises you can do. I'm like, I don't know, man. She's still confused. We don't know if she's pregnant or not. Like, he's just like, yo, G, if you need any help, you know what I'm saying? And then he's like, yo, there's a check on the way. There's a check on the way. He's like, what's your address? For the 6th time, what's your address? There's a check on the way. So at this time, I'm just like, I don't want to be a fucking friend. He's trying to be cool with me, G. Like, yo, I'll help you with the pregnancy and everything, you know? And he's like, yo, there's a check on the way. Doesn't tell me how much and doesn't tell me when. I give him my address, and he's like, yo, the check's on the way. And then it clicks in, and then 30 minutes later, I'm like, yo, can you tell me how much that check's for? He's like, all right, let me get back to you. Let me get back to you. He asked me for the address. It's like, I don't really know how much. He's like, he had to go find out through his account, somebody else, because he never touches the money. So somebody, he's like, let me get back to you. Couldn't even tell me how much the check was, right? Then he says it's always going to be for $5,000. And I'm like, for exactly what? Which type of investments? And he's like, let me get back to you, right? Let me get back to you. And then a few days later, tax liens. I'm like, $5,000 back from tax liens? At this point, I don't even want to argue. At this point, I'm like, I'll take anything. Just give me anything back and I'll work with it. Just give me anything back and I'll work with it. But I, in my head, I know, and I'm like, okay, when? Yo, let me get back to you. He could have just said that all in one text. Yo, you're gonna get it this date for tax liens, $5,000, da 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 da. He could have just told me, and I could have just asked, but I just like, yo. But each time he said, let me get back to you, let me get back to you, let me get back to you, and at this point, I'm sitting up late night thinking, can't even sleep. And he's saying, and then he says, yo, G, when you going to Costa Rica, let me know so I can make arrangements for you. I say, yo, whenever this check shows up, or I get some bread from my other crypto work. And he's like, all right, cool, right? And this was it. This was the final. I'm sitting in my bed thinking, I ain't getting no fucking check. I'm not getting any check. I'm not getting nothing. And I was like, yo, Polight, send me the tracking number. Send me a picture with my name on the check and the amount, and send me a tracking number if you're serious. And he says, no worries. He got that from me. No worries. Not that I'm, but he just took, that's Hawaiian, just like, no worries. But he kept, so he strategically used my language, on me. No worries. And I'm like, all right, I get it. I ain't getting no check. And that's when I went full blown, all out, you motherfucker. And I started to think, this dude was fucking setting me up to come to Costa Rica. He wanted me to come to Costa Rica to set me up. And I'm thinking, wow. He wanted me to buy my own ticket. That's the whole thing. He never offered to buy my plane ticket. He wanted me to come to Costa Rica to live for free. Right? So back this up. And so I'm gonna back this up. So first we get in an argument. I told you, he was like, yo, you can live for free as long as you want. Whoever you want, you can live for free on my property. He never mentioned that I had to do anything. But I was like, yo, I can't wait to farm. I can't wait to do this. He's like, you can do whatever you want, G. You can do whatever you want. And then when I flipped out about the being a slave, he's like, bro, I was offering you an entrepreneurship opportunity. I didn't need a slave. And then he's like, I was offering you an entrepreneurship opportunity. First, he said, you just live for free, do whatever you want, teach some classes. Then he's like, yo, you could start your own. I offered you an opportunity to start your own businesses from the property. And I'm like, already done. And then when I finally quit, when I finally said, yo, bro, I was offering you part ownership of the land. And I'm like, yo, this dude is a fucking psychopath. He's been, like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, this dude tried to set me up. Polight wanted me gone. He wanted me gone. And I'm now, in retrospect, I'm thinking, what a sophisticated ass motherfucker. He literally thought this out. He said, what does this guy want? So much so that he can't, I'm gonna present him something he will not turn down. And then I told him, Polight, I don't need to live on your property. With my farming resume, I can live on any land in Hawaii. any land in Hawaii. But I did, and I was like, I'd been doing it for years. I can live any land for free in Hawaii because of my farming skills. But it was always for white folks, so that's why I stopped doing it. So then I got excited because I'm like, yo, it's gonna be a black-owned land at first. But I was like, so in his mind, he's thinking, yo, I'm gonna present something for this guy that can never be turned down. And so either I'm thinking, yo, this was a way for me to forgive him for taking all my money over the $110,000, and just be like, and then I'm like, yo, because I know what it is for work trade situations be taken advantage of, because people who don't know how to farm, they don't understand the actual real work it takes. So they can easily be like, yo, you didn't do enough, and that's why I stopped working certain situations, because no matter how hard I was working, people were like, you weren't doing enough. And I'm like, yo, Polight knows nothing about farming. So I could totally see that being misinterpreted. I could totally see him like, yo, G, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. This is worth way more than $100,000. You can live here for the rest of your life, so we good. Either he was trying to make it all like, yo, a way for me to forgive him, or he was trying to take more value out of me so that I could farm on the land, that I could make him look good on camera, do the couples retreats, do everything. And I told him that's slavery. I was like, that's slavery. You want me to live on I have to rely on you for a place to stay. I have to rely on you for money. And while bringing more value to your land, I told him that's fucking slavery. He had nothing to say. He's like, I don't need a slave. And I broke it down. He's like, bro, nah, that's not what I want. That's not, know, bro, you misinterpreting everything. And I was like, yo, this dude wanted me a fucking slave. Wanted me to be a slave. And then I'm thinking, nah, bro. Polight wanted me gone. This nigga wanted me dead. Like, he wanted me to pay for my own plane, and he never offered. So I'm like, yo, he didn't want to pay for me to get off somewhere, for him to get rid of me somewhere. He wanted me to pay for myself. He wanted me to jump the gun and pay for myself because I was so excited. And so I'm like, yo, this dude wanted me somewhere in the middle of an island in my environment. He wanted to set it up in my environment, so I'm with him somewhere. And he kept saying, yo, come walk the property with me, G. Come on, bro. He said this like, yo, bro, just walk the property. Just give it a chance. Walk the property with me. And he texted me a few times. Yo, let me know when you're out there so I can make arrangements for you. Every single arrangement this dude said he ever made for me never, ever worked out. So I'm thinking, he never had any real plans to either go out to Costa Rica. He wanted me to just like blindly go somewhere on the fucking mountain, and have someone do something to me, or he wanted me to go out to the property with him in the middle of the mountain somewhere and get rid of me, because he knew I had no family, he knew I had no close one, he knew I just had a girlfriend that I just met. But it was it's easy to just kind of get rid of Crypto Roots somewhere and just disappear from the scene, because this is before I speak out, because he knew I was coming at him. He knew I was coming at him, like one, and I kept falling for the okie doke. Straight up. And I'm thinking, and I'm piecing everything together, understanding how sociopaths, and I call him a borderline psychopath because he's been known to kill. And I'm thinking, yo, this dude really, really was trying to set me up, either to be his slave or to get rid of me. And that's when it hit me. I was like, damn. I'm grateful that check didn't come through, because if it did, I probably would have just been like, yo, for real, Polight, I'm buying my ticket now. Can I meet you there? You know what I'm saying? And Polight's such a sophisticated dude or whatever. No one would know who I was at or where I was at or nothing. I just would have never came back. And he would have been all good, because he doesn't have emotional feelings for people. This is sociopath. He doesn't care. It's not in him to care. And I'm thinking, he's more worried about his reputation, you know what I'm saying, and anything else, that it's much easier to get rid of the dude who can ruin his whole reputation. All right, man. Part 7. Aloha, YouTube. This is Crypto Roots, and this is going to be the final video, and I'm not sure how long it's going to be. It's going to be long enough until I get everything off my mind and I can just keep moving forward in a positive direction.
So yeah, I have not lied or exaggerated anything that I've said these entire videos. I'm only telling the truth of what I experienced and how I experienced it. You know? So just to start off, I'm gonna show you a receipt. It's for $3,200 to Brother Polight. Let me see if you can see that right there. You see that? Move in 3,000 and the date too. It's the date. Okay. Now, I got several of these. Let's see. I mean, I got like 12. These are just directly. It's another one for $3,200. Let me see. Right there, Brother Polight. You know, so that's outside, and I'm gonna just show you. Look how many of those, Brother Polight, all those, Brother Polight. You know, so it's for real. It's for real. And then everything I couldn't send through this, you saw the Western Union's receipts, Walmart to Walmart, MoneyGrams. Then I got the Cash App receipts. Let me pull them up real quick. Give me a second. I got Cash Apps, and then I got the Apple Pays. All right, here we go. Okay, Jessica Casey. Those are all right at. Gail. I don't know who Gail is. He sent me money to Gail. Nina, Jessica Casey. You see all those? You see that? You see Nina's picture? It's for real. See Jessica Casey with Brother Polight on there? It's for real. You know what I'm saying? And then Tazani, his daughter, straight to her too. I don't know who, you know what I'm saying? This is everybody he was telling me to send Cash Apps to. Okay? Now, so now, I honestly feel like Brother Polight, yes, he did scam me out of over 100K, around $110,000. And he wanted, first of all, he was hoping that I would kill myself. I know that. Because the fact that I think he would try to get me killed or kill me himself, I think it would have been easier for me to do it to myself so his hands are clean. Because I really broke down that night and really wanted to die, and I had no one to talk to. So even though this person was doing this to me, he was the only one I could talk to and tell him, like, I don't know how to say this, bro. I've been holding this in the whole time. And then I'm just ready to die. Like, I just broke down to the one person who was causing me this because I had no one to talk to. Or if, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't tell my girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend at the time. I couldn't come out and tell him, this, you know what I'm saying? But I just told Polight, thinking that he cared. And that was my biggest thing, was trusting a sociopath. To think a sociopath/psychopath actually cares. They don't. And that was my biggest flaw. I'm gonna get into that. But yeah, he took me for my money. He manipulated me and took me for my money, and he wanted me to get rid of myself. And then once he saw that I was getting spiritually grounded, once he saw that I was, you know what I'm saying, had a woman, and that I'm building myself, and somehow I'm getting by without him, he was like, okay, this guy, I'm gonna have to take this matter into my own hands, you know? And so he came up with a very sophisticated plan to get me alone somewhere in a place I never been before, and to rely on him for everything, essentially. Or I don't know what his plan was, but I can only speculate because of his prior actions and the fact that I still don't have any money from him. All right, so I'm coming after him. Well, I mean, whatever it means, legally. I mean, I'm going balls out on him for really doing this to me. Aminette, do me a favor. This is what I need. I need help. I need Amanette's full name. That's the only thing I want to see. If you're gonna message me or send me anything, send me Amanette's full name. And I'm Jessica Casey Raet, because they were all down with this. They were all down with this, and they couldn't have done it without each other. It took all of them to make this to happen, because they're the ones who benefited off of this. Now Nina, I don't know. I thought she was in on it, and I kind of went after her, or just like said, "Yo, what's up? Like, for real? Like, I'm coming after you. Like, this is fucked up." And apparently, I hit up Nina one time because I couldn't believe it, because I spent so much time, not so much, but I spent a lot of time around Nina. And then I hit her up like a few months ago, and then she was telling me how Polight was doing her dirty, and Polight da. I don't know exactly what they went through, but it seemed like they were going through a breakup, or they were already broken up or something. And I don't know, I felt like Nina was being genuine and honest, that she had no clue what was going on. And then I kind of flipped out on her again, because I'm like, you had to have known what was going on. Like, and she's like, oh, he told me that he's getting money from his courses and stuff and his classes. And she's like, that's how I thought he was making his money. And so, like I said, people were hitting Polight up, like, what's up with your boy? Like, and then Nina hit Polight up and was like, da, like, he's, and these are text messages from Polight to Nina. All right, just so you see it. You can put them up there. He says, everyone affiliated with me scammed him. He tricked his bread off, wants me to do more than what suffice. He's sending everyone on my Instagram all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? He's flat out broke and thinks he's starting a bunch of fires to smoke me out. He's stuck in Mexico. He will say anything at this point. I'm in two movies coming out on the big screen next month. I bought 2 new dope cars. I just bought a huge property in Costa Rica, and he would like to think I did all this with his money. This is his response to Nina. That's his response to Nina. Sociopath, man. I'm telling you, like, what sociopaths do, what happens is no one gets the complete side of them. One second. No one gets the complete side of them. They shape in the perspective of what they want you to have of them, but they do it every one. So no one actually really understands or sees the whole perspective of that person, because he's very charming. He's, on camera, or he'll be at a party and he'll be like charming on camera. Like, he switches his whole things up when the camera comes out. He switches his whole shit up when the camera comes out. And his whole thing is and I told him, he was having a conversation with Floyd Mayweather in the car, and I happened to be in the car, but I'm always quiet. So I was overhearing the whole conversation, and Polight was telling, because sociopaths, they had this thing for recklessness, and what he was doing, he was street racing the BMW at night. With other like another Lamborghini. Like, Polight would just do random crazy acts on his, just out of nowhere, and he was street race, and like they said they had to like run away. They passed cops couldn't even catch him, like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and then Nina told me Nina was in the he said Nina was freaked out. Nina was in the car, and Polight's just street racing the white Beamer, just reckless, going through red lights and whatnot. And I was like, whoa, dude, like, for real? He was telling Floyd that or whatever on the phone, and then Floyd, it would happen around the Gucci thing, and then Floyd or whatever, Floyd came up and said, yo, I'm just gonna fuck with them. I'm gonna just fuck with people, and then Polight said, like, yo, I'm gonna do that too. And then I'm realizing, somehow the conversation hangs up, and I'm like, yo, Polight. So all it really is just manipulating the public's perspective of you. That's all this Hollywood shit is. He's like, yeah, that's all it is. And I'm thinking, damn. I finally get to see, most people watch movies and are curious, and like, you know, want to be in the other side, and I finally hit I would say see, I finally see, I'm like, yo, this shit is a fucking game. It's a psychological manipulation of images and projections. You project what you want people to see of you, and that's how they see, and then that's how they make a living. That's how they make a living. So he purposely did that Gucci shit after Floyd did that shit, just to, you know, and back in the hotel room, Polight's on his phone, and he's a sociopath. And because I'm studying this, and they're always bored with life because they think they're so intelligent and they just get everything, that they're bored, and that's why they provoke their own stimulation. And Polight would just purposely make posts on his Instagram purposely to piss people off, right? Okay, we get that part. But then he would actually get upset. Sorry, I'm like, is there something? He would actually get upset when people started responding with negative comments. Like, he would actually get emotionally upset. It's like, dude. And then even Aminette was like, you love that shit. You like that shit. And he was like, nah. But then he would just be like, and then he brought up that white girl post with the African garb, with the blue, with the model, the Playboy model. He purposely took that picture just to purposely post it, just to purposely, you know what I'm saying? And then get angry at people who were responding negatively. Like, you guys are stupid. You guys are stupid. You know, I'm like, yo, you just kind of create your own fucking drama, dude. I didn't say that, but that's when I realized this dude creates his own fucking drama. So when I'm texting him and, you know, I'm getting angry, and I'm like, this is what you do. You get people who love you to hate you, and then you just get people to hate you to love you. Like, you just fuck with people's heads. This is what you do, you sick fucking bastard. And it, you know, I just went off on him. That was one conversation. He's like, you can call me names, and da. And then, you know what I'm saying, it just got back into my head. Yeah, man. So here's the thing. I'm not afraid to admit I fell under the spell of a sociopath. And I say borderline psychopath. And those terms, I can't decide for this person. I fell under a spell, man. And what happened was, because sociopaths are like, they known to have their own kind of cults. And New Covenant, I never necessarily saw New Covenant as a cult. I saw it almost like, yeah, I felt like it was a place I could be accepted. I could feel belonged, whatever type of organization. I just agree with it. I just fell for the bullshit. I fell for the fantasy that Brother Polight painted for the black community. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? I fell for it. And even though people were saying negative things, I'm feeling like, well, that's what comes with the territory of being successful and doing people going, you know, so I dismissed that. And he convinced his fans and followers to dismiss that too. Even though now I feel a lot of those could have been true. You know, I'm gonna get into that. Yeah, so this is what he would do whenever I got upset and we had a talk. You know what I'm saying? He would break down the science. He would break down the knowledge. 1 second. He would break down the knowledge so deep. So deep. He would just be like, you think I care about all this? You think I care about money? You think I care about these cars? You think, man, this is all an illusion. This is all an illusion, bro. Man, like, he's just like, you don't know what type of, you know what I'm saying, how deep into the spirit realm I get. You know what I'm saying? He would just break down some heavy comedic science, some heavy thermodynamics, permutations, math. Like, he would literally blow my mind. Like, I wouldn't, like, when I walked away from Brother Polight after getting upset, my whole perspective on reality I was just in a trance. Like, what kind, you know, he got into my head and And then I'm not saying none of it was true because it seemed like, you know, it's facts, I guess. But one time he was just like, I don't even like touching money. I stopped touching money. In fact, you know, which is a lie because he kept touching the money I was giving him, but I don't know where it was going or what, you know. But he was like, yo, he's like, on the new $100 bills, he's like, they have a thin metal strip. And he's like, this is how you get manipulated by money. He was like, yo, they have this cash, especially, they have this thin metal strip, and they say if you stack about up to like 10,000 of those cash dollar bills together, that creates, it has enough to create an electric pulse, all those magnetic strips together in that cash, and it transmits a signal. That signal can be tracked, and they can track the cash. It's like it's like a magnetic signal that your heart is magnetic. So actually, they're able to manipulate your heart through the cash that you hold, and you're able to get, you know what I'm saying? So he's like, your heart is connected to the money's connected to the whatever system, and they're able to send pulses into your heart, into the cash back. He's like, yo, that's why I don't touch it. That's why I tell Floyd not to be touching cash. Like, he just gave me so much, like, wow, like, what the like, I couldn't even, you know, and I, like, that was his spell, that was his sociopathic. And because they're very highly intelligent, like, you know, so, and they're very good with words. This is how sociopaths are able to do what they do. And yeah, yeah. And here's the thing, yo. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Like, somehow I must have manifested this some way. I can't necessarily say that, you know what I'm saying? I was mistaken as far as business wise, and I felt like I got manipulated or lied to as far as business wise, because my whole intention was to you know what I'm saying, invest this wisely. And obviously that the opposite ended up happening. So that's where I'm coming after Polight. Now, as far as the whole mind control thing, that's where he knew he can get me, because I'm always pushing the limits of reality. I'm always looking for new ways to look at the world. And he figured that out about me, and he locked that in, so much so where I'm like, yo, it's just money. Yo, it's just money. It's all good. Like, it's just money. And he had me feeling like he had my back. Like, yo, it's just money. Especially, I'm gonna get you even more money. Like, he fed me a fantasy. And I'm not afraid to admit that. Like, I'm not afraid to admit. I'm telling you, this is the truth. This is what happened to me. And the only reason I'm coming out is because, first of all, I don't know how many people has he done this to that never had a voice, or that tried to come out. You know what I'm saying? That's the scariest thing, is that I probably would have seriously, I don't know what I've done if no one believed my story. You know what I'm saying? Only had like 300 subscribers when, you know what I'm saying? When I felt like, yo, no one would believe me, dude. No one would believe me. And the thought alone is devastating. So I can't imagine how many people he's actually done this to, and whether they spoke out or didn't, and you know what I'm saying, and still had to suffer and see him continue to rise in whatever success he pretended to have. And I'm also really only doing this for people to prevent this from happening to them. Like, I understand, like, I had to go down, but I'm gonna get into what I learned from all this. Like, it's crazy. Like, this literally is absolutely the most nuts thing I have ever experienced, and I'm still in like shell shock mode. Now, like I said, he only gives you the perspective he wants you to have. This is how sociopaths work. So now he's giving you he's giving you a false sense of who he really is. Now, from following him virtually, from reading his books, to being his driver, to being his mentee, to being his cameraman, you know what I'm saying? To being, you know what I'm saying, a chauffeur for his family, to being that, I ended up, and doing the crypto, I ended up getting a bigger perspective of who this person really is than the average person. And it just so happened that, this, like, I didn't know if it was me because I just met this person, but there's so many inconsistencies. Who am I to, I just didn't felt like I have the authority or the courage or anything to question who this person was, even though I was literally experiencing seeing inconsistencies in his behavior and contradictions in his behavior. And what he does is when you're upset with him, especially over money, or pretty much that's what most people are upset with him over, is money. And he pretends to sympathize with you. This is how sociopaths work. They pretend to sympathize you, and he would be like, yeah, I get it, brother. Or, I understand. He's like, I understand. He would just have these responses, or, I see how you can see it that way, brother. Like, he would try to calm you down by pretending to sympathize, but there is no sympathy. There is no sympathy for you. He does not have none. And that's the killer. I felt this person cared for me. I felt this person, he said I was family. He said his wife cared. I felt this person cared about me, and I couldn't have made a bigger mistake. He didn't give a shit about me the entire time. He didn't. Not once. And what he would do, he would try to fill me up with like respect, but he would do it indirectly just to get something that he wanted. So if he was in a rush with his wives, or he wanted to skip out on things, he'd be like, I need to be respectful of the young brother's time. He's all the way out from Hawaii. This is not his environment. He's doing his best to drive us around. This will be his way to rush his wives, or to like kind of miss out on things, is to try to pretend like, I need to be respectful of, we need to be respectful of this brother. He would like kind of like fill my head with that shit, but it would be indirectly because he didn't want to do something, or he wanted to really hurry up and get something done, so that's another way he got into my head. It's another way he got into my head. And I'm watching videos of Charles Manson, and you got to watch how Charles Manson talks. It is very, very, it's like, Polight is like the black, like, celebrity Charles Manson. Like, the words he used, he starts fucking with your head, like, while you're listening to him. And you don't know whether to believe him or not. But you don't know whether, that's how sociopaths work. They make up lies almost on the spot, like literally, and they have such intricate details, and you don't know whether to question them or not. And you just kind of take their word, because who else would know? Because what they're saying can neither really be proven or not. So you would assume he has a lot of money because that's all you see. And he'll assume, he will go into hotel lobbies and just sit in the lobby to shoot a video in some nice clothes, right? Wouldn't even rent the hotel. Sometimes the security guard's like, you guys gotta leave. You guys gotta leave. And we'd sit there for hours, like, all right, shoot the video. And we go another hotel, sit in the lobby, and make it look like he's staying at the hotel. Sometimes he was, even though I didn't realize I was paying for it. Other times he would just go in to shoot a video and then walk out. It's like, the security guard's like, yeah, I get it, but you guys gotta leave. You guys gotta leave. So one time, he made me cry. He made me cry, not from him being aggressive, but from him appearing to open up to me. And it had to do with something. He got really angry at the airport, and then the security had to come. I had to do over Nealon's bags, over a plane ticket that I paid for. I couldn't, and Polight got aggressive, and the security was like, yo, so he left, and he was all upset and angry about some plane ticket, and that he couldn't change, or that, I don't know, right? And then, so the level of intensity when he's in the car is at maximum. I know to not say a word, to not even look at him, just to drive. And then I missed a turn or something, and I felt like he was just about to just go off on me for missing a turn or something. And I said, yo, man, I'm sorry. Like, I missed that turn. I'm about to fix it right now. He's like, you apologize too much. You got to stop that shit. You don't bring that around me, bro. And then he just, like, went off into some shit, right? For, like, the whole car ride. And he's like, everybody doubt me, everybody, da-da-da-da-da. He's like, me and my wives were sleeping on the floor, and da-da-da-da-da. And he started like, no one, and he caught me up. I was like, damn. He was like, no one would believe me. I was all on my own, da-da-da-da-da. And he caught me, like, I was like, fuck, I know how it is to be on your own. I know how it is to struggle, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was going through, and it got me emotionally. And you know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, my wife's moms tried to get me arrested and lie and say that I was having sex with my daughters. You know, he's like, everybody tried to come at me, da 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 da. And I just like, dog, I like teared up, like, bro, start crying. And like, he was like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, nah, man, like, the tear, it's a rough story, man. It's deep, bro. Like, it's deep. You got me, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you know, I'm like, and I was like, yo, yeah, like, he knew that. He kept getting, and he was like getting out of his seat in the car, like exaggerating the story, and then like pulling. I'm like, yo, I'm like tear jerking, like my tears were just coming out of my eyes, like, dog, bro, I feel like, got me, bro. He's like, just got me in that trance, and I was just tearing up and just crying, you know, just like not like sob, you know, but he was just like, you good, bro? You good? I'm like, yo, bro, it's just a rough story, bro. Like, it's deep, bro. Like, it's deep, bro. It's just deep, bro. You know, and he got me. And yeah, I'm telling the truth, man. Yeah, so and then he would go, he loves to talk about himself. This is how it shows he loves to talk about himself. And the majority of the conversations when I'm upset and I want my money and da-da-da, he would just spend about an hour, literally up to 2, talking about himself and his life and himself. And, you know, he told me several times, like, he died inside, he already died, he died several times inside. And I get it, like, that's how sociopaths, their childhood was beyond fucked up or whatever, and that's how they're not able to feel for people, you know? And he just told me about, you know, he had guns pulled on them, things can go, you know, he told me how he beat his murder case, the weapon he used to kill the dude or whatever, was planted there by the feds. So any gun planted by the feds in that neighborhood, any crime done with that, is automatically like omitted or something, like totally dismissed. The case is because the gun he used to whatever shoot the dude or kill the dude, whatever. This is what he told me. I'm not trying to I don't know. This is what he told me. I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying? This is just what he told me. Yeah, like I said, my biggest mistake was actually thinking he cared about me. And it goes deep because I was always on my own, and I always kind of wanted a older black mentor. Because my dad's super heavy. He was super heavy Christian in the church, and I broke away from that and was just doing my own thing. And so I really was like desiring someone who was intellectual, older man to like show me the right way to go about things, so that you know. And I don't know, for some reason I felt like maybe Polight fit that role of what I felt I needed. But in the end, I realized I did not need nobody. You know, I could have just bought Bitcoin and just went to Asia. But you know what? In the end, like, I wouldn't have had this experience. Because at the end of the day, this was an experience, and it's still happening because it's not over yet. Because I'm not quitting until some justice is brought about. But he just had that intellectual and charm. That's what they charm. They're very charming people. So you know what I'm saying? He definitely finessed me. He definitely charmed me, and I was under some sort of black conscious mind control from him or through him, you know. And yeah, that's just I'm coming to terms with everything. I'm coming to terms because there's times where I feel like I may not make it through. I've told my girl, like my exes and my woman, like, yo, like, there's some times where I feel like I may not make it. It's not even about the money. It's the fact that my father died. He left me something, and the person I trusted just betrayed me and backstabbed me and just really like wanted, like, just the whole hurt of that. I don't know. Sometimes it really, you know, I don't honestly know, and I'm being honest. I may not make it. From, you know, I'm doing my best to stay positive and just keep staying focused. You know what I'm saying? But the hurt of that just kind of resurfaces sometimes, man. It's deep, bro. All right. Sorry, my glasses are kind of crooked, man. Life ain't perfect, you know. Whew. All right. Hold on. Yeah. All right. So here's the thing. I have to look at this. Yo. So yeah, I lost maybe $110,000. What did I learn from all this? That's the biggest question. I could sit here and complain about not losing my, but you know what I'm saying? I guarantee, like, I have met some very good brothers and sisters from this whole experience. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just that alone, you know what I'm saying? I've met some great people have reached out to me. Some good people. People have, you know, followed my channel. People are listening, like, you know what I'm saying? I met a new, funny, cute ass, you know what I'm saying, girlfriend. Like, I have to look at all that has manifested from this whole situation. And yes, there's people talking shit. I understand, man. I understand. I get it, man. But it's so much easier to make fun of someone else. It's so much, but you do nothing. You're not doing anything for anyone when you just sit there and make fun of someone else. You know? The only reason I'm speaking out is so that this doesn't happen to anyone else. Really, man. Like, this dude, this dude, justice needs to be served by all means, not just for myself, but for anyone else that he's you know, has done this to, and people that he's currently doing this to. You know, I just talked to a homeboy who spent his last on Brother Polight's mentorship, and I'm just told him, bro, you're not getting nothing back. And he spent everything. And other people told me, you're almost saving up for his mentorship. Thank you for letting me know. Like, I'm like, yo, big mistake, man. Big mistake. And I you know, so if I got to be the sacrificial lamb, bro, like, the universe, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's still playing out. It's still playing out. But there's things I learned from Brother Polight. He should, you know what I'm saying? I never saw to myself to be a teacher. I like teaching, you know what I'm saying? I like talking crypto, but from being around him, he's the one that made me feel like I can do it. Like, no matter the money would have never got me to that point of confidence about publicly speaking out about cryptocurrency. You know what I'm saying? On a bigger scale, like. And the whole purpose of me starting the channel was to reach out to my brothers and sisters, but they weren't listening. They, you know, whatever, they weren't aware, because I'm still just small dude, like, you know what I'm saying? And so the positives is that I'm able to actually, like, get to my target audience. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I'm like, yo, that's definitely a positive. I have new contacts, especially black people, that you know what I'm saying, that I didn't have before. That's a positive. I'm aware that sexually sociopaths and psychopaths actually exist, because for some reason, I'm not saying they didn't exist, but I never really interacted with one, and then come to find out, like, yo, I'm with one of the biggest ones out there right now. You know what I'm saying? So that is something to be a plus, to learn that, like, those people actually exist and they're for real. So
Yeah, you know, and then I realized how not to treat people who trust you. How not to treat people who trust you. Because I realized the real money is in the trust. Even with the Bitcoin thing, the real money is in the trust. And I realized if I could do business with people and continue to have their trust, actually do what I say I'm going to do, actually follow up what I say, and actually tell the truth. And you know what I'm saying? Everything I learned that opposite of Brother Polight, he did the exact, in fact, do the exact opposite of Brother Polight, and you will be more successful in the long term. You will actually be successful. You won't have to appear to be successful. You'll actually be successful. You know what I'm saying? He'll talk all this shit, but he will never mention having people actually trust you. He'll talk credit, insurance, real estate, you know, education and metaphysics, but he never talks about people having to actually trust you, even so much with their fucking lives. And I'm realizing he ain't never said nothing like that, because he gets off by manipulating people's trust. He gets by. That's his success. That's his version of being successful, is manipulating people's trust. And this is how psychopaths work. They just lack that empathy or whatever, you know? So yeah, you know, that's a lesson. That's a real big, tough lesson I had to learn, and I saw it firsthand. And so yeah, I started realizing I could do the mentorship. I can do my own mentorship. I saw Polight hustle mentorships, and people paid him to talk about what he's already into. And I realized I could do that too. I have a lot of information, you know what I'm saying? I didn't realize how much information I had to give until I was around Brother Polight. Here I am considering him my master teacher, but I'm teaching my master teacher something. And not to sound egotistical, this is no whatsoever, but the information he's given, it's slowly becoming less and less irrelevant due to new forms of currency, due to cryptocurrency, due to certain things. So he's having this message and it's kind of like dying out. Not to say, you know, I mean, he's done so many Christian things. I'm not, like, I've watched him and follow him. I get it. The Christian debates, the Hebrew Israelites debates, the Muslim, I get it. Like, it's at the point, it's like, yo, what's new, Polight? Like, yo, what's new? And he almost had to, like, took me on his platform to give his audience something more exciting, because I'm not saying credit and insurance and that things don't benefit, but it's out of touch for people. It was out of touch for me, like paperwork, getting approved, government paperwork, get your credit score up, and that's the struggle, man. It's meant to be a struggle. He just somehow either manipulate this, I don't know what he did, but I'm not saying he didn't make success or didn't make success off that, you know what I'm saying? But the information, I'm realizing even for myself, was becoming less and less irrelevant, and there was new information out there. And I thought, even before I invested, like, should I even follow Polight? Like, I got this crypto shit under my belt. But the whole thing, I was like, yo, I need that real estate. I want real estate. I need to go, how do I get some real estate? So that's why I went into Polight. Because I was checking out the Jay Morrison. It was either, yo, I do the real estate with Brother Polight, or I do the real estate with Jay Morrison Academy, because I've been following him too. So, and unfortunately, I went with Brother Polight. I felt like, I don't know who Jay Morrison is, you know what I'm saying? Like, and personally, I felt like from his videos, he could be a good brother too, and I may have been better off investing in his real estate program, probably, you know? But I had to go, I don't know, for some reason, I did the best. I met Loda Lux. Loda Lux is a dope ass dude, hella cool, so much energy, you know what I'm saying? You know, I saw celebrities and got to hang out. There were some experiences, you know what I'm saying? I got to reunite with my ex-girl. Me and my other ex-girl kind of reunited. Like, I didn't realize how much support I really have in my life, especially from women, because I seriously would have not made it without the women who to support me, bro. Like, I'm so grateful, and I tell them I'm so grateful to have your support. I really am. I would not made it this far. So I say the only reason I'm still alive is due to the fact that I have great women who care about me. You know what I'm saying? So that's another positive. It's another positive, you know what I'm saying? I'm seeing out of this whole situation. All right, so let's get into it. So it's hot. It's in Guatemala right now. I'm in a place, Champarico.
It's like some black sand beach in Guatemala, and it's hot, just like I like it. Just like I like it. Hawaii, you know? Woo! Hold on. All right. Now, it's not over. Crypto Roots is still here. I'm still here. I'm still going strong. You know what I'm saying? I took a L, and I'm bouncing back. I'm bouncing back. That's it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So, here's the thing. I'm going to pick up where I left off with the crypto course. The crypto course with me and Brother Polight, no longer happening. Crypto Roots is coming out with his own crypto course. Intro to Cryptocurrency. It is going to be a 3-part crypto course, hour each. Okay? The first part will be intro to the crypto mentorship, which is already out. If you are curious about what type of game I have to offer, what type of information that I really have, watch all my free YouTube videos. And if you're ready to actually get some real game to actually apply in real time, hit up the intro to crypto mentorship. It's only about $25. It's affordable. All my courses will be affordable because I'm doing this. I'm really designing this for a specific demographic of people who are looking for a way out, who don't have much. I'm going to teach you everything you need to know. Please compensate me every now and then for my time and energy, because it takes me time and energy to study this information and apply it and get results and fine tune it so that you don't have to go through the struggle like I went, because that's not what I'm about. So now anyone who paid for the course with Brother Polight for the crypto course, you get it for free. You get the whole course for free, 3 parts. The first part is already out. You don't have to pay. Email me, send me a DM, send me a picture or proof that you paid for the course with Brother Polight, and I will email you the private link to the crypto course, to the intro to crypto. You don't have to pay if you already paid Brother Polight. If you didn't pay Brother Polight, it's only cost $25, and you can start assessing there what's the next step. If you just want to pay for the next course, or if you want to go really in depth, that's where the mentorship is at. I've already mentored about 14 people. That is another beautiful thing. I've really spit, you know what I'm saying, motivated people, enlightened people, and to get on their crypto journey, and everyone's got their own. And any of my mentees can reach out. You can holler at them if you wanted their IGs. I'm not afraid, because I know that what I have to offer and the value I have to offer, and I help you with your strategy. Because not every strategy works for me, but I know it works for other people. There's different ways. You can make so many different ways of passive income from cryptocurrency. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? Trading is really not that hard. And if you're around, if you got someone who's in the game, I can let you know ahead of time what's about to happen, or what's going to happen, or what's most likely to happen, and how to get prepared for it. You know what I'm saying? This is the way the game trade. You know, it's all about trading. That's where the generational wealth is made, is on the markets. Is on the markets. In fact, everyone's a trader. Everyone's a trader. Everyone's trading something for something. You know what I'm saying? People who are in poverty trade their time for money. People who are in wealth trade their money for more time. You know what I'm saying? My time is so valuable because I got to study more information, and it's exciting. So that's you know what I'm saying, where I need to get my head back to get back on my feet. I can take this all as a loss, and I can get depressed, and I can, you know what I'm saying, complaining or whatever, but that does me no good. I got to get back to the information, you know what I'm saying, because people need that game, and I got it for you, you know what I'm saying, I mine on my laptop, I print my own money through my, whatever, I print my own from a cell phone, I got another laptop, whatever, I'm always generating value, and I do that in different forms. I generate value. And this whole thing, I had a deep trip. I'm not gonna lie, I took some psychedelics just to figure out, to process from this whole situation with Polight. And I realized, yo, if I truly make it and survive this situation, from now on, I'm just gonna be a producer. I'm going to produce, even produce. I'm going to create value. Like, that's what my mission is to create more value. You know what I'm saying, and help you figure out ways to create more value for yourself and assist you. And so it's exciting. because this is right around the corner. We're in a bull market right now. And so there's so much opportunity when there's less than 1% of world adoption of cryptocurrency. There's so much opportunity. I'm not guaranteeing you anything. What I can guarantee you with the mentorship and the course is that this is information that you can apply and you can generate your own profit from it. Because money's changed. Money has changed. Money has changed. And it should have changed. We live in prehistoric money. The way we do our system, 3 to 5 business days, 3 to 5 business days. Dude, the computer sends it in less than a second. I gotta wait 3 to 5 business days for this to process. I gotta submit my government ID. I can't send this money across borders. Like, we're economic data slaves. Economic data slaves. And I'm coming out with an intro to data protection course as well. How to protect your data. How to monetize your data. This is the new, it's all about early adoption, staying ahead of the game. I know I'm getting it. This is how I get into the mentorship. I just, whoo, you know what I'm saying? I get excited. So yes, I'm picking up where me and Polight left off. I'm redoing the course because that first part was just trash. Now, I know I got a lot of followers over this Brother Polight drama. And you know what I'm saying? That was never my intention. Never my intention was to get more followers due to somebody else. Okay? That was never my intention. It just is a side effect of my experience and coming out and publicly speaking about it. Please, please, please unsubscribe from my channel. Okay? If you are not interested in cryptocurrency, computer programming, AI, technology, like if just unsubscribe, because that's all you're going to get from now. That's all you're going to get is hella crypto game, hella programming. That's all you're going to get is the latest, most innovative perspectives on technology, you know what I'm saying? And ways to generate profit through cryptocurrency. That's all you're going to get. So if you're looking for more drama, if you want me to if you want to make fun of me, you want to laugh at me and, you know, whatever, you could subscribe, but unsubscribe, because I'm letting you know that's all you're going to get. You're not getting any more drama out of this channel. I'm not here to milk this shit out. I got a bigger mission, and it has nothing to really even do with Brother Polight. You know? It really doesn't. This is an experience that I had to go through, you know what I'm saying, to rise up, you know? Because I told him, you awoke something in me, bro. I told Polight when I'm like trying to get, like, I don't know what it was, I need to get away from you, but you awoke something in me. I didn't believe I had it. But being around you, I realized I had it the whole time. And so that was another side effect of being around or dealing with the psychopath called Brother Polight. Now, yeah, no more Polight questions too. Please don't be hitting me about nothing, because I don't really want to talk about it no more. This is me, like I said, this is me getting off my chest, my mind. I don't want to deal with Brother Polight no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting full legal, doing everything I can. I'm still, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna handle that and bring as much justice as possible in the background. You know, in the background, because it is beyond belief he tried to scam me and then tried to get rid of me, just so that he don't have nothing to worry about. Ultimately, I can't prove that he tried to really get me killed, but my biggest intuition instincts, and I'm sure you guys out there too, realize like, yo, that was a setup. I don't know. It's just, it's a thought, because either that was slavery or it was a setup, because I still haven't got no money back. Comments will be permanently disabled on this channel. Permanently. Every video I post. So I'm just letting you know that from now on. I don't want to hear nothing. I've seen people go through my old video. People are looking for any way to try to make fun of me. And people are also looking for any way to try to show me love too, so I'm not going to hate about that. But I get it. I'm mostly to the point where I do love myself. I'm still processing this experience. It's still brand new, still fresh in my mind. I'm still going through it. But I'm hoping in the future this can all be, you know what I'm saying? Because the way I'm trading, I'm gonna make $100K per trade. Like, I understand cryptocurrency. You know what I'm saying? I know the game. And the way I'm trading, I'm already getting ready to make big trades. I know the way the market swings. You know what I'm saying? I'm emotionally,
really under control when it comes to cryptocurrency markets. I've seen the game. I know the potential. So really, 100K to where I'm planning to be, it really ain't that much. It really isn't. So as long as I stay in that perspective of mine and saying like, yo, that's you know, like I just gotta look at that like, yo, I gotta charge that to the game and bounce back even heavy. And I could do it with crypto for sure. For sure. You know what I'm saying? And also, I don't want negative comments to distract from the information I'm trying to give that that could benefit other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to have, you know, like negative comment. Yo, what you say about this, and what do I need to do with this? Yo, negative comment about something old. Like, nah, I need people really getting the information, and if they're going to make comments about the information that so they can understand better. So that's why I'm just disabling all comments. Yeah, any ridiculous emails or whatever about Brother Polight or whatever, it's gonna be blocked. It's gonna be deleted. I really, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate the love, I do, but I need to get back to the information. I do. Like I said, if you can send me a good attorney, a name of a good one. People already said, you know, Shabazz, Attorney Shabazz. I'm gonna need Amanet's full name. If anybody can hit me with Amanet's full name, I'd appreciate it. I really do. And honestly, thank you for listening to me. I got most of everything off my chest, pretty much. There's just a few details here and there I probably missed, or I did miss. And it's all good. I just want to say thank you for listening to me. Really, really, really thank you for listening to me. And I really appreciate the love. I really appreciate, you know what I'm saying? Even people making fun of me, because I'm making fun of myself. You know, some shit, you know, I laugh at myself like, damn, you know? But there's something to learn from all this, man. And other people can learn from this too. And I'm gonna bounce back. Definitely bounce back. Definitely bounce back. And my heart goes out to all the people Polight did dirty. Polight did dirty, and no one listened, or they never had the courage to speak up. And my heart goes out to them, man. It really does, because I don't know how I would feel if no one believed me. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't, you know, I really wanted to die. I really wanted to kill myself, because I felt like I couldn't speak out, and I felt like, you know, it was terrible. So my heart goes out to them, and anyone who's still curious or interested or when I'm doing business with Brother Polight, like, please don't, man. Please don't fall for it, man. He'll break down the knowledge. He'll fuck with your head. He'll get into your head and take everything you got and call you his brother, call you his family, and treat you the exact opposite. Aloha. Much love. Peace.